Okay, so today we are going to start with lab setup. Okay, now let me tell you the steps to set up your lab. Okay,
Okay.
yeah. So first, there is one software called VMware that you have to install in your computer. This is step one. Okay.
Okay.
Actually, in my computer, it is already there, but just a single simple software installation, right? When you click on next and again, it will at the end you will get the finish button. Okay, just finish it
Okay.
and you will see one icon like this.
Okay.
Uh, VMware. It's a software, right?
VMware workstation, bro. Okay.
Bro, I've uploaded this software in your drive. Here it is. This one. Just
VMware
download this.
16. Okay.
Yeah, download this. This is the key that you have to put. Okay.
To activate the VMware. Okay.
Yes. Now you have got this VMware software. Okay. Now when you open this software, it looks like this.
Okay.
Now on the left hand side, here you can see that I have some machine already installed. But in your VMware, you will not find any machines, right? So these all are my virtual machines. Let's say Panorama
Windows
is
7,
a virtual
Windows
machine.
60,
Yeah.
PaloAlto VM.
Yeah. So these all are virtual machines that I have installed under this workstation. Getting my point?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Now the next point is I have one Palo Alto virtual image, right? I want to import that virtual image to this VMware workstation so that
Okay.
I can run that image to this workstation. Now, how we are going
Okay.
to do that? Let me tell you the simple steps. There are two steps. Click Go to Files, click on New Virtual Machine and edit. This is one way. Okay.
Okay.
And there is another way. Here you have option Open a virtual machine.
Okay.
And when you click on Open a virtual machine, so the image that I have shared with you on Google Drive, go to Notes folder. This is your image .ova format.
Okay. VMware, VMX, EX, EX, EXE
ESX 9.
9.0.00.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this is Palo Alto 9.0 image. Okay. The OVA
Okay.
format. The OVA format only opens with VMware. Okay.
Okay.
It only open with VMware workstation. So
Okay.
if you click on Open Virtual Machine, just browse your virtual firewall image. Let's say this one, and click on Open. It will automatically open it into this computer. Now, this is one way. Now,
Okay.
if you don't do that, then directly browse your image and double click on it. It will automatically opens with VMware. Let's say I have double click
So
on it.
VMware password and ID we need to give.
Yeah. So once you install VMware, yeah, you can see that it is saying import virtual machine. So you can name this virtual machine. Okay. So let me change the name. VM 9.0 morning patch. Okay. Now click on import. It will give you the path where it is going to extract this OVA file.
Okay.
Okay. So on C drive, it is going on this virtual machine folder. Click on import.
Okay. Okay.
Now
You are
it
just renaming the file and saving the installation file in C drive, correct?
yes. Actually, this is the package .ova format. This is the package. Now we are going to extract it to the C drive, and now you can play this machine through this VMware workstation.
Okay.
Okay. Now we are importing this image.
Okay. Normally,
Hmm.
before if suppose one firewall is newly installed, means we need to first of all we need to install a VMware image.
Yes, that's what I am
So
telling.
after that only we need to add the firewall in that VMware. After that only we can start to work. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So your step 1 is install VMware
VMware.
software. Okay. This is step 1. Step 2 is import Palo Alto image.
What
Okay.
are the types of images available currently?
Currently only one image available, Palo Alto
9.0.
9.0. Okay.
Okay.
And the file format is OVA.
OVA.
Dot OVA.
OVI. Okay.
OVA. So once you do that, you will get this option. Okay. When you click on import, it will start importing itself.
Okay.
So once the import is done, you will see window like this. Okay.
Okay. We need to start. Correct.
Yeah. Before we start this, we need to make some changes. Okay. We need to configure it. Okay.
Okay. Configuration means RAM memory. Correct.
Yes, correct. Click on edit virtual machine.
Okay.
From here, you can change the RAM size. Okay. Let's say by default, it is 5.5 GB. This is the minimum requirement. Okay.
Okay.
Now, there are two processors selected. You
Okay.
don't have to change this. Nothing has to change this. Okay. So now
Okay.
let's talk about network adapters. Okay. This is what we have to change. In VMware software, we have network adapters, but there are three types. There are three types of network connection. One is bridge, NAT, host only, custom. Okay. Now, let me tell you the meaning of all these four. First is bridge. By default, all network adapters are in bridge mode, correct?
Yeah.
So when you install this VMware software in your computer, it will create two virtual adapters automatically. So where you will find that, go to the properties, network connection properties, click on change adapter option.
You're opening control panel and changing the adapter settings. Huh?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see that we have virtual adapters, VMware
Correct.
network adapter, VMnet1. VMNet 2, VMNet 3. Okay. So these are my configured adapters. Basically, I have created these one, two, three, 4. But when you install this VMware software freshly, you will get VMNet 0 adapter and VMNet 8 adapter. This one you will get by default.
Okay.
With VMware. So I've changed these ones. That's why it is showing VMNet 1, 2, 3, 4. Right? VMNet 0 and VMNet 8. Now, how you are going to do that? So here you can see that there are 3 network adapters. It means if this is a firewall box, on this firewall box you have 3 ports virtually. If I'm talking about this, okay, this one is connected with network adapter 1. This port is representing network adapter 2, and the third port is representing third port. Okay. If you want to add more ports to your firewall, you can increase the number of adapters. This is one way. Now, how you are going to increase it? Click on add and click on network adapter and click on finish. Now you have network adapter 4. It means you have added 4th virtual port to the firewall. Okay.
Okay.
This is how you can increase the capacity of ports. If you want 5th port, click on add, select network adapter, click on finish. Now the 5th port also added. Okay. This is how you can adding the ports. But generally we required only 2 ports. One is for inside and one is for to go outside. In this lab environment only, but in practical life, we may have more ports which is connected to the outside, right? Let's say this is the firewall. So there are 2 ports, which is the first port is connected with different ISP, another port is connected with different ISP. This could be the situation in real time, right? So there are 2 ports which is going outside, and there are 2 ports which is connected with your LAN. Let's say switch 1, this is connected with switch 2. This could be the situation when you start work when you work with your company. This could be the situation, right? So there are 2 ports which is in inside zone. Getting my point?
Yeah.
So in virtual environment, we generally use 2 ports. One is for inside, one is for outside. That's it. That's enough for us. We don't require so many ports. Okay. The ether channel, do you know what is ether channel?
Sorry?
Ether channel.
Yeah, ether channel, I know.
Right? So same way we can merge multiple ports into the one with in this firewall. Okay. Now I have removed all the adapters. Now I have one network adapter and 2 network adapter. It means I'll get only 2 ports on my firewall. Clear?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, when you go to network adapter, you have bridge, NAT, host only, and custom. These options. Okay. So what do you mean by bridge? Bridge is something which is going to connect all of these network adapters. Basically, it is going to bridge all of the network adapters. Or if you choose bridge mode, all network adapters can communicate with each other. Okay. Now, yeah, in NAT mode, the situation is different. It will only communicate with the Wi-Fi adapter or your LAN, this one, Ethernet adapter.
Ethernet and Wi-Fi.
Yeah, if you put your port in NAT mode, okay. Now, yeah. Now there is one custom one, right? Sorry, host only. Host only, a private network shared with the host. Okay. So if you want, you can do that. Host only is a point-to-point connection. Let's say there are two virtual machines inside this VMware. Let's say this is Windows 7, this is Windows 7. You can put this link into the host only, and you can put this link in the host only. They will start communicating with each other. This is host only option. Okay. And the third
Okay.
one is custom. Custom means you can create your own adapters like I have created here. You can see that 1, 2, 3, 4. I have created these four. Okay, you can create your own and go to custom and you can select. I have configured only 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. You have extra adapters. If you want, you can configure them as well, enable them as well. So the basic configuration would be the first interface I'm going to put in bridge mode, and the next interface I'm going to put it in network VMnet 1. So let's say this is my, I'll use internet from this one. Okay, and network adapter 2 will be connected in my LAN. Getting my point?
Yeah.
I'll use this adapter to connect with my LAN.
One is outside, one is inside, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, one is inside and another one is outside. So here you can see that the first one is bridge and this one is VMnet 1. Okay.
Okay. In HA pair, that is active standby method, how to configure? Active.
Yeah, for that, basically, first point is we are not able to perform that practical. But if you want to configure it, there are 5 type of modes there are 5 modes on Palo Alto interface, right? If you know it. So
Layer 3, like.
if you put this interface in HA mode, it will start acting as a HA interface.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later after
Okay.
2-3 days. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
No
Today
worries.
we are going to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a single interface we can configure as a layer 3 interface, HA interface, layer 2 interface, and vWire interface and tap interface. So these are 5 types. Palo Alto interface has a 5 types. We'll talk about it. Okay.
Okay.
So this is the general configuration that we have done. Now click OK. Bridge means this interface is going to communicate with the internet, Wi-Fi adapter, our Wi-Fi adapter, right?
Yeah.
And we are also going to take GUI access from this interface, from this interface only.
Okay.
Now click on OK. Okay, now you have customized the interfaces. Click on power on.
Yeah.
So it will take 5 to 7 minutes, bro.
No problem, bro.
Mm.
I will wait.
Actually, it is.
Today we will see only that how to install
Yes.
VMware,
Yes.
how to map that panvoice image in VMware, and plus how to create the sub interfaces. Sub interfaces. Correct?
Yeah, we'll configure management interface. Okay.
Okay.
And then we will
Okay.
take GUI access of this firewall.
Okay.
Yeah. So when you try to put username and password admin, it says incorrect. So it means that the services are going to be up. Services running in background. So the firewall not yet started. Okay.
Okay.
If we can see that the task manager, it will also show you the RAM uses and CPU uses is also high. You can see that. When the CPU goes normal, it means your firewall
Yeah. It's asking
started.
login.
Yeah, but still it is booting up. Let me put admin, enter admin. See, it is running the services in background. So
Okay.
that's why it takes time, at least 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes. Let's wait. Then we will. So Ji, now we are logged in with the admin and admin, right? Okay, it is very similar interface like your Cisco devices. Now the first command that we have to type, actually we want to configure management interface so that we can take GUI. So how we can check the IP, interface management interface IP? The command is show interface management, enter. So you can see that this is the IP we have got through the DHCP, right? Pala, you there? You are on mute.
It is automatically come.
Yeah, because by default it is selected as a DHCP on this virtual machine. Okay, but
Okay, so the virtual IP gateway is 192.168.29.1, correct?
yeah, because this is bridge, right? On bridge,
Yeah.
this was the subnet we are using.
Okay.
So if you purchase a new fresh firewall, where is it? You will get one IP. Okay, the default IP.
Yeah, default IP. Yeah.
Yeah, 192.168.1.99, I believe. Default IP for all
I
right.
think 192.168.1.1.
Yeah, 1.1. It may change according to the model, and you have
Oh,
to see the manual which is coming
okay.
with the firewall, right? Sometime it is
Mm-hmm.
1.99. Now it is showing 1.1. No problem. So just connect your cable with the management port, and other side you have to connect with the computer and put that 199. Okay. So this is the IP that we have got from DSCP. Now
Yeah,
let's say
29.1. So we need
yeah,
to log in 29.1.
yes, 29.207, and you will get the GUI access. 207. So it HTTPS enter. Okay. Now you will get this kind of page that is giving you certificate error. So proceed and save, and this is your GUI login. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Now in case you are not getting a IP through DHCP, what will happen in that case? In that case, you need to set up your management interface IP. Okay. Now how you are going to do that? First, you have to go to configure mode. Now type one command, set device config system IP hyphen address. Okay, and then give it a new IP. Let's say 192.168.29.100, or let me take it as a 101. Before that, you have to run one command, system type question mark. By default, it is selected DHCP. Okay, let me tell you about this command. So the command is set device config system type DHCP. The system type is selected as a DHCP. That is why it is taking automatic IP. But if you select
Okay.
static, if you
Manually we
select
need to give.
yeah, in that case, we can provide it IP address. Getting my point?
Yeah.
System type static. This is one command. After that, you need to run set device config system IP hyphen address, the new IP 192.168.29. Let's say 101, or let's take this one IP, then hit question mark to take help, or you can type net mask 255.255.0, then IP hyphen, sorry, then default gateway 2.168.29.1, I believe. Let me check my Wi-Fi adapter. It is already opened. So go to status. Network 29.1 is my gateway.
113. 29.113.
Yeah, 113 is my adapter IP address, right? This
Yeah, correct.
I have given 111 over there, and this is my gateway.
29.1.
Yes. So it is 29.1 and hit enter. Right now, do show interface management. We don't have do here. Run, sorry. Run show interface management. Okay, so maybe show interface management. So you can see that the IP is still not changed, right? Why it is not
Yeah,
getting changed? Because we have to commit the configuration, then only it will change.
reflecting. Okay.
So go to the configure mode first, then type commit command, hit enter. Commit. Now it is saving the configuration.
Whatever they given that default
Yes,
gateway.
the new IP.
Okay.
Now side by side do one thing, just start ping 192.168.29.111-T. Okay,
Yeah.
we are
Pinging. Yeah.
getting reply. It means we have lost the access for this IP.
Okay.
Or we can go to CLI and type show interface management. This is the new IP. Clear?
Yeah.
We just put the new IP here, and now you got the access again. Okay, this is how you can set up your management IP, firewall management IP. Simple.
Yeah. Yeah. So you record this session now. So please
Yes,
share the recorded session video
yes. I'll
in that.
upload it after the class end.
Okay, bro. In share folder path. Okay.
Yes, in your Google Drive only.
Okay. Okay.
Now,
Okay.
uh, now we are on dashboard, right? So now we
Dashboard
know.
means
Yeah, this is the dashboard of your firewall.
I couldn't see your page. It shows like
Mhm.
what happened?
So it is loading or what?
No, it comes like something different. Your name and my name only coming.
Okay, let me share my screen again.
Okay.
Is it visible now?
Yeah. I think it's loading. It's still loading.
Hmm.
Nothing coming. Shall I rejoin?
Yes, you can try.
Okay. Now you can see.
Okay. So now we know how to configure management interface from CLI, correct?
Yeah.
This is your dashboard. We will talk about it later.
Okay.
Now I'm telling you the steps to configure your management interface through GUI.
Okay.
Go to device,
Okay.
click on setup
Okay.
and click on interface please. This is your
Okay.
management interface. Click on it.
Okay.
You have two options, static IP, DHCP IP. Okay. So you can give
Okay.
a IP here, management IP settings. You can change it.
But we are,
Yeah.
yeah, we already given. Okay.
Yeah. Now, let's say I want to enable telnet on this interface.
Tell us and let's do.
Checkbox, HTTP, HTTP, SSH. You can enable it. If you want to enable ping, you can enable it. Okay. On right hand side, you can see permitted IP address. So let's say if you add a host IP address or a computer IP address, so from only from that computer you are able to log in GUI. So you can
Okay.
specify the computer IP address or you can specify the subnet. Let's say only these people would be able to access the GUI, not others.
Okay.
Getting my point?
Yeah.
You can define subnet. You can define a specific IP address.
So we given the network address.
Yes. So if request come with this subnet, then only you would be able to access GUI. Otherwise, you would be denied.
Okay.
Clear?
Yeah.
Let me delete this. This is your setting. When you click on DHCP, it will automatically get the IP from DHCP, and you know the process, right? Let me move back to static. I'm going to cancel this option. So this is one way to manage your interface, management interface through GUI. Okay. Now, moving back to dashboard. On this dashboard, you have few options. This is the logo and one tab, second, third, fourth, 5, 6, 7. Total, you have 7 tabs. Okay.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later, about each and every tab. Okay. Now, on this dashboard, you have journal information. In journal information, you have device name. This is the host name, management IP address, these details.
Yeah.
Okay. This is the IPv6 address. So as of now, no IPv6 address for management interface. This is your model, Palo Alto virtual machine. Serial number is unknown because this is not licensed one. Okay. Now this is your CPU ID, UUID, and VMware license we don't have, so none. VMware mode, that's the ESXi type of firewall. Okay. And software version is 9.0. Okay. And application version is this. URL filtering version, we don't have URL filtering license, so no version. Below you have global protect clientless VPN version, which is 0. And this is the system time. Uptime is from past 20 minutes. The firewall is up. This is what you have now. When you go to system resources, you have management CPU and data plane CPU. And this is the TCP session count. Okay.
Okay. What management CPU, data plane CPU, bro?
Yeah. Okay. We'll talk about architecture tomorrow. Then I'll let you know. Actually,
Okay.
in this firewall, we have 2 CPUs. For management plane, we have different CPU, different processor, And for data plane, from where ports are forwarding the data, we have a specific CPU. I'll talk about this tomorrow. Okay, then you
Okay,
will
sure.
understand this.
Okay, bro.
So in that case, actually we have two CPU. If your firewall get hung state, right? Move to hung state, you just have to only restart this management CPU. Your data CPU will not be impacted, and your data flow will not be impacted. Your firewall keep
Okay.
on sending and receiving the data at the same time when you are restarting your management CPU. We'll talk about it tomorrow in detail.
Okay. Okay, bro.
Now, this is logged in admin, and this is the
Whole
IP.
have
Yeah, these
access.
are the logs basically. So who logged in at what time, logged in, and all.
If suppose I want to add my name, means how to add?
Yeah, you need to create a user with your name in this firewall.
Okay.
I'll let you
Okay.
know how to create users and how to give them permission. We can also give them read only permission to them. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
These are your system logs at what time your firewall is started and when it is trying to connect this update.paloaltonetworks.com is trying to connect and all the system logs. Okay. System related
Okay.
logs. Now configuration logs. So we run this command, right? Set device config system IP address and all. These are configuration logs. So whatever the configuration you are making, let's say we have created one policy. So you can see the policy logs in config logs.
Okay.
Okay. Now on the down, if you see down below, you have admin username, logout button is there. This is the last logon time.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Here you have
Okay.
task manager, and
Language.
you can change the language from here. So when I click on task, this is the this task will show you all the running tasks. As of now, no task is running. So
Okay.
all tasks are completed.
Okay.
Okay.
Well. Okay.
Yeah.
Once we completed the management IP configuration, whether we need to commit or not.
Yes, definitely.
In
For
guy part of whether we need to submit separately commit part.
yes, you need to
You
commit.
are
Yeah, this is the
okay.
commit button.
Okay.
Okay. Without that, the firewall will not make any changes.
Okay. Okay.
We have this log button. I'll let you know why this log button is there. Config, and this is search button. Okay. So that's a
Okay.
global search, I would say, for this firewall.
Okay.
Let's say you want to search 443, enter. So we have 443 in anti-spyware application, correlation objects, services. It also has in vulnerability. Okay. So that's a global search on firewall. Let's say you want to see a specific IP. As of now, we don't have any IP. Let's say in your real-time example, let's say you want to see the policies from this IP. So just put that IP and hit enter. It will automatically show you all the policy which contains this IP. Getting my
Okay.
point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Policy, object, everything it will show you related to this
Okay.
IP. So that's a
Okay.
global search on this firewall. Now moving to the device tab. Okay, this is how we set it up management interface. Now go back to management. On management, you have general setting option here. General setting. When you click on this gear icon, it will open up and you can change it. So the first option says host name, domain name. You can set login banner. You can change the time zone. Okay, and then click OK. Let me do that. Let's say host name is network buddies. Okay. .com, the domain name. Let me type one banner. This is the login banner. You can change the time zone to Asia.
Chennai.
Yeah,
Chennai or Kolkata.
is there. Okay. Or click OK. So let's say we have made these changes. Click on OK.
Okay.
Now we have to perform commit. You see that the host name is there, everything is there. Go to commit option. Now when you commit, it says doing a commit will override the running configuration with the commit scope. Now there are two options: commit all changes, commit changes made by this user. Okay, let's say there are two users working, making changes on this firewall at the same time, right? One is admin, one is another one. Okay, so if we choose this one, only the changes made by this user would be applied to the firewall. If we choose this one, it will apply all the changes.
Okay.
Next is preview changes. Click on preview changes, and you can select the number of lines. Click OK. Now this is your running configuration, and this is your candidate configuration. After the commit. Okay. Before the time zone was US specific. Now the time zone is Asia, Calcutta.
Calcutta.
In orange it is modified, in green it is added, in red it is deleted. So we have added domain name and login banner. That is why it is showing in green.
Okay.
Okay, and we have modified this value. That is why it is in orange. This is the preview config. Your Palo Alto firewall is based on XML language. That is not a Linux based operating system, or I would say, right?
Commonly, Palo Alto is called Linux based OS, correct?
No, that's a XML based, XML language.
XML.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is why this firewall showing this type of configuration, right? That's a XML language. This is XML format. Okay, so generally before committing any changes to the firewall, we preview the changes. Okay. Now there is one more option: validate commit. Means before you are going to commit the changes, you can validate it whether it is correct or incorrect. Firewall will temporarily apply these changes and check if everything is good. Then it will show you the good green status. So I am validating. It says successful. Parser changes to validate, changes to be configured by administrator admin, changes to configure and device network. Configuration is valid. It means there is nothing configured wrong. You can validate the configuration changes. Okay. Now, if you want to put any description notes, you can put here. Otherwise, click on commit. And when you click on commit, it will start in progress. If you want, you can close this task and go to the task manager Click on task. It will show you the task which is running. So we run validate and then we are committing it. Click on commit. Okay, the task is now completed. Commit, close, and close it. Now this is the host name. Go to the dashboard. This is the device name. Go to the CLI. This is the host name. Here.
Okay, admin had. Yeah.
Now exit. You will see the login banner also. So it is making changes on the CLI at the same time.
Okay.
Clear with it?
Yeah.
And if you log out this firewall from GUI, you will see the login banner. Here it is.
Okay.
These are simple things.
Okay. And also that interface, particular interface, if we are facing high utilization, means how to check that, but also give me some instruction. And plus, if we are source to destination, if suppose TCP pin reset, whether that packet has been source to destination successfully delivered or not, that pin messages come na, TCP pin or reset, or could you please explain about that more in detail in upcoming class?
Sure, definitely. I deal with these things on daily basis in my work environment.
Okay.
So whenever,
and also,
yes, tell me.
And also, what are the protocols majorly we are configured in virtual
Protocols.
router? Yeah.
See, we on firewall we mostly use static routing. We don't configure any
Static.
protocol. Yeah.
Okay.
For protocols, we have routers. For protocols, let's say OSPF, BGP, MPLS, we mostly use routers. Okay. In my environment, even in my work experience, I've seen we only add static route on firewalls.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And also whether the traffic has been properly allowed or not, whether existing traffic, if suppose but on particular IP address they given, the source unable to reach, we need to filter out the source to destination, the traffic is going on or not, all the things we need to analyze how to check in command basis, not guy based, how to check in CLI based. That also I want to learn. I would like to know.
Okay, let me log in.
Yeah.
Command is I forgot that command. Filter traffic with source IP in Palo Alto. CLI command, right? No, this is not. This is through the GUI. You can take this if you want.
I think
actually, this article showing you how to put filter on monitor tab.
I mean, this is showing how to
do you know this one?
Yeah, which source zone, destination zone.
Yeah.
And
No,
the traffic is equal.
how to filter traffic on this tab, monitor tab.
Yeah, basic things I know, but here inside that the TCP pin acknowledged or not, if suppose failure happen, UDP port. So that kind of basic knowledge I want to know.
Yeah. See if it is a UDP port and you are getting aged out, session and reason is aged out, right? It means
Okay.
the communication is okay from firewall side. So you are not clear about these, all right? And in TCP fin situation, guys, we mostly click on this icon, this search button, and we'll see that if we are receiving the traffic or if the you are going to check packet sent and packet received,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah. Correct.
So, bro, in that case, what I would suggest you is, see, whenever you are facing any issue, let's say in your company, just click one photo, click one picture from your mobile phone, and next day when you come to class, show it to me, and I'll tell you the reason. I'll explain you why
Okay.
this is happening. Okay,
Okay.
because
Okay.
I am not able to share my official laptop screen with you, and same goes for you
Mhm.
for security reasons,
Yeah.
right?
Okay,
So
okay. I'm also not using in my environment also I'm working on routing switching part, RITMs part only, route changes part only. I didn't have access in Palo Alto. That's only I'm asking. Okay, bro.
mm,
Let's see. There are options in Google, YouTube or anything we get.
yeah,
We
in
can.
TCP reset from client, TCP reset from server, depends upon situation. We have to see after getting this session and reason, we have to see if we are sending and receiving the packets or not. There are so many situations, right? And we also have to check the application type. Let's say it is showing application type incomplete in this picture, right?
Yeah, correct. Application type incomplete.
Yeah,
And several kind of logs. All the logs where it's coming. The basic logics going. How the troubleshoots. I want to know.
yeah,
And
you can.
also how to create that
Hmm,
address groups. How to
hmm.
map that address groups into policies and all the things.
Sure. We'll do that. We'll do that in
Okay,
practical,
bro.
everything.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
So I think that's all for the day.
Okay, bro. You just upload this URL, whatever the
Sure,
record session, you just uploaded in the share folder path.
sure. Done. I'm
Okay, bro. Thank you.
sharing this URL on WhatsApp.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Done. Thanks.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so let's talk about firewall. What is firewall? And types of firewall. Okay. So first question is, what is firewall? What is your understanding about firewall?
Firewall is a medium to prevent unauthorized users to access
Yeah, correct.
the network.
Yes. So, and what about type of firewalls? I
Stateful
think we
firewall.
already covered this in when during the demo classes, right?
I think so.
Hmm. Okay. So there are two type of firewalls, stateless and stateful. Any question in that? Do you understand what is stateful and stateless?
Yes, stateful means that check that source and destination based what are the traffic is going on. All the things evaluated based on that firewall rules. If suppose the rule is available, means it's allow the traffic. If suppose the rule is not available, means it's
Hmm.
deny the traffic.
Correct. Right.
Stateless means stateless means
Stateless means it will not maintain any state, right? Whatever
okay.
the packet going outside or inside, coming inside, your device will not maintain any kind of a state. It will simply forward and send and receive the packet. That's it. That's all.
Okay. Like router.
Yes, like router. Okay. Now, now we are going to talk about uh, type of firewalls. Okay. Now let's talk about something. Talk about the firewall. What is Palo Alto firewall, and some brief info about this. Okay. So Palo Alto is a next generation firewall, as we all know, right? This firewall works in perform inspection till layer 7, right?
Yeah.
Now, in other words, we call it this is application aware firewall, right? Palo Alto introduced some new features like in next generation firewall they have application ID, user ID features. Okay, these two features introduced by Palo Alto in the market. Okay, according to the Magic Gartner report, this firewall is under top 3 firewall. These all details we already know that. Now let's talk about a bit history part. Palo Alto Network was founded in 2005 by Israeli American guy Nirjuk. Okay, this is the name. A former engineer from Checkpoint and NetScreen Technology. So Nirjuk basically worked with multiple companies, including Cisco. Okay. He also worked with Checkpoint NetScreen Technologies and principal developer of the first stateful inspection firewall and first intrusion prevention system. Okay. So he was the part of these projects, IPS and stateful inspection. In 2007, the company produced and shipped the first product and an advanced enterprise firewall, which is branded the world's next generation firewall. Okay, so they have produced the first firewall in 2007. Right now, next gen firewall running PAN OS offered multiple form including. Let's skip this. You can read it by your own. Okay. Now let me directly move to the go to paloaltonetwork.com and go to network security, click on next generation firewall, go down, go to portfolio. We are talking about PAN OS. Click on PAN OS and then go down. Now these all are the different hardware model available. Okay. Now
Okay.
it starts from for small businesses. We have Palo Alto 220 series. This one.
First
This
model. Okay.
this device. Yeah. This is the small firewall. Okay. Palo Alto 220. Next is Palo Alto 400 series, 800 series. Palo Alto 3200 series is for a small medium enterprise business. Okay, 3000 series and 3400. 5200 we use for data center and 54 data center and 7000 is also for data center. So the 5000 series is for data center, 3000 series is for small medium enterprise business, and Palo Alto 800, 400, 220 series is for small businesses. Okay, this is how they categorize it. Okay, so now let's talk about the architecture part. Let me take the example of Palo Alto 220. Click on View Hardware Architecture. And click on Hardware Architecture. Now you have all the firewalls here, but we want to see hardware architecture for Palo Alto 220. Click here. Now in this hardware architecture, you can download the data sheet if you want. This is the download data sheet option. In data sheet, you will get complete information about this firewall. Now let me talk about this box, Palo Alto 220 series. So this is your firewall box. Okay. Now in this box, you have two planes, data plane, management plane, and control plane. Okay. There are three planes available. Okay. Now data plane has some ports. So these are some ports, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There are 6 ports in this firewall. Getting my point?
Yeah.
Port, access ports. Okay. 6 ports
Okay.
are there. And these all 6 ports connected with the data plane. Okay.
Okay.
Now this is your data plane. If I move to okay. Now whatever the device it is, let's say that's a router. Okay. The router. In every device, even router, switch, firewall, any device, we have three type of traffic. Okay. First is
Okay.
management plane traffic. So in this device, you have one interface called MGMT, right? Now this interface is connected with one computer. Okay. Now, inside this box, we have something called CPU, correct? CPU, RAM, storage, or flash memory, whatever it is, correct?
Yeah.
Every device have these all things. So CPU is your control plane, TROL, control plane. Okay. Now this device is connected with management port to this computer. Okay. And so there are three type of traffic available. One is from your computer to management. That is called management plane traffic. So whatever the configuration you are sending from your computer to the device, that is called management plane traffic. First point. This is first type of traffic which flows into your device. Second type of traffic, we call it control plane traffic. What is control plane traffic? Control plane traffic is the traffic, like for example, if this is a switch, you have MAC address table, okay, NAT table. It your control plane has routing table. So all of these table maintained by your control plane. Getting my point? One is
Yeah.
management plane traffic. This is control plane traffic. So let's say you made some routing changes. Okay. So we are going to keep those changes to this device, this control plane. Okay. So when the traffic going from management to control plane, this traffic is called control plane traffic. This type of traffic is called control plane traffic when traffic moving from management to control plane. Now control plane has a permanent memory or the startup configuration, running configuration saved. Okay. It means here you have the motherboard of the device. Clear? Now there is one more type of traffic in a device. We call it data traffic. Let's say there are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ports. Now one computer connected here and this port one server is connected here. right? Server is connected here. Now what happened? If this computer wants to send some data to this server is connected through internet. Let's suppose this port is connected with the internet and this server is present on the internet. Now this computer A wants to communicate with this server. Now this computer will send the data to the data plane, and the data plane will take the decision from control plane. Data plane will ask control plane like where to route this packet, where we have to route this packet. This packet wants to go to this server. Let's say 8.8 is the server IP, right? So your control plane has a routing table and NAT table. Your control plane is the brain of your device. It contains routing table, NAT table, MAC address table, and all other tables. Okay. So when user A send any kind of data, it will go to control plane and control plane will give the decision. You have to forward this packet from port number 6. This is what the decision given by the control plane to the data plane. Now data plane going to forward this packet to through port number 6, and then it goes out, it reaches to the server, and same goes when the return traffic comes to port 6. Port 6 will take decision from control plane, and control plane will say please take this data out from port number 1. Again it will go here, and this is how the user A receive the data. So inside the device, data plane taking all the decision from control planes. Okay, this also takes some time. This process also takes some time, right? Now, is it good if we make a copy of this NAT table and routing table to this data plane? If it is there, then data plane has no data plane don't have to go again and again to the control plane and ask where to send this data and all, right? If the data plane contains the routing table and NAT table, it will simply look at the data table, routing table, and it simply forward it. So the data plane don't have to go again and again to the control plane, right?
Yeah.
So in this firewall, what we are doing is we have management plane. This is your control plane where you have CPU, okay? Where you have CPU, RAM, storage. This is a control plane. So on storage, you are going to keep all the routing table, NAT table, and everything. Do you see any storage here in data plane? It is not there. So this is your data plane. The data plane only works for sending and receiving the traffic. That's the only task done by data plane. Okay. And now you can see that there is one management interface which is connected with control plane, or I would say management plane, whatever you understand. Okay, this is HA interface on your device. So if you look at your firewall, you have one console port. This is your management port. Okay. Let me maximize it. So you have console port. Okay, the image is not clear. Okay. So this is the scenario. So now what we are doing is to get a good through output from your firewall. They have given dedicated CPU to the data plane so that your data plane will work faster. Okay, and RAM also, specific RAM, dedicated RAM for data plane. And in control plane, you have CPU, RAM, and storage. Okay, why we have these two things, these two CPU or separate RAM for data plane, so that my firewall will process the data faster. Okay, now if we do this thing, right, if we split this by providing it a separate CPU or RAM, there is one more benefit. Let's say your CPU, your control plane is in hung state, right? Your CPU, sorry, your control plane is in hung state. Now what happen in that case? You don't have to restart your data plane. It means it will keep on sending and receiving the data. It will keep on sending and receiving the data, and you just only have to restart your control plane by putting one single command. This is how you can recover your device if your device is in hung state. It will not interrupt your production. Getting my point? Any question in this?
Yeah, got it. So this architecture will be different from each firewall, correct?
Yes.
Your models.
Yes. If you see 7000 series, see.
Okay, okay. So the feature has been added, so it's architecture
Yes.
diagram also.
Yes, they have increased number of CPU, number of RAMs given to each
Okay.
and every, for rule processing. You can see that security processing, for URL filtering, app ID decoding, SSL decompression. They have separate CPU and separate RAM so that they can increase the speed, because this is 7000 series firewall. It has output in TVs, right? Let me show you. The capacity of this firewall is higher. We place this firewall in data center. You can see that this is the through output. Firewall through output is 572 to 635 GB per second. If you go to this model 7080, 7050, this is the highest speed. And this is the maximum TCP session limit, 416 million. And if I look at my Palo Alto 220 series, the number is less. Firewall through output, it is in Mbps. Maximum session 64,000. New session per second 4200. Getting my point?
Yeah, yeah.
This is the difference.
What is the major difference between compare than Cisco or Juniper or other checkpoint? What is the major difference between Palo Alto and these firewalls, and why it's called the next generation firewall?
Okay. It is called next generation firewall because this firewall performing inspection till layer 7. First point. Right?
Okay.
Next point is this firewall performs inspection on the basis of application ID and user ID. This makes
Okay.
this is the main difference, I would say, between Cisco firewalls and checkpoint firewall. But nowadays Cisco also updated themselves. They also have this app ID and user ID feature.
Okay.
Okay. But in market, uh, this Palo Alto introduced these two features. So these two features introduced by Palo Alto, or I would say founded by Palo Alto. Nowadays, everyone implemented the same feature on their platform.
Their own brand. Okay.
Yes, their own brand. Even the checkpoint has this feature nowadays. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. So, in this industry, everyone making a copy. Let's say checkpoint introduced stateful inspection feature. So now your Palo Alto is also a stateful firewall. Your Cisco ASA is also stateful. So it is like that. So now every
What?
every firewall is a stateful firewall. Yeah.
Okay. What do you mean? What is called the stateful inspections?
A stateful inspection is same like stateful firewall.
Like just to forwarding and. Okay.
Uh,
Okay.
yeah, no, it maintains a state,
Okay. Okay.
not forwarding. It maintains a state.
Okay.
Okay. So this is the hardware difference, okay, between different firewalls. Now let me move back to the notes. Okay. Now, so here you have one picture. In this picture, you can see that this is the example of traditional firewall, and this is the example of Palo Alto Next-Generation Firewall. Okay. Now, if you know that, let's say you have an application. Let's say you have one application called BitTorrent. Okay. Now, on what ports your BitTorrent works? First question. BitTorrent works on which ports? It works on TCP 6881, right?
6889.
Yeah. So we need to open these these all ports to enable communication for BitTorrent, correct?
Yeah.
Same goes for Skype. Even all the applications. Okay. These all applications use some kind of ports. Skype uses 443 and 50,000, 60,000. That's a range, 50,000 to 60,000 UDP, and these all ports. Okay. Now, if you want to enable Skype in your internal network, you have to create one security policy and you have to enable these all ports. Then only you would be able to communicate with the Skype. Now, the problem is 443 is also there, right? 443 is general port. That's the general port, right? This is used by multiple applications, uh, but let me take one scenario. Okay, let's say in this example, traditional firewall example, uh, yeah, traditional firewall example, you can see that uh, let's say there is some application which is using port 53, and port 53 is already open in my firewall, right? And let's take example, let's say BitTorrent also use port 53, right?
Yeah, correct.
So what happen in that case, if you are using your old firewall, it will also allow BitTorrent, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Now in next generation firewall, if you have allowed port 53, it will deny BitTorrent. Let me tell you why. Okay. Now the reason is, let's say this is data, BitTorrent data. Okay. BitTorrent data, source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port. Okay. Now, if you use next generation firewall, Palo Alto next generation firewall, it will look at the port number, correct? Yes, port number 53,
Yeah.
that is fine. But your Palo Alto firewall also look at the data packet. What type of data going outside? So if it is BitTorrent data, it will simply drop this packet. But in old traditional firewall, it only look at the port number. If it is for port number 53, just pass the traffic. Simple. It will not look at this side of the packet. If port number 53 is matching, then pass the traffic. But your Palo Alto firewall look at the data inside the data packet, what type of data you are sending. So if it is a BitTorrent data, it will drop it. Getting my point?
Yeah.
Visibility, you can see that BitTorrent detected and blocked. DNS is allowed on my firewall, but if you are sending BitTorrent data, we will block it. In your traditional
Okay.
firewall, your port for 53 is allowed. It means everything, every application which is using port 53 is allowed.
Okay. So BitTorrent, we have separate ID, correct? That application ID based we block, correct?
Yes, yes. Yeah. We have to configure app ID feature. Okay, for this.
Okay. App ID means it is random number or any other predefined number in Palo Alto?
Number, did not understand your question.
I mean, you told like the Palo Alto firewall, we have the feature like app ID. So the app ID based, we can configure the BitTorrent, we can block the traffic, correct?
Yes.
So is there is any standard format we have like BitTorrent? Because if suppose FTP means 2120 and DNS means 53, like if suppose BitTorrent means you told like some different open some resort port for BitTorrent like say 443 and 50,000 to 60,000 and 3,000 to 3,500 like that. If suppose the application ID means is there is any standard format we have, and is there is any sequence number we have. This is the BitTorrent. This is the application ID number. So BitTorrent, we this application number is we can block like that.
See, on this firewall, in this Palo Alto firewall, so you want me to block BitTorrent, correct?
Yeah, correct.
Palo Alto. Okay.
Yeah,
So
correct.
there are two ways. Either you block the ports that is used by BitTorrent. Okay, this
Okay.
is one way. Another
Okay.
way is, but it might be possible there are some application in your environment which is also using BitTorrent port, right? In that case,
Yeah.
what you will do is you will create one application filter, application based filter, and you are going to
Okay.
call that BitTorrent application on that application filter. Let me show
Okay.
you on firewall. But because in practical you will understand it in
Okay.
better way. So what is the IP for this firewall? Okay. I think 1111, right? Okay, let me restart this. It is not moving any pointer. See, when you create a security policy, it also has one option where you can call the application name. right?
Yeah.
You have one option. Let me show you. I'm restarting this firewall. So I forgot the IP address of this firewall. That is why we need to restart this. I'll show you that option.
Okay.
Meanwhile, let us move to the architecture part. Okay. Now, your Palo Alto has SP3 architecture, right? Your firewall. So every firewall has a different architecture. In your checkpoint, you have 3-tier architecture. Okay. In Palo Alto, you have SP3 architecture. Now, Palo Alto network next generation firewall are based on unique single pass parallel processing architecture. In short, we call it SP3. This is single pass parallel processing. Okay. What do you mean by single pass and parallel processing? For example, let's say this is my firewall box. Now we are running one feature called URL filtering. There is another feature, let's say app ID. Another feature, let's say security policy. There are 3 features. Okay, means 3 things configured in this firewall. User A, internet. When user A sends any data packet, let's say this is the data packet sending by user A sending it towards the internet. When it hit to the firewall, this interface, the firewall will take. So this is the scenario for Palo Alto. Let me go here. Let me create one more diagram. Let's say this is a firewall box, URL filtering. Okay. Security policy, app ID. This is your firewall box, computer A. Now, when computer is sending any data traffic, this is the data packet. Okay. When it goes here, let's say it takes 1 second for every inspection. 1 second for URL filtering, 1 second for security rule checking. 1 second it will take for application ID feature, right? So total it would be 3 seconds. So this firewall taking 3 seconds of time for processing a data, correct? Then it goes out, correct?
Yeah.
So this is normal architecture. It is taking 3 seconds. Okay. This is normal architecture. Now, this is single pass parallel processing architecture. SP3 used by your Palo Alto device. Now, what happened in that case? When this packet hit this interface, if we arrange URL filtering, app ID feature, security policy in parallelly, it will take only 1 second to process the data. Getting my point?
Yeah.
Before it was taking 3 seconds, but now it is taking 1 second. Because we have arranged all these features parallelly. But previously it was going to URL filtering, then it will move to security policy, then it will move to app ID. Right?
Yeah.
So in Palo Alto firewall, we have single pass. Single pass means we are forwarding packet only one time. Single pass. Let me show you in SP3 architecture. Every single layer of protection, antivirus, anti-spyware, data filtering, vulnerability protection, utilize the same stream based on signature format. This allows span to buffer, inspect a packet at the same time. It can do all three parallel to each other with a single pass architecture. Okay. Now, making arrangement like this will increase the performance of your device. It has low latency, high throughput you will get, and network security. Now, Palo Alto Networks solves the performance problem that plague today security infrastructures with the SP3 architecture, who combines two complementary components. One is single pass software, next one is parallel processing hardware. So bro, this is your homework for today. Please read this out theoretical part.
Sure.
Okay, because architecture is very important for this firewall. Definitely
Okay.
you will get one interview question related to architecture.
Okay.
Now in this picture, let me show you how does it work. So this picture has two parts. Okay. Now this part is showing you software side. Internally on software side, we are passing a packet only once in a time, right? Let's say we are sending a traffic only once. So that is why we call it single pass. It is passing the traffic only once. Now, parallelly, you have policy engine, networking or routing or NAT table or whatever it is, which comes under this networking, and app ID, user ID, content ID. So this is how your firewall processing the data. Now, if I go inside the firewall, if I look at the hardware structure, this is the hardware structure. It is showing that this is the control plane. Under the control plane, you have management plane, and your management plane is connected with data plane, and your data plane has a networking, security, and content ID filter. So when this, let's say this is the interface connected to this data plane, there is another interface connected to this data plane. This interface connected with the internet. This interface connected with the computer A. Now, for example, we are sending data from this computer A. It goes here. It will check the networking, security policy, content ID, and it will go out. So basically, internally, we are processing the data parallelly. Okay. If you read this theoretical part, you will understand it in more better way.
Okay, bro. I will read
Okay.
that one.
Yes.
Okay.
This is important, and you will definitely get one question related to SP3 architecture. Definitely, they
Okay,
will
bro.
ask you. Means how does it working?
Because PaloAlto related interview means they will ask this question.
Yes, definitely. They will ask you what is SP3, so you have to explain it in your own words.
Okay, okay,
Okay. So it is
okay.
passing the packet one time, but internally it is processing multiple times the same packet. But uh, so just read this out. It will make you more understand about this
Okay, sure,
SP3
bro. I will read
architecture.
it today,
Yeah,
and if suppose any doubt means tomorrow I will ask.
sure, definitely. Let me see if my firewall is up. So you can see that management CPU is here and data plane CPU is here, right? So if you want to restart only management CPU, you can restart it separately. It will not impact your data plane CPU. Data plane will, when you are rebooting your management plane CPU, data plane will not be impacted. It will keep on sending and receiving the traffic while you are doing any activity on management plane CPU. That is why we have two CPU here, because we have two separate CPU for each plane. Getting my point?
Yeah, yeah.
Now, if I talk about application ID, go to the security policy, click on add. Now, when you go to this application tab, you can call the application name. Let's say Skype. Skype. Go to the action and deny this or drop this. So you just have to call the application name and choose action. Action is a deny and hit OK. It will create one policy. Skype deny source any. Let me take it any as of now. So this is the policy name, Skype deny. It says source zone any, source address any, source user any, destination zone any, destination address any. If the application is Skype, please deny this. This is how you can deny. There is one option. If you want to add port numbers, go to the services and add port numbers that you want to block.
In PaloAlto firewalls, security policies, how they check the rules? Top to bottom up approach or any specific approach?
Yeah, there is one specific approach. We'll talk about packet flow. Sorry. Yeah, packet flow of this firewall later, maybe after
Okay,
2-3 days. Okay,
okay,
I'll describe you how your Palo Alto firewall processing the packet.
okay.
So in SP3 architecture, this is the packet flow of your firewall. We'll talk about this packet flow in detail.
Okay, bro.
This is the
Then today
detailed
I will
diagram.
check it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I will check it today and tomorrow I will come.
Sure.
If I need doubt, first of all, I will understand that
Sure.
SP3 architecture.
Yeah. So today your homework is only to read about SP3 architecture.
Sure,
That's the
bro, I will do
only
it.
homework you have to do. Okay.
Sure, bro, I will do it.
And tomorrow we'll start with the next topic,
Okay, bro, fine.
right?
Okay, bro.
Okay then. Thank you.
And please paste it that recorder session in our folder path.
Okay. Today we are going to talk about few more features of your Palo Alto firewall. Apart from this, we'll also cover interface configuration, right? And different type of interface settings available in Palo Alto. Okay.
Okay.
Now let me go to device first. So we already covered this, right? How to configure
Yeah,
host name,
interface. Yeah,
domain
management
name.
interface.
Yeah. Now you have few more tabs here. Okay. Now go to the operation. We'll talk about this tab later on. How to
Okay.
this tab we basically use to export the configuration of this firewall, right?
Okay.
There are so many things like import, revert. Suppose you want to roll back your last configuration, can roll back from here. Okay.
Okay.
Now
Okay.
let's talk about services. Go to settings. Now under services, basically we can configure this DNS setting, right?
Yeah.
Let me take this one, right? And also if you have any NTP server in your environment, network environment, I believe you know what is NTP.
Yeah, network timestamp protocol, correct?
Yes, correct. So
It system time and
hmm,
firewall time
yes,
need to synchronize. If
match,
suppose mismatch means the
correct.
problem will occur.
Yes, your firewall will not be able to synchronize with the other devices, right?
Okay. Okay.
Now, there are two things we can configure on this service tab. First point is we can configure DNS setting, and the second one is we can configure NTP setting. Okay.
Okay.
Now, this is for proxy server settings. If you wanna put anything, you can put the detail. Otherwise, leave it as it
If
is. Yeah.
if suppose if you are configuring Cisco firewall and Palo Alto firewall means that session that proxy is using, correct?
Mm, if
Different type of firewall. One is CSA, another one is Palo Alto means if you are configuring means how to do that.
no,
Proxy, throw that proxy ID option where we can do it.
so you are saying that one is ASA firewall and the second one is Palo Alto.
Yeah, correct.
For this communication, we need to configure proxy.
Okay.
You
So
want
that
to say that?
options show na that option only we show below that proxy server.
Yeah.
Here only need to configure, correct?
Yes, but this proxy server has a different meaning. See,
Okay. Okay.
let me tell you, whenever you want to see such kind of option, let's say we don't know what is proxy server. So here you have one question mark.
Yeah.
Just click on it
Okay.
and it will open a new tab.
Okay.
Now, now this is the complete guide, right?
Yeah.
But it is not opening that proxy setting. Response page. Okay, most of the time it works. Okay. So if I talk about this proxy setting, let me give you one scenario. Do you know what is proxy device and how does it work and why we use it in network environment?
Proxy server is actually to prevent the internet directly use. Through the proxy options, we can filter the traffic. So what are the source to destination IPs? All the IPs send and receive through send the communication through the proxy common IP via. We can find out, and also we can filter the traffic in proxy server.
Yeah. So we mostly use proxy device for web traffic, right?
Yeah, correct.
Website traffic. So let's say we are putting some proxy settings, right? So what will happen is when this firewall receive traffic, a web traffic, right, it will route some traffic to the proxy device, right? So here, uh, still I am not sure why this proxy setting is there. I need to check this, but as I understand that, let's say this is your firewall, Palo Alto firewall, okay, and this is a proxy device, and you configure this proxy server, right? Because we generally don't connect proxy server with the firewall, okay, but let's say there are some external website. Let's say your proxy server has such some kind of database, website database, right? Let's say it already has google.com database or any other website database. So in that case, what your firewall will do, firewall will uh, pick up the database, let's say pick up the website from this proxy server. This is my understanding. Proxy, let's say there is one website, xyz.com. Now your proxy server already has all complete website web pages on this database, on his database, right? Now your firewall, what this firewall will do, instead of going outside to the internet, it will communicate with the proxy device and it will take this XYZ website from here and it will send it to user. This is my understanding, and I'll also check this why we have this proxy. This is one way, or there is another way as well. Proxy. Okay, I'll check this. I'll check this. Settings and follow. Okay. Configure DNS proxy rule hub plot tab. The Palo Alto Network firewall can forward selective domains, right? That's what I am telling you. Let's say XYZ is a selective domain. So we'll get that xyz.com data from this proxy server. Getting my point, domains to
Yeah.
DNS server different from the configured primary and secondary. The example shows a DNS proxy rule where this website is forwarded to DNS server at this and this. So let me share this article with you. If you want, you
Okay.
can read this.
Sure.
Okay, now we know how to configure DNS server and all. Yeah. Yes, tell me.
Interface part.
Yeah, interface we already covered, right?
Yeah. Interface layer 1, layer 2. Sorry, layer 2, layer 3, that it doesn't cover.
Yeah,
Which
we'll
one?
talk about it. We'll talk about it now.
Okay.
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 Now,
Okay.
how to go to interface tab? Go to network tab. On the left hand side, you have interface. Under the interface, you can see that Ethernet, which is directly means which are the physical ports on this firewall. VLAN interface, you can create VLAN on this firewall. Okay, let's say VLAN 100. Okay, and then you need to configure so many things. We'll talk about them later. Okay,
Okay.
loopback is a type of interface, and this is tunnel interface for side-to-side VPN.
Okay, like
Okay.
GPVPN.
Yes.
Okay.
So let's talk about Ethernet. Okay. Now under the Ethernet, you have 9 ports on this firewall, right? You can see here 1/9. Also, you can go to dashboard and click on widget and click on interface. Now here you can see the uh, present status of your interface. As of now, all are grayed out. It means they all are uh, not up or nothing they are doing, right? Now go to the network and click on E1/1. Okay, so this is your interface configuration. Now in interface configuration, the first option is comment. You can put comment. Let's say this interface is connected with internet, right?
Yeah.
Now interface type. So there are 5 type of interface available in Palo Alto, right?
Okay.
5 types. Now when you click on this drop down, you can see a tap mode, HA, virtual wire, layer 2, layer 3. Clear?
Yeah.
Now let me talk about one by one. First one is tap. Okay. Tap is very similar to your span interface, if you know that. Let's say we want to mirror the port, right? For example, so tap interface we configured for testing purpose. Interface 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's say this computer A connected with interface 1 and interface number 4 connected with internet. Right? Now,
Yeah.
you want to monitor the traffic between computer A and ISP or any server, right? Now, in that case, what you will do is, let's say we are going to connect one computer here. We are performing some test. Now, I want to mirror all the data which is flowing through internet interface 1. I want one copy of that data on interface 2, right? So what we'll do is we'll configure it as a tap mode. Okay. Tap
Okay.
is exactly what exactly it is doing. It is mirroring the data which is passing through this interface. It is sending a copy of the data to the interface 2. In that case, we will configure it as a tap interface. Now we can open Wireshark in this computer and we can capture the communication from computer A to ISP.
Okay.
To get more understanding on this, you can take help from here. You can use tap interface to monitor traffic on a port. To configure tab interface, click on the name of the, okay, simple. So here it is. Okay, click on it. Connected with the internet. Interface type is tab. Okay, and then you need to choose security zone. Okay, so this firewall is a zone-based firewall. First thing, correct?
Yeah.
Do you know what is zones?
Yeah. To segregate the network based on inside and outside are DMZs
Hmm.
to prevent unauthorized user access. Uh,
Okay.
I have one doubt. In ASA, we
Hmm.
set the perimeter like outside firewall security level is 100. Inside, sorry, 0.
Hmm.
Inside a security zone, security level is 100. DMC 50 like that we given now.
Hmm.
In Palo Alto, is there is any option we have?
No.
Okay.
PaloAlto is a zone-based firewall. Cisco
Okay.
ASA is a security. What is security level based? It takes decision on basis of security level,
Yeah, correct.
right? And PaloAlto takes decision on the basis of zones.
Okay. In the zones inside and outside,
Yes.
we
Yes.
don't need to give the security level of 100.
Yes.
Outside means 0. That no need to give. Correct.
Yes. There is no concept of security level in PaloAlto.
Okay.
Simple. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's say this firewall has 6 ports. Okay. Now let's say I want to put these 2 ports inside.
Okay.
These 2 ports I am putting in DMZ. These
Okay.
two are connected with ISP.
I
Getting my point? That is
Yeah.
why we are creating zones. We may have more than 2 interface in that. Okay. Now, so whenever when we talk about packet flow, right? At that time, I'll show you where it is checking that. Give me a minute. I'm getting one call. Okay, sorry, bro. Uh, so this is your tap interface, right?
Yeah.
Now, zone-based firewall. This is zone-based firewall. So for each and every interface, we need to define zone, not security level. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
Oh, so what is the purpose, main purpose of tap? Tap is how it's work.
yeah, it is. See, let's say we have configured ETH1/1 as a tap, right? Now we
Oh,
are
yeah.
going to define zone. Let's say inside zone. Okay.
Okay.
Now on this ETH1/1, we are going to connect one computer and we will open Wireshark and we will start capturing our Ethernet interface on the desktop. Your let me show you the diagram. Let's say this is ETH1/1, and here you have computer with the Wireshark, and this is your LAN adapter, right? So now this is 1/2 and this is 1/9. 1/9 is connected with the internet and there is one server, Google server, okay, 8.8.8.8. Now this computer A, whatever the traffic computer A is sending to this server, right, through this firewall will make a copy of it and send it to this interface so that you can capture the traffic. So that's a mirror interface, I would say, right? We are mirroring the data, right? Whatever the sending, receiving, uh, done by this interface, it will send a copy of that interface to this interface. We use it
Okay.
for monitoring purpose,
Okay. Okay. Just
right?
to monitoring.
Yeah,
Okay.
just to monitor. So we rarely configure this interface type, but you must know we have this option as well, right?
Okay.
Now this is tap interface. Okay. Configuration is very simple. Simply you have to select tap and then
Okay.
you have to give it a zone. Okay.
Okay.
Now let us move to zone part. On left hand side you can see zones, right? Now
Yeah.
under the zone, let's say I want to create one zone. Okay. How we can do that? Click on add. Now give it a name. Let's say inside zone. Okay. Do you want to log the traffic or log the hit counts or whatever the activity happening inside? You can map one syslog server here
Okay.
if you want, right? Now log setting none. Type is you want to
Tap.
select it as a tab, layer 2, layer 3, all 5 options available. HA is not
Yeah.
there, only 4 options are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, 5 options there. So let me select it as a tab. Let me create one more interface outside. This is my layer 3 interface. Hit OK. So as of now, we have 2 zones configured on this firewall. Now go back
Outside and
to,
inside.
yeah, go back to interface. Now I'm going to make ETH1/1 as a outside interface, ETH1/2 as a tab interface. I'm going to configure it.
Okay.
Right? So now go to ETH1/1, connect it to internet,
Okay.
select it as a layer 3. Now when you
Okay.
choose layer 3, you will get different options. First option is
Okay.
virtual router and second option is security zone. right? And you can see you can configure IPv4 address, IPv6 address, and there are some advanced settings as well. Okay, now virtual router, we'll talk about it later on. As of now, I'm choosing it as a default. Okay.
Default means default routing, correct?
No, 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 no.
Okay.
By default, in this firewall, we have one default virtual router,
Okay. Okay.
right? We will create more virtual router later on, not right now. We'll talk about it. What is virtual router, right? I'll explain you later. Now, this interface belongs to outside interface, correct? You can see that we are
Okay.
getting only one option outside. Why we are
Yeah.
not getting inside? Because inside interface, inside zone is only accept tab type of ports, right?
Okay.
That's
Because
why
this
we
is
are,
layer 3.
yes, because this is layer 3, so we only have one layer 3 zone. That is why it is showing only one. Yeah.
Okay.
Now, in this Palo Alto firewall, you can see that if you want to create new virtual router, you have this shortcut option. Okay.
Okay.
You want to create zone, click on zone, you will get this window. Now you can create the zone. Simple,
Okay.
right? Now I did this
For that
and
option, that option, so whenever we used like sub interface scenario we are using.
just ask your question again.
Actually, you told now if you want to create a virtual router means we can select virtual router.
Hmm.
Sorry, virtual router drop down default. Under the default option, we can create a new virtual router. So that type of scenario, whenever we create that sub interface, like a Ethernet channel
Hmm.
1/1.1.
Hmm.
The type of scenario it's using.
No, just as of now, just forgot about virtual router. Don't get confused.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
just
Okay.
forgot about the virtual router. Actually, you are mixing up two different things. Sub interface is a different part, and virtual router is a
Okay.
different part. Okay,
Okay. Okay.
virtual
Okay.
router we use to split routing table.
Okay. Okay. Not interface.
Yes, not
Okay.
interface. Let's say, let's say routing table on interface one and these two interfaces. You want to put in virtual router one. Now these two interface belongs to virtual router two, and other interface are belongs to virtual router. Let's say you have created three virtual routers, right? By
Mhm.
default, these all ports are in single virtual router, which is default.
Mhm.
It means if you run the command show routing route on CLI, you will see the complete routing table on this firewall, right?
Okay.
But if you split it through virtual router, you need to provide a virtual router information as well. Show routing route virtual router one. So you will only get these two interface routing table. Virtual router will split your routing table. Simple.
Okay.
Getting my point?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. So as by default, we have this default virtual router in this firewall. When you click on this option, you can see that we only have one default virtual router available, right?
Okay. Okay.
That's why I'm choosing as of now default. Now, now we want to give one IP address to this. I configured this IP address, click OK. Now you can see that ETH1/1 is the layer 3 interface, and this is the IP address of this interface. Link state is down as of now because we need to commit the changes. Security zone is this. This is the comment. Now click on commit and save the changes so that my interface will start working.
Yeah, it came up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now how to
This is
configure tab interface? Click on E1/2,
need
select
to select
tab
tab,
and select the zone.
zone, interface, inside. Okay.
Click OK. That's it. Now when you connect any machine or computer on this interface, it will come into the green state. Let me click on commit. It will show you red.
It shows red mark.
Okay, now you can see that this is red because as of now, no computer connected on this interface, right? It will turn into green when you connect any host machine, right?
Yeah, and also it shows like red mark
Yes,
in interface status.
yes. Now let me go back to the zones inside. Let me, okay. Now we know how to configure layer 3 and tab, right?
Yeah.
Now the next interface is layer 3 interface, you know, that is all in one interface, right?
That routing part, all the things it's
Yeah,
learning and forwarding.
it will do everything. To configure layer 3 interface, click on the name, okay?
Okay.
You can read it if you want, otherwise. That's the most common interface, layer 3. Okay, now if you choose layer 3, the interface will automatically remove. You can also add interface from here. Let's say I want to add my outside interface. So we are not getting that option because as of now, my ETH1/1 is a part of outside zone. See, you don't have option in inside. Correct? So
Yeah.
only one interface can connect with one zone. When you go to outside, you can see that ETH1/1 is the part of outside zone. You cannot make it a part of inside as well.
Yeah,
That is
that one
that
interface,
is why
one
we
zone.
call that is why we call it zone based firewall.
Okay, okay.
Let's talk about next type of interface. Go back to interfaces. Click on it. Now virtual wire. When you click on virtual wire, the option gets changed and it says virtual wire and security zone. On the left hand side, you have one option called virtual wire. Right?
Yeah.
Now, what is virtual wire interface? let's say you are putting this firewall in LAN and LAN network, right? Let's say this is LAN number 2. This is another switch, LAN 1. Okay. Now
Okay.
we have we configured this firewall into the LAN. Sorry, we are putting this firewall in a LAN environment, not in a WAN. This is not connected with the internet. So we are going to configure this interface and this interface as a vWire interface. Simple. It will act as a layer 2 interface, in other words. In short, we call it bump on the wire. Just a bump on the wire. Okay. So when user A in LAN 1 will communicate with user B on LAN 2, they will not be able to find the firewall. It will not decrease the TTL value. First thing. Okay, it will not decrease the TTL value. It will simply pass the traffic silently. And when you run trace route, your firewall will simply pass the traffic. It looks like LAN 1 switch and this switch is directly connected. If you run trace route on this computer, you won't be able to understand that there is one firewall placed in between these two LANs. So this firewall works silently. In virtual wire deployment, you install a firewall transparently, or I can say your firewall is in transparent mode on a network segment by binding two firewall ports interfaces together. The virtual wire logically connects to the two interface, hence the virtual wire is internal to the firewall, right? Use a virtual wire deployment only when you want seamless integrate firewall onto topology and two connected interface on the firewall need not to do any switching, any routing. We don't want to perform any switching or any routing. For these two interfaces, the firewall is considered as a bump in the wire. Getting my point? Clear?
Yeah.
Now, in virtual wire interface, you can only configure when you click on virtual wire, you can add maximum two interface, not more than that. Click on add.
Okay.
Now, let's say this is my vWire underscore 1. Now we can add maximum two interface, not more than that. Let's say as of now we don't have any vWire interfaces. So let me configure it as a vWire. vWire. Okay. Then on vWire score security zone is none. Let me make two more security zone, trust and untrust. Trust. Okay. Another vWire interface. I'm also putting it in the same profile and trust. Now we have two vWire interface, and when you go to virtual wire, click on this, and now you can see that we have two ports. Tag allowed means tag is VLAN number if you want to allow any VLAN. See, you can also type range. Let's say from 0 to 4094. I want to allow all the VLAN traffic on through this firewall. This is the concept of your virtual wire. Now you have one virtual wires. Under this virtual wire, you have 1/2, 1/3. These are the tags is allowed. Link state fast. Correct. Clear? Any question in this?
No. So we just create two virtual wire through the
Yes.
tab interface, correct?
No tab, not tab interface. Now my interface is in virtual wire mode.
Yeah. Okay. Virtual wire is separate concept. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, separate interface. Yeah.
Yeah. This is the scenario.
Okay.
Now the confusion is, what is the difference between virtual wire and layer 2? In
Yeah, virtual wire.
in virtual wire, you can add maximum 2 interfaces.
Okay.
But in layer 2, you can add n number of interfaces.
Okay. Layer 2, layer 3. Okay.
Yeah. Virtual wire, also known as vWire deployment, option used for virtual wire interface. The great thing about vWire deployment is that the firewall can be inserted into existing topology without requiring any changes to the existing network topology. The vWire deployment option overcomes the limitation of tap mode deployment. As engineer, I am able to monitor the traffic traversing the link. Our virtual wire supports app ID, user ID, content ID, NAT and decryption, right? Now, if I talk about layer 2, in layer 2, you can send and receive BPDU, but in virtual wire mode, you cannot send BPDU. STP will not be there. So this is the main difference. Palo Alto Network Next-Generation Firewall deployment is layer 2 mode. In this mode, switching is performed, but in this virtual wire mode, you cannot perform switching between two or more network segments. This is the difference, bro. This is the main difference between virtual wire and layer 2. Again, when you are configuring your interface as a layer 2, that also means that you are putting your firewall between LANs, right?
Yeah.
Now, in layer 2 deployment mode, the firewall configured to perform switching between two or more network segments. Now, in this mode, the firewall interface are capable for supporting access link, trunk link, encapsulation, and do not participate in the STP. Any BPD received on the firewall interface is directly forwarded to the neighbor of layer 2 switch without being processed. Routing traffic between VLAN networks or other networks can be achieved via default gateway. Okay, simple. You can perform interval routing, but in virtual wire mode you cannot configure trust. Clear with it?
Yeah.
Next is HA. You can make any port as a HA port, high availability. We'll talk about it later on in detail when we talk about high availability. At the time we will discuss about it. HA, right?
Okay. So today we discuss about layer 2, sorry, tab, layer 2, layer 3, and virtual wire. These are the topics today we cover.
Yes.
Okay.
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 We also covered zones. We also covered
Yeah,
virtual wire
zones. Yeah,
configuration,
correct. Zones part
right?
also we covered.
Yeah.
Okay, then tomorrow we will discuss about many topics, correct?
Sure. Tomorrow we'll talk about virtual router. We also configured this gateway DNS, NTP. We also discuss about this, right?
Uh, Okay, bro. Sure. Thank you, bro.
Okay, done. So I'm
Okay,
uploading
I
this
will go
video.
through. Okay, bro. You upload the video, I will go through it and
Okay, so let's talk about virtual router first. Okay, in
okay.
theory wise, let's cover this. Virtual router is a function of the firewall that participate in layer 3 routing. Okay, the firewall uses virtual router to obtain routes to the other subnet by you manually defining static routes or through participation in one or more layer 3 routing protocol. The routes that the firewall obtains through these methods populate the RIB on the firewall. When a packet destination subnet, the virtual router obtain the okay. Instead of reading this, let me give you a quick example. Let's say this is your firewall. Now this firewall is connected with one router, another router, and there is another router, right? 10.1 subnet, 20.1, 30.1 subnet. Okay, we are running on these three routers, right? Now your firewall has by default one virtual router only, right? You will find
Yeah.
all three network information in single virtual router. Okay. Now let's say
Okay.
you want to split the routing table, right? Let's say, for example, this router is connected with the HCL office. This router connected with the IBM office. This router is connected with the Wipro office. Okay. Now,
Okay.
what we can do is we can create three virtual router for separate routing, right? Let's say I have created virtual router 1. Now, I am going to put these in the interface. Let's say Wipro, right? This interface is 0/1. So I am going to put this interface in virtual router 1. Now, this is how we are going to split the routing table. 0/2 and 0/3, right? You can create another virtual router 2 and you can put 0/2 interface in that. You can create virtual router 3 and you can put 0/3 interface, right? Now, what
Okay.
is the benefit for doing that? The benefit for doing that is, let's say in future you want to put static routes towards your HCL router only. So you can do that by going to the specific virtual router, right? Just open that virtual router 3 and put the static route, default route. The other will not be impacted, right? And if you use
Yeah.
global routing table, it will use so it is using top to down approach, right? So what happen is first it will check this routing table, and it will go via this, right? So this kind of situation we will not face if we separate the routing tables, right?
Okay.
So
Yeah.
mostly we use virtual routers for splitting the routing table, right? We are splitting the routing
Okay.
table as per the clients. Okay. Now by default we have only one virtual router available. So under virtual router you can put interfaces, sub interfaces, even you can create separate tunnels, right? So this is the concept of virtual router in short. Okay. Now this is the theoretical part. Let me grab some important points from it. Creating a virtual router is not a big task. Configuration wise, it is very simple. These are the AD value mentioned here. Okay.
Okay. What is the administrative distance value? All the things it
Yes,
shows.
yes.
Okay.
AD value, yes.
Okay.
For AD, for static route, by default, we have AD value 10. Okay. For OSPF,
Okay.
internal type of networks or subnets. We have 30 for OSPF,
Yeah.
external 110. Same like your routing, right? For IBGP 200, EBGP 20, and for RIP 120. We don't have EIGRP concept here.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now let's talk about the service routes as well. Okay, I forgot this concept. The firewall uses management interface by default to access external services such as DNS server, uh, external authentication server, Palo Alto network services uses such as software URL update, licensing, and autofocus. And alternative to using the management interface is to configure the metaphor to access the path from the interface to the service of the server known as service route. Okay,
Okay.
let me log in the firewall, then I'll show you this option. I'm initializing. I don't know what is happening today. It is running very slow. My laptop not responding. Okay. So this is the command to restart your machine. Request restart system through CLI.
Okay, because
Request
okay.
system. Request restart system. Okay, so uh, let's restart this. Uh, you were asking me that day to check how to check connections, right? So the command is test routing web lookup, test routing web hyphen lookup, and then you can define source IP and destination IP. This is the command test routing fib hyphen lookup virtual router, then give the virtual router name. You can see by default here you have default router, right? Default virtual router. Run this, and after that give a IP. Let's say this is the source IP of the user that initiating the connection.
Okay. I'm not asking this one,
Uh-huh.
bro. I'm asking
Hmm.
if suppose on source to on destination, the traffic is trying to reach the destination.
Hmm.
So unfortunately, the destination not able to reach by the
Hmm.
source. So that scenario in command line prompt, how to check that part. Normally, if your guide part means we can put it on, go to the network monitor part, source zone, destination zone, source IP address, destination IP address, what is the port. We can filter out, we can easily check, correct?
Hmm.
Because whether the traffic is allowed or not, we can check it. In command prompt, how to check that same part?
Okay, give
I
me.
mean, say like,
Yes, yes, yes. Give me a second. I
sure.
remember that command. Yeah, for that the command is show session all filter source.
Show version all filter.
No,
Okay.
no, no, no. So show
Show session.
session or filter, and then source IP you can define, and you can also define how to filter active session in CLI. Show session all filter. Now after that you have, after this filter you can filter application wise as well. Let's say you want to filter traffic, so you can also
So I
define
prefer.
application, yes. And let's say you want to define IP address, right? So in that case you need to put, let me move back to CLI. Show session or filter. After that you have to apply the filter, put question mark. Now you can filter application wise, right? From you can see zone, right? From zone to two zone, from which zone to which zone you want to filter the traffic, you can also do that. From interface to interface, you can do that. Okay. Now you will get the source option as well. Mostly we use source IP space. Let's say source IP is show session or filter source IP. Let's say source IP is this space question mark. If it is not because this IP is not live, I think. It's why it is not giving me other options, right? After that, you can also define destination IP, or you can also
Okay.
put destination IP here. See, yeah. Okay, this is the command. Source. So this is how you can filter the session. It, as of now, there is no active session found.
No active session. Okay. Okay.
Okay, you can take this article if you want. Now the next step is how to clear session. So we mostly clear the session when let's say there is one VPN tunnel is going on and user is saying that my VPN tunnel is up. Yeah, my VPN tunnel is up, but I'm not able to send and receive any data traffic. And on firewall, you are seeing that the traffic is allowed on monitor tab. So in that case, yes, show session all is the command to see all the live sessions going on with this firewall.
Through the firewall.
Yeah. Okay. Now, once you when you put this command, let's say you have put this command, now you got this output. This is the output, right? Now
Yeah. Yeah.
this output showing you the source IP from here. This sorry, let's say this is the source IP and this is the destination IP, right?
Yeah.
So corp trust to corp and trust. This is the source zone. This is the destination zone. Okay. Now this is the session ID, right? For every session you will get one ID. Now you can clear the session ID and it will flap the tunnel. Once the tunnel will get flapped, it will start forwarding the data. Sometime you have to clear the sessions, but before doing that, I would always suggest you to uh, keep this information somewhere on the safe place, because in that sometime if you want you can recheck and all, right? Just for means clearing session is very easy command, but later it may cause multiple problems. There are so many commands. Let's say, let me show you one more command. Debug software restart process management server. If you put this command, it will restart your management server.
Management server means?
Management server means we have two planes, right, on my firewall.
The control plane, data plane.
Yes.
Okay.
This is the command to reset your management plane.
Okay.
So there are two commands: management server and device server.
Okay.
Management server process. Okay. And one more command: device server. Device server. Because these are means most common issues you might face. You know how to check security policy and all?
Yeah, monitor tab only.
No.
So go to the traffic.
On traffic, you will see only traffic logs.
Yeah, correct.
Let's say you want to test a security policy, whether my firewall has security policy or not for a specific source and destination. In that case,
Yeah.
yeah. So do you want these articles or?
Yeah. Please share.
So there is one test routing command. You can check test route
Okay.
policy.
Test out policy.
No. Test security policy. Test security policy match. After that, you can match application as well. You can match source IP as well. This is the CLI command basically. We mostly use in real time. Test security policy match. After that, you can match a policy application wise, category wise, destination wise.
Category destination port. Okay. From potential show all
Yeah.
source used to. Okay.
Okay. Now there are
Okay.
two protocol number. Yeah.
Yeah, please share this article.
Sure. So protocol number 6 and protocol number 17. Okay. If
Yeah,
you put,
UDP TCP.
yeah, UDP and TCP, correct. Okay. This is the command you can use. I'm also sharing this with you. Okay, and on if I talk about GUI, in GUI you go to policies, security. See, you have one option here, test policy match. Can you see here? Click here,
Yeah.
and now from which zone to which zone? Let's say inside to outside. Source, give it IP 100.1.1.1, right? Destination port number, let's say. Hmm?
This feature is latest click in.
Your voice is not clear. What are you saying?
This test policy match recently only came, correct? After 8.9 or something plus, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Because previously, whenever I was working 2018, 19, like that time, this feature is not available that time. That's only I was.
Yes. Right.
Okay. You can.
So through GUI, you can also uh, test the security policy, right?
Okay.
Just put the zone inside, outside, source zone, destination zone. Okay, and click on execute. On right hand side, you will get test result.
Yes, yes.
So this is the policy name which is matching, which says internet access.
Okay.
You can see that the policy number 1 is matching for
Okay.
from this source to this destination for port 80. Clear? This is my policy. For NAT policy as well, you can run test policy match. Let's say you want to check NAT policy for a specific source destination. You can check that. Okay.
Okay.
Go to device. On the left hand side, troubleshooting tab is there. You have all the policy matching. You can check routing, wildfire, threat, vault, compute. As of now, it will show nothing. Quality of service policy match. Ping. You can run ping TCP. Okay. Everything is there. You can run trace route. Okay.
Oh,
But
for
you,
troubleshooting purpose. Okay.
yes, for troubleshooting purpose. So you will find this option only on firewall, not on panorama.
Okay.
Right?
Individual firewall code.
Yes, individual firewall.
Okay.
You will not find it on panorama.
Okay.
So these are the troubleshooting options that we have. Now, if I move back to virtual router, you can see by
Okay.
default, where is,
Virtual wire, bro. That one.
sorry.
Virtual wire.
So by default, we have only one virtual router. Okay.
Okay.
This one we have created in last class. Click on it,
Yeah, correct.
router
Okay.
settings. You can add or remove interfaces from here.
Okay.
Right? Click on add and add another interface. Whatever.
Okay.
Okay. You can also delete it. Let's say I want to create separate virtual router for interface 1/2. We can do that. Add VR02. Click on add. Now the routing table will be separate for this interface. Okay. Because we are using unlicensed version, right? So
Yeah, correct.
we can do that. Let's put 1/2 here. Click OK. Simple. Now for let's say you want to see routing table. So this is the option here, shortcut. More runtime stats. Now you can see routing table.
Default routing, static,
Yeah,
default,
these
static,
are
static.
these are pre-configured on this virtual router. When you go to
Click
virtual,
1 minute. Click that previous log. That log what that static default. Previously you saw.
uh-huh. So on default virtual router, this is the only interfaces here. Static routes, no static routes as of now. Okay. Redistribution profile, you can also create one. A RIP is there. Okay, you can click on enable to enable the RIP and add the interfaces on which interfaces you want to enable the RIP. Okay,
Okay.
simple
Okay.
configuration, nothing fancy. OSPF, enable it. You can give a router ID, click on add to add the interface. Interface,
Okay.
type, range, and if you wanna create virtual link, you can also create virtual link. Okay, simple.
Okay.
And this is for BGP. Okay, mainly we use static route. Okay, now let me show you how to
Okay.
add static route. When I go to virtual router 01,
Bro, 1 minute. 1 minute. Please click right side
yeah,
uh, that option is available now. Yeah, click that. Yeah. What is this flags? ASACAHACAH.
flags.
Yeah.
Yeah, these are called flags. Actually, for flags, I also have to check. For flags, I have to find them. So these are the codes, I would say.
Okay, no problem, bro. Take your time. Today, just check if you have time, free time means tomorrow or day after
Sure,
tomorrow, check
sure.
and take.
Sure. So
This
you
is
know
default routing.
the default route that I have created. Let me remove this one. Let
Okay.
us click on add.
Okay.
Okay. Give it a name. Let's say I'm putting one default route.
Okay. Okay.
Now, what is your destination?
Okay. Unknown destination.
Yes. Interface. My
Okay.
ETH
Ethernet
one
one.
slash one slash one is my outside interface.
Okay.
So we are originating one default route towards my outside interface.
Okay. Source IP address means what system IP or router IP address.
Yes. And the next stop IP address. Let's say my next
Mm.
stop is 29.113, I think. This is the IP of my Wi-Fi
Okay.
adapter. You can define administrative distance. Otherwise, leave it as it is.
Can
Okay.
administrative things.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is the path monitoring feature. We'll talk about it later when we talk about HA, right?
Okay, bro.
You can monitor this path. Let's say this path, if this path goes down, your
Okay.
firewall will move to passive state and another firewall will go to active state.
Okay.
You
Okay.
enable this path monitoring. It will
Okay. That
monitor,
part only we are using.
yes,
Okay.
it will monitor this path.
Okay, bro.
Click on OK. This is how
And see, so
you can create.
how to add a default routing.
Yeah, this is static routing concept. If you have
Okay.
IPv6 default route, you can go to IPv6 tab and put your static routing, perform your static.
Okay. The same thing, but IPv6 IP address.
Yes, only for IPv6. And if you have
Okay.
IPv4, this is the tab.
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah, simple, bro.
We are getting this error because we have removed the existing one and okay, now let's say we have created this one. Now I want to roll back my configuration, right? Let me
Okay.
Okay. I think we have given another name, right?
Yeah, DR.
No. It is in default one. Yeah. We have lost that configuration because I clicked on cancel button. Okay. All right. Virtual router we know now, right? No question in this.
Yeah. So could you please show me other protocol like OSPF, BGP, bro?
See, for enabling this OSPF and all, I would always suggest to
Okay.
follow the article and simply enable it. Let's say I'm going
Let's
to,
or whatever article enable and router ID.
yeah,
Okay.
router ID and area. Let's say
Area 0 or area 1.
area 0.
Okay. Okay.
So it is asking you to define area in dotted decimal format. It will accept only this one.
Okay.
Interface, which is participating in this area. Let me add something on it.
Maybe. Okay.
Hello time, that time. Okay.
Okay. Control timer. Okay. So that's it. Okay. Virtual link. Okay. Okay. Okay, bro.
Simple. It will form the neighborship with other router, other device next door.
Okay, bro. What is the difference between voice BF and voice BF3 in configuration in Palo Alto?
V3. This V3 configuration.
Version 3, that's only okay.
Yeah. Do, don't you know about version 3 OSPF?
No, I didn't work on routing, but that much of a level I am not. Okay. That's only I'm asking, bro.
Yeah. OSPF V3 is there, but industry, no one using version 3. Everyone using simple OSPF.
Okay,
Yeah.
normal OSPF.
Yes,
Okay, okay.
normal OSPF.
BGP part.
BGP. Enable it. Router ID.
Okay,
Let's say this is my router ID, AS number 6580 and journal install routes.
okay. Defaultly it's coming. Okay. Peer group that we need to add.
Hmm. Yeah, in that case, I would suggest you to follow the article. Simple. How to
Okay,
configure.
please follow the. Okay, please share me the article also, bro. Whenever I have time to, I look back. I
Uh,
look at that one.
Simple, bro. Just go to this one. Go to docs.paloalto.com.
Okay.
Okay. And put your query here.
Okay.
BGP configuration. Here it is.
Okay.
It will show you
Sure,
all
bro. I will check that.
step by step. Yes.
Sure. I will check that, bro. Logically.
Yes. Even you will, it has explained all the options. Even you will find some videos also.
Yeah. Okay. Sure, bro. I will check. So today we discuss about virtual router static default and a dynamic and OSBF and OSBF3 and BGP. So we shared that document related topics also, and also you today discuss about how to check the traffic lags between source to destination in command prompt. So putty format.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so things we discussed today. Tomorrow, bro.
Tomorrow we'll talk about NAT and PAT. Source NAT,
Okay, bro.
destination NAT. There are two NATs in the Palo Alto, right?
So
Source
not
NAT,
destination,
yeah, source NAT.
destination at bro, you turn.
Yeah, U-turn is different and destination NAT is different.
Okay, bro. Tomorrow same time.
Tomorrow maybe in the evening.
Okay, bro. Tomorrow morning shift. Sorry, afternoon shift, bro. So shall we start the class after 10 o'clock? Night 10 o'clock?
10
11?
o'clock.
Is it?
Uh, I'm not sure, but I'll ping you if I'm available. Not sure about that.
Okay, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Okay.
And please upload a recorded video and please share the whatever article you show me today. Please upload it in text format. Thank you.
Sure. Done. I'll do that. Okay, bro.
Okay, bro.
Thank you.
Bye, bro.
Bye. Okay. So the first type of NAT is source NAT and the destination NAT. Okay. I believe
Okay.
you already have some idea about NAT, right?
Yeah.
So what do you understand by source NAT?
Sorry.
What?
Source net.
Yes.
NAT commonly used to prevent unauthorized users from outside to inside a network to directly access the IP address. It's actually convert private to public, public to private.
Mhm. Yeah, that is correct. But what is source net and uh,
Source NAT means if suppose on one particular host in inside a zone, so they want to access unknown destinations. So the type of scenario that destination NAT is using. Sorry, source NAT using. Destination NAT means if suppose remote user, suppose work from home option, several guys are currently we are working. So from outside to inside one particular server like a webmail or FTP AD server, we want to access the type destination NAT is using. I'm right.
yes, you are right. Uh,
And also Palo Alto, I think we have two things: unidirectional, bidirectional options we have. So that kind of things,
yes.
basic things I know.
Hmm. So if I say in short, source net is hiding the IP, hiding the source IP address, right?
Yeah.
Or you can say we are going to change source IP address from the packet. Whenever it is
Okay.
going from inside to outside, we are going to change source IP address. Let me take a quick example. Let's say this is host, this is firewall, internet, and this is server, right?
Yeah.
Now let's say the IP address of this host is 10.1. The IP address of this interface is 4.4, and this server IP address is 9.9. Okay,
Oh,
this is
okay.
the condition. Now I'm talking about source net. Okay, in
Okay.
source net, what is happening? If I start from scratch, okay. In source net, the first packet created by computer A would be look like this. The source IP is 10.1, destination is 9.9 plus data, right? Now, NAT we can perform on the basis of IPs and on the basis of ports, right?
Yeah.
We can also convert the ports as well. Means not convert the ports, but to make a difference. It's in Cisco we call it PAT, right? On the basis of port, we can perform translation. So I'm talking about this simple basic NAT here. Let's say this is the scenario. So user computer A created this data and it has sent to this firewall. Now when it reach here to this firewall going to change the source IP. So the source IP would be after translation. We are performing translation. Okay, NAT translation. The new source IP would be 4.4 and the destination will remain same and plus data. Correct?
Yeah.
Now your firewall going to create one NAT table at the same time. Clear?
Yeah.
So why we are calling it source NAT? Because we are swapping the source
We are
IP
changing the
from the packet.
source IP address. So
Yes.
that's only it's called
That is
source.
why we call it source NAT. Okay. Now it goes here and when it reaches to the it goes out after this new packet. Now what this server will do, server will send a reply. So this time the source is 9.9 and the
Four
destination
dot
is 4.4
data.
plus data. Now it is going to hit on this interface. Now again
Again,
untranslation
it
would be performed.
10.1.1 9.
Yes, by looking at the NAT table. Okay, because your NAT table keeping the entry, right? Let's say 10.1 going to 9.9. This is the NAT table. This is your NAT table. Under NAT table, you will find from which IP to which IP we translated, right? This type of
Okay.
information you will find in the NAT table.
Yeah. In Cisco ASA, we are using so escalate where we can check that NAT translation. In Palo Alto, how to check in command prompt?
Sure, I'll let you know.
Okay.
Okay, just simple basic commands. Uh, this is one thing. Now you understood this, right? SourceNet,
Yeah. Source.
no query in that. Okay, I'll show
Yeah.
you the configuration as well. Now
Okay.
let's talk about another type of net. We call it destination net. Okay.
Okay.
Uh, we try to okay. Let us create new diagram. This is user A. There is one more thing. We call it U-turn net, right?
Yeah.
There's one more thing. Uh, this is internet and this is one server. This is 9.9, 10.1 and 4.4. Same scenario. Now we want to perform. We are talking about destination NAT, right? Now in destination NAT, let's say we have one more zone,
DFZ.
DMZ. Okay. Now under DMZ zone, you have some servers. Let's say these servers running your company website, right? They are web servers. Okay. Now they are running your company website. Let's say your company is cisco.com. Now, what happened in case of NAT? Okay, destination NAT. Now, in this scenario, I'm going to talk about U-turn NAT and destination NAT. So first, let's destination NAT. I believe you already understand, but I'll cover it. Let's talk about U-turn NAT first. Okay. Now, U-turn NAT. What happened is, let's say this is the user, right? In ASA, what we do is we are going to create one ACL from your inside to DMZ zone, correct? When you want to communicate with the DMZ, we will simply create one ACL for uh, for the communication between this interface and this interface, correct?
Inside to DMZ. Okay.
Yes, right.
Yeah.
You did some practical on it on ASA.
Yeah.
Okay. In case of ASA, what we do is, let's say I want to communicate inside zone with DMZ. We are simply going to put one ACL and it will start communicating, right?
ACL plus access group. Yeah.
Yes, correct. Now, but
Yeah.
in case of Palo Alto, this is not the thing, right?
Mm.
So to
Mm.
improve the security, right? To improve the security, uh, I would say definitely it is for improving the security. Now, what is happening? Only uh, only outside people can access your DMZ zone. If you are sitting inside and you want to access DMZ, you have to go outside, then you have to come back to inside, and then you will go to DMZ. Now,
Yeah.
yeah. So this is the scenario of U-turn NAT. Now, if I start from packet by packet, let's say this is source and these are servers, right? Uh, so this,
Outside.
yeah. So uh, these servers has one static IP mapped over here, right, on this interface. Let's say my website public IP is 101.1.1. Sorry, /24. Let's say 101.1. This is my
Okay.
public IP to access these cisco.com website,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
We have two public IPs on this interface. Getting my point?
Yeah. Yeah.
One is for outside communication, and the another one is for my internal server communication.
That you turn that.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Now
Okay.
10.1 is my PCIP. This is the first packet. And what is my destination? My destination is cisco.com, right? 10.1.1. This is my destination, correct? Now what happen is it go out. Now the translation would be performed 4.4 and 101.1. This is the new packet after translation, right? Now the source IP is 4.4. Now it will go here. Let's say this is your DNS server. It will resolve the IP, right? Name into IP, sorry. because instead of 101 we are putting cisco.com.
Yeah.
So it will convert the name into IP, and after conversion it will send packet back to ISP, and now ISP will route this packet to this IP 101.
Okay.
Clear? Yeah, clear? Any question till now?
No.
No?
Yeah.
Okay. Now it will land here, right? On 101 IP.
Yeah.
When it land here on 101 IP, again it will perform NAT.
Okay.
Okay. It will perform NAT because here you are using your private IP addressing, right? On
Yeah.
servers.
Correct.
So again it will perform NAT and it goes to DMZ.
Okay. Okay.
And after
Yeah. This
that,
is this is like a Newton, correct?
yes. And here you have some load balancer, which is balancing the data between these servers.
Servers and LB.
Clear?
Yeah.
This is how it will communicate. When the packet goes out, again it will go to the ISP and go to the 4.4. And again we will perform translation, untranslation on firewall.
Mm.
This is how you will reach 10.1.
Okay.
Simple, no confusion.
Yeah.
Okay. So now in that case, what we'll do is in Palo Alto, we are going to create a single policy to perform source net and destination net together.
Okay. Whenever we enable that source net, destination net, before that we need to enable that security policies also, correct?
Yes, correct. Definitely.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
packet flow says first it will check the security policy, then it will check the
Okay.
net rule, right? And in some cases, first it will check net rule and after that security policy. It changes, right? We'll talk
Yeah.
about, yeah, we'll talk about in detail the security policy and net policy. Now, are you clear with this scenario?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's move to the configuration part. Now I'm going to create policy for the same diagram that we discussed here, right? 10.1,
Okay.
I'll take it as an inside user, and
Outside.
yeah,
Mm.
let me tell you the proper way to create a policy, right? But first,
Okay.
let's go to object and go to addresses and create one host object. Let's say I'm taking this PC, right? So create an object. Let's say this
Okay.
is this. Okay. Let's take. Okay, let's create new one. Or let me change the IP address of this. Okay.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Then this is your host IP, means which is inside user. Right
Yeah.
now, go to network interface. Who is your outside interface? My 1/1 is my outside interface.
Yeah. Correct.
Okay. Now go to objects. For outside interface, we can create one address as well, address group as well, 192.168.29.101. And also you have to create zones. inside, outside.
Okay.
Or stuff.
DMZ.
Yeah. Now go to policies, go to security policy,
Okay.
click on add,
Okay.
give it a name. Okay. Uh, to outside access. If you are getting this red line, it means you are making some mistake.
Okay.
Description, you can type any description, whatever you want. Go to source.
So
If you wanna allow any source, you can pick any. Otherwise, click on add.
done that.
Yeah. No, as of now, I'm picking the source
Zone
from
for
source
okay.
zone.
Inside zone to
Yes.
outside zone.
Yes. And if you want to allow all the IPs, any option is there, and click on
192.
and call your object name. Okay. Call your object name. Simple.
Object name means PC name. Okay.
Yes, this is my PC, right?
Okay.
You can either call PC if you want to put any custom IP.
Okay. 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 I can
Can
understand.
put. Even you can put ranges. Even you have region option.
Okay.
We'll talk about it later. Not now. Go to destination. Add outside destination zone, destination address. Either you can call your outside interface or you can put any. It's better if you call your outside interface in this scenario. So where is my outside interface? Okay, we don't have any object creator, right? For
Yeah.
my
For outside
outside
we didn't create that.
dot okay, let me see interface 29.101. Go to objects address. This one, right? Now go back to policy. So generally when we create policy, we always put description so that in case of my absence, other people from my team can also understand why I created this policy, right? Outside application any services I'm not going to choose anything. Action is allowed. So this is my security policy. This one. It says uh, it says source is inside Manish PC and destination is outside and outside interface I can say. Okay, allowed. Clear?
Yeah.
Now go to NAT policy. Okay, click on add. So I am going to perform source NAT and destination NAT in a single.
Could you please show me one rules again?
Sorry.
Security policy. Could you please show me 1 second? So inside, outside. Okay. So what is the zone inside? Source mission IP address. Any. Okay. Destination outside. Outside PC number. Application by default allow. Okay, bro. You can go to that. Yeah, you can configure NAT part 2.
Go to NAT. click on add, same,
Okay.
give it a name. I'm going to perform
Interface, right?
source net destination on the same policy.
Source.
Okay, first let me show you a simple source net policy. Then I'll show you
Okay.
the U-turn net policy. Okay,
Okay, bro.
so this is your source net policy. Go to original packet. You
Source
are
node
performing
inside.
inside to
Destination zone outside.
site. This is your
Interface is some PCIP, correct? Okay.
this is your
Oh,
outside.
interface.
Yeah,
Internet /zone. Okay.
yeah,
Services. Okay.
yeah. On
Services
services,
any.
any. Okay.
Okay.
Source address.
Source address PC name.
Yeah.
Destination address also PC name. PC name.
Destination address is your destination. Like let's say you want to reach 9.9. Instead of putting this, choose any.
Any. Okay.
Okay.
Apply.
So whenever
And
this PC goes out for any destination, please translate it. So this is there are two options.
source
Source address translation.
translation. Okay.
This is your destination net control.
Destination address translation. Okay. Source address translation is
Under source address
so
translation,
static IP.
you have
Dynamic
static IP,
stat.
dynamic IP, and dynamic IP input. The static
Okay.
IP is your one-to-one converter. When you choose this option,
Okay. Okay.
you will
Okay.
get you will uh, you will be able to put only one.
Okay.
If you want to allow this bidirectional, you can check box. Check this.
Bi-direction means so send and receive, correct?
Yes. And
Unidirectional means only can send, correct?
if you uncheck this, it would be unidirectional policy.
Okay.
For one way, it will transfer.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Static IP, you understand?
Yeah.
Now go to dynamic IP. Now you can add so many IPs. Let's say I only, as of now, we only have one interface,
Outside to
right?
inside. Yeah.
Let's say you have three more service providers, different service providers, and you want to uh, translate your your internal IP address to other ISP as well. You can do that. You can add more than one ISP. You can, let's say we have one more ISP with the
One.
IP address is 11.11.11.11.
Okay.
Okay, just for backup. Let's say the first ISP got failed or down, another ISP will take care of it.
Okay. Okay. Primary backup. Okay.
Yes. You can add as per your requirement. You can add. Okay.
Okay.
But
Okay.
this
Translation type.
yes, this is translation address.
Okay. Translation type. Source translation type. Destination translation type. Okay. Okay.
Actually,
Firewall.
we have one ISP with this IP address,
But yeah, three different
three
IPs.
different ISPs.
11.11.11.
Yes. On outside, it means we have three ISP table. These three ISP.
Okay.
And this is our user. So
Source IP address. Okay. Source IP address. Okay.
let's say if this is your primary link and these two are your secondary link. If this goes down, again it will match same policy and it will forward the data with the another link.
Okay.
Simple. Now there is one more condition. Let's say
Destination translation type.
no in this same scenario we have one more condition. Let's say you have PCB
Okay.
and PCA already using 11.11.11.
Okay. Okay.
Now If PCB wants to communicate with the internet at the same time, it will use 10.10.
Okay, okay. So the 10.10.10./24 is a BIB address, correct?
Yes. This is not a port translation, bro. This is one-to-one static message.
Okay.
Means if you have one more computer C, it will take the third interface IP address and it will go out. Getting my point?
Yeah.
And what happen in that case if you have computer D?
Another one PC. Okay, C, D. Okay.
You only have
Okay.
three outside IP addresses or internet IP public IP addresses, and D also wants to communicate at the same time. When these all three IPs are busy, what happens in the case? In that case, your firewall will not forward this data; it will drop it on this interface. Let me explain you in scenario. So we have NAT, okay, static, dynamic, correct? Static is one to one, dynamic is one to many, or I can give you an example for dynamic. Okay, static you know, right?
Yeah.
Static you know. Now what happen in case of dynamic? Now I am talking about source NAT dynamic. In case of dynamic, on this interface, we have three public IP addresses. Let's say we have three public IP addresses. Source NAT dynamic. So if you remember, we can perform NAT on the basis of IP and ports, right?
Yeah.
But we are not using any port here.
If you're using port based means that is called PAT, correct?
Now that is, if you choose this static dynamic IP option, it would be one-to-one mapping. It can
Okay, okay.
only three internal user can communicate with the internet.
See, if anyone outside or inside goes down means it will check code 11.11.11/24.
Yeah. Fourth
That's
user,
also
fifth user, sixth user, all users will be denied if the these three IP already busy.
okay.
But if you choose this dynamic IP and port, in that case you are performing port address. Now you can choose translated address. You can add the list of addresses, or you can choose interface address. For my outside interfaces, is like the IP address of my outside interface is this.
Okay.
Mostly we use this in our
Okay.
company, right? So why we are going to
Yeah.
purchase the IP address?
Okay. So this is static and
This will also translate your code. And the other two options are one-to-one mapping. And the dynamic IP address, you can add 4 5 public IPs. So only in that case, only 5 users would be able to communicate with the internet. Six would be dropped. And if we choose this one, you already know what is that, right? Port address translation. Click OK. Now this is your policy.
Okay.
Source net policy. Source zone is inside, going to outside. This is my destination interface. Source address. This is my source translation. We are not doing any destination translation. Sorry.
Okay, I can understand. Yeah. Yeah, this is source net. Okay.
This is source net.
Okay. Destination net. Okay. Source is outside to inside. Okay. Interface type Ethernet 2 1/2. Service any. Source address.
Source address. Anyone can come from outside. If you want to define, you
Yeah.
can define.
Yeah, correct.
Destination
Also,
address.
destination
If you want
particular
to
server.
add your PC or server, you can add it. Otherwise, keep
Okay.
it as a any. Okay.
Okay. Better we can give.
Yes.
Okay. There it is dynamic IP range we given here.
Static IP. Static IP is one-to-one mapping. Again, you can map your server IP address with that. So when someone hit your outside interface, it will be translated into this address.
Okay.
Let's say I want to translate it into this address. So when someone hit my outside interface, we will translate it into this address.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Translation port.
Translation port, let's say 443. Or you
Okay.
can take it, remove it. It will be allowed for all ports. Next
Okay.
is PAT, dynamic IP. Okay. Now translated address is this one, and round robin by default we choose this one. This is session distribution method, like your load balancer perform, right?
Okay.
Do you know what is round robin?
Yeah, whenever we given that load balances mapped in nodes, it based worked on that first in first out.
Yes, correct.
Based.
Correct. This is your destination net policy. Now,
okay, how
U-turn net.
U-turn net. Okay.
So
Outside.
destination is
Outside.
also outside. What is
Interface
your
type Ethernet 1/2. Okay. Service any. Source also any. This source IP address PC. Destination IP address any.
and now you are going to perform source net and destination net together. Let's say my server IP address is this. And my server only running port 443. Any query?
No, bro. So source not translation packet is translation packet. Translation packet is dynamic IP and port. Uternet also dynamic IP and port. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
If you
Okay.
want,
Fine.
it depends upon your requirement, bro. So I'm
Okay. Okay.
sending this traffic on this subnet, right? Not
Entire
not
subnet. Okay.
yes, entire subnet.
Okay.
Not on a single server, right?
Single means static. It's come correct.
Yes, it would be one-to-one mapping again.
Okay. Okay. Depends upon source and destination. How many number of PCs need. So particular PC or bunch of PCs like that.
Yes,
Correct.
yes,
Okay. Okay. Fine, bro.
yeah. Simple, or you can put your load balancer IP here.
Okay. 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 Fine, bro. You can submit.
Simple. This is the configuration part.
Okay.
And if you wanna look at example, you can take this article. I'll share these links.
Okay. Sure, bro.
So it will explain all the things like dynamic IP with session distribution allows you to translate multiple pre-net destination IP addresses. Okay, so it would be many to many translation.
Okay.
Static IP, dynamic IP, everything explained here. Are you clear with that? Any question? Any query?
No, bro. I will go through it. If suppose any doubt means tomorrow I will ask. I give for an entire document. I need to go through it. Once I will
Mhm.
go through it, if I suppose any doubt means I will ask you.
Okay, sure.
Up to now, no doubt. I will go through it. I will come back to you.
Sure, no problem. No problem, bro. Okay. Okay, shall we end for the day? Because that's all
Okay,
I
bro. No
would like
problem.
to cover.
If suppose if we are if you want to check the logs, what means how to do?
Logs.
Logs, but not normal network monitor via we can check that source and destination translation, all the things we can check, correct?
Yes. So let's
In
say,
command from
let's say you want to check NAT policy logs. So
okay,
you can add more filters. Click on columns and here it is. Just
not destination,
add,
not okay,
yes, add these options.
okay, okay,
Getting my point?
sure,
NAT,
yeah, getting,
destination NAT port, source NAT port. And you will
yeah,
also see NAT details with the
all the
security
things we
policy.
can check that,
Yes.
okay, 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 but in command prompt how to check, bro?
I also have to find it because generally
If
it's not used.
possible we will do, otherwise tomorrow we will continue from this class.
No problem, bro. Just I believe these would be very simple commands.
Okay, share me the article once you get it means.
So this is the CLI complete CLI cheat sheet which I use.
Oh, okay,
So running
not
NAT
so.
policy. This is for testing the policy whether your NOT policy is matching or not.
So
Okay.
running IP pool, so running and global IP pool.
Yeah.
Okay,
So we only have this command. So running NAT policy. Maybe after that we will add source IP and destination IP as well. After this. Show running
okay,
NAT
bro.
policy. No?
Okay, please share this article also on the comment prompt, bro.
You can put pipe and then put IP address. Pipe match. Now give it a value. Okay, this is the command.
Okay. Okay, bro. Okay. Thank you, bro.
Sure, thank you.
Please add that article also. What are the NAT command lists we are checking? I will check that part also. Okay, bro. Tomorrow, what is the class, bro?
Yeah, same time 9:30.
No, topic I'm asking.
Okay, I have to see. I have to check. Maybe we'll be talk about policy, security policy, and all.
Okay, bro. In tomorrow, if you are seeing policy means, please create one particular address group, particular address, and bunch of address groups. How to map that address group via policies?
Mm-hmm.
All the
Sure,
things could you please explain me?
sure,
Okay, bro.
sure.
Thank you.
Definitely. Okay.
Thank you, bro.
Mm.
Okay, bro. Please record the session and chat the same communication, whatever
Sure,
we
sure.
discussed today. Put it in share folder path. Thank you, bro.
Sure, I'll upload it. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Bye, bro.
Bye, bye, bye. Okay, so we're starting with tags. Then we'll talk about how what we require to access DMZ servers, right? What policies we have to put, and then we'll talk about zone protection profile and some interface management profile and how to enable DHCP services on a particular interface. Next topic is configuration management overview. We'll talk about these all for few topics. Okay, so let's start with tags. Okay, so in Palo Alto we have tags option, right? So
Yeah.
let's say for example, go to the policies, open any policy. Okay, and you can see that here we have tag option. Okay,
Yeah.
so what you can do is you can put tags. Let's say uh, inside. Okay, outside. So these are tags. Why we are creating these tags? We are creating these tags so that in case of my absence, other engineer can also understand why I created this policy, right? Same goes for
Okay.
NAT. Even on NAT, if you have NAT policy, you can see the tags option is there, right? And
Yeah, correct.
if you go to interfaces and all, again,
Tag option.
yeah, and no, I think no, it is not
Interface type.
interface.
Interface type tag is available.
Yes, right. So
Yeah.
you will find this option many in many places, right? And you can assign some colors on it so that you can verify, right?
Okay. Okay. What
Uh,
is that? If it is given that tag option like in every policy, like inside or outside or DMZ, what is the purpose? Main purpose?
what is the main purpose? Let's say inside is one of your zone, right? So you are going to
Okay.
define it in green color, and
Yeah. Okay.
outside zone you are going to define it at red color, right?
Okay.
So that
Okay.
we can understand then that this is something where we need policy or something like that.
For unique identification, we are giving the tag, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So generally, so that's a type of perfect deployment, I would say. You can see that the internet is zone,
Yeah, yeah.
so it is showing in
It's
red.
every zone is showcase some different colors.
Yes, yes. Okay.
Tag also shows like different color. Okay, I can understand. Yeah.
Yeah, this is the perfect way of management, but however, in company you may not find this option, right? Yes, I have seen some people putting tags, but you know the next engineer will follow that the same or not. Uh, it is their way, right? How is creating a policy. So to create a tag, simply you have to go to objects and tag. Okay. So you may not find this option here. Okay, here it is. Okay. So
Okay.
yeah. So you can define it. Click on add. Let's say, okay. Let's see inside zone. Color is this.
Okay. Zone wise, zone wise also we can create the tag
Yes.
color. Okay.
Inside is already there. He's saying
Outside.
choose green. For outside, let's choose red. Okay. Okay. Now go
Okay.
to
Whenever we configuring the policy, it's automatically come the tag color.
yes. You can see that
Okay.
now that
Yeah, I can see the difference. Yeah, I can see the difference.
yes. Okay. Same you
Okay.
can configure for DMZ and etc. Just a simple option. Create object. Select object service group. Add. Select a tag. Enter your name. Do we have any object? Let me add one object. To go to tags. The tag is there. You can select where this IP located, whether it is in inside or outside. Okay. Simply
Okay.
just to understand the policy, we are going to put these tags, right? Now,
Yeah.
let's talk about zone protection profile. Okay. Now, zone protection profile mainly we use for, let's say, to defend DOS type of attacks, right? Now, uh, I'll let you know how to apply this profile. Okay. Now, apply zone protection profile in each zone to define it based on the aggregated traffic entering the ingress zone. Okay. Now, it provides you flood protection. So, a zone protection profile with flood protection configured defends an entire ingress zone against sin type of flood, ICMP v6, UDP, and other IP flood attacks. Okay. The firewall measure the aggregate amount on which flood type entering the zone, new connection per second. Right? You understand DOS attack, correct?
Yeah. Zone based.
Yeah.
Zone based.
Or should I tell you what is DOS attack?
Zone protection profile with the floating config defenders in present against synchronized ICMP, ICMP6, UDP, and other floating attacks. Okay, and the firewall measures the aggregation amount of each float type entering the zone, new command and press connection per second CPS and compare the total threshold you configure protection profile. Okay, bro.
Okay. Do you know what is DOS attack?
Which type, bro? DOS attack.
Yes, DOS attack.
Mm,
Denial of service.
ransomware kind of things.
No.
DOS attack.
Ransomware is different. In ransomware, basically we are going to send one email, right?
Okay.
to multiple people, and once the user click on a link, the system got encrypted, right? Ransom
Okay.
is different, but this is different. So okay, so DOS attack, in short, we call it DOS. This is denial of service. Okay. Now, in DOS attack, what happen is we receive ICMP flood. Okay, ICMP flood, UDP flood, TCP SYN packet flood. Okay, let me quickly give you an example. It's loading. So I can't see my pointer. Okay, let's say this is your firewall. Behind this firewall, we have one switch. This switch connected with two
Easy.
servers. Okay,
Okay.
there are two servers. Okay, this server can manage up to respond up to 500 connections, and this server can manage respond up to 500 connections. Okay, so the total capacity for both of the server is
Okay.
1000.
Yeah.
Okay, let's say we
Yeah.
have received 1000 SYN packets, so they can easily respond. This is the capacity of these two servers. Okay, now
Okay.
let's say these are net banking server. Okay,
Okay.
now over the internet we have some net banking users. Okay, now we have one more user. Okay, now he is going to use some tool. So this is attacker, right? Basically, he wants to perform flood attack. Okay,
Yeah.
let's remove this as a firewall. Let's take this as a router.
Okay.
Okay, now now this X user going to open one tool. Under that tool is going to target these servers, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now with this tool, what he'll do is generally if you see let's say user A wants to make some transaction, he will simply send one SYN packet, right?
Yeah.
And he got reply from server SYN plus act, right? This is how not
Yeah.
generally it is working. But this X user going to use some tool and it will send your copy capacity is 1000, right? Now it will send 10,000 SYN packets
Okay.
with this tool. Okay. Now
Okay.
my device, this device, just simply this device passing the traffic to the servers, right?
Yeah.
Now, if we are receiving 10,000 requests, definitely for next 5 minutes, my servers are not able to respond.
Yeah. The server in hung state.
Yes, because server may move to hung state uh, or they are working on these requests and all. And if it is more than 10,000, let's say it is 1 lakh, what happen? It will they will stay in a hung state.
Passed out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe they will stay in hung state from next 30 minutes, right? So now, so there is a 30-minute of outage, correct?
Yeah.
Because these are genuine users. They are not able
Yeah.
to make any transaction from their network net banking service.
Some hours. If
Yes,
suppose the server went for hung state, it
yes.
means.
It might be possible there are some ATMs also connected with these
Yeah.
servers, right?
Yeah.
So there
Yeah.
would be
Correct.
30 minutes of outage, which cost around in crores for a bank, right? Banking environment, correct?
Yeah.
Not only for banking
Definitely.
environment, even for other environment as well, right? So this is what the
Yeah. Correct.
situation is. This is called DOS attack. DOS
Okay.
attack.
Okay.
Okay, this is the scenario of DOS attack. Now,
Okay.
uh, so now you have for original users also you have seen that if you enter your wrong username and password 3 times, your account get blocked in net banking, correct?
Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. So this feature, why they did this? So that they can prevent these unwanted connections as well as to maintain the authenticity of user or whatever you say, right? So it is giving you some extra security. Now this is DOS attack. So this is one of the attack. I have one. So there is one website, threatmap.checkpoint.com. Okay. This website showing you the live DOS attack, not live, but yes, uh, some DOS attack history. Okay. Uh, so this is worldwide. Okay, you can go through with it later on. In red, it is
What we need
showing.
to what we need to search in Google for this map?
Huh? Sorry.
What we need to search in Google for this map?
No, just follow this. Yeah, you can search it on Google as well. Actually, this map is showing you. Yeah, this map is showing you attacks that is happening worldwide.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
Currently the live data, right? This one is correct.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. So in this color, it is showing you phishing attacks. In red color, it is showing malware attack. Okay. From
Trojan.
Germany to US and all. So you know what happened in that case. Generally, your bandwidth consumption will go high. The bandwidth consumption of this wire will go high.
Yeah, because
Yes.
number of attempts is very high.
Yes. Correct. So now, again, in case of firewall, this type of attack happen on daily basis. Now, how my firewall going to handle those attacks? For that, we need to define zone protection profile to
Okay.
handle these type of attacks. Okay, so that
Okay.
it will not pass those traffic to my server.
Okay. If it filter out based on user ID, all the things correct. Zone-based protection profile.
No, no, no. Zone-based protection profile we are going to put on particular zone. Let's say
Okay.
outside zone. In Palo Alto, we are
Okay.
going to put zone protection profile in outside zone. Now we are going to define that only 10 connection uh, with the same IP is accepted, not more than that. If you get 11 connection, please drop it. 11, 12, 13, 14, all connection, please drop it if we are getting these connection from same IP.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Now we are going to put this profile on.
Zone-based protection profile.
Yes. So when you go here, go to policy.
Policy.
Sorry,
Objects.
no, zones. Let's say outside
Okay.
zone. Here you can see
Okay.
that zone protection. Zone protection profile is none. Okay. Now click on. Yeah. Now you can see that you can give it a name. Let's say profile 1. Okay. Now for SYN type of flood, you can set the alarm rate. Okay. Right. So you need to discuss this requirement with your client. After that, you need to apply this criteria. Okay. For UDP type of flood, it might be possible with you receive lots of UDP packet with the same IP, ICMP packets as well, and other IPs as well. Right. So basically, zone protection profile provides you 3 type of protection: reconnaissance protection. Okay.
TCP would scan,
Yeah.
hostess, UDP would scan. Okay.
Let's say if someone using, yeah,
May I know how many maximum protection we can give you product in flood protections? You give like 10,000 something like that. Maximum how much of limit we can give? Is there is any limitation?
for this one,
Yeah.
I don't think so. There is a limit. Okay. When you get red line, this is the limit. This is the maximum connections we can
Okay.
enter, maximum
So
time. Yeah.
let's suppose that criteria is most cost amount. Suppose 999 you mentioned. Suppose that limit is exceeded, means what we need to do?
What we need to do, I don't have any idea. I think that's the maximum time, I would say.
Okay, bro. I will check it.
Yeah. Because, I don't think so. Someone going to configure this time on firewall.
Okay. But I didn't say nobody is configured here. I think so.
No. It will be under this only, definitely.
Oh, okay. Under the production profile, inside it's we can configure in this.
Yeah, it's 6 nines, right? Means
Mm,
in calculator. I think this is the maximum time we can configure, and it is enough for everyone.
okay.
Total 6 divided by 60. 16 hours.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a lots of time. I don't think so anyone going to configure it for this time. We always configure, we always want to get one alert within a second, right? So alarm rate connection per second. If we receive 10 connection in a second, it means that's a flood. We want to generate one alarm, right? Or you can choose three. If you receive more than three connection with the same IP address, you want to get one alarm. I don't think so anyone going to choose this, the maximum number in this. So this is your zone protection profile scenario. Okay,
Okay.
you can enable it on interface, even on inside interface as well. You can do that. You can add zone protection profile. Okay, so
Okay. We are just to see.
I'll
Zone
share
protection.
these all links. Yeah,
Okay, bro. Thank
I'll
you.
share these all links.
Okay.
Now if we talk about interface management profile to restrict the access, okay, I think we already discussed this. When it
Yeah,
goes through,
interface management already we discussed in the device part. That
yes,
time we gave that
yes,
domain part and gave default gateway, all the things, HTTP, TCP, UDP. It's already discussed.
yeah. So basically, in that interface management profile, we can configure HTTP, Telnet, HTTPS as such, right? Even
Yes,
we can add a specific IP who is going to manage this firewall. Okay.
sorry, bro. Can you hear me, bro?
Yes, yes. Uh, License tab is here if you want to put enable any license. Okay, and now we have three option in license tab. You can see that retrieve license key from license server. When you click on this, it will try to sync with license server and get the key, right? Now,
Okay.
if you want to activate a particular feature, so in this firewall, not in this firewall, in other firewalls as well. Let's say you want to get only URL filtering license. Okay, so you can buy a license for a specific features, right? Let's say you want a VPN license. For that, you need to uh, purchase a specific license. So if I show you a license tab in Palo Alto, so this is how it looks like. Okay.
வந்துடுறேம்மா. இப்பதான் சாப்பிட்டிருக்கேன். ரெஸ்ட் போயிட்டு வரேன்.
So let's say for global protect, if you have license, it will show you like that, right? So you can purchase separate license from Palo Alto for each feature, right?
Yeah.
This is for threat prevention, logging services, decryption and port mirroring. This is for URL filtering license. Okay, so you can purchase separate license for each feature, and there is one authorization code that you get from Palo Alto tag. Okay, they will provide you this information. Once you enter the authorization code, the firewall will enable that particular feature.
Okay. If suppose the license has been expired means how to renewal the
How to enable? Simply you have to put authorization code, or you have to manually upload a license key, the latest license key, or you can,
where?
yeah,
Okay.
here
License.
it is.
Okay.
Manually
Manually
upload.
upload license.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
It will ask you to choose the file. Okay, you will get the file.
Okay.
And you
Okay.
have next option is retrieve license keys from license server.
Okay.
Okay. Now this is one option, and on the left hand side you can see the dynamic updates. Okay, as of now we have nothing in that, but let me show you that as well. Okay, so this is your dynamic update tab where you will find all the updates available for the features that your firewall have, right? Let's say for antivirus, you can see that we have one antivirus update available. Okay, so once you install this, it will give you revert option. Okay, so
Okay.
first it will show you download option here. Once you download it, it will show you install option here. Once you install it, it will show you revert option here,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
If you want to read release notes, this is here.
How to download, bro? Where it is action part, correct?
Yes. Instead of revert, you will get download option here.
Okay, we need to
Okay.
download and upgrade that.
Yes. Once you download it, yeah. Once you download it, you will get this install writing here. Okay.
Okay, okay.
Then click on install. After that, it will show you revert. After installation, it will show you revert option.
Okay, by default it shows like install. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
And also how to map, if suppose one particular firewall in Panorama, if
Hmm.
suppose I want to add a new firewall, may I
Hmm.
know what is the limitation, how many maximum firewall we can add in Panorama?
See, in Panorama, we have to purchase license. Plus, we have some devices like M200, M500. Okay, their capacity is already defined. Apart from
Okay.
this, it start from 0 to 100 license, and I think 100 to 1000 license. Okay, these are the license capacity. So you can add 100 firewalls only. So in my environment, we have M200 device, and the capacity for this device is 0 to 100. I'm talking about my environment, right? We can add maximum 100 firewalls on it. If you want to extend it, uh, the next slab is, I believe, 100 to 1000. Yes, correct. 100 to 1000. There is no slab for 100 to 500. Because nowadays we are planning to upgrade our panorama capacity because we have lots of sites, newly inaugurated sites, right?
Okay, bro.
Yeah. So for that requirement, you can search it on PaloAltoNetwork.com, right? But generally, this is what the requirement is. And again,
So,
you may need to upgrade your panorama device as well,
so
M500.
this part we can see in device, and which part we need to select license, huh?
For what? For this
This
license information.
license part device in dashboard ACS monitor platform objects network. From that part we need to select device. After that,
No, are you talking
dynamic.
about update? Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
The
for
license part.
yeah, for license part, go to device on
Okay.
below down left hand side you have license tab.
License. Okay, okay. Fine,
License,
fine.
and this is
Okay.
your dynamic update tab, and there is another tab called software. Okay, under software update, you can update your firewall software.
Yeah,
Let's
that pan voice, Palo Alto pan voice, correct?
yes, correct. So
Okay.
this is the option now. How does it looks like if I show you? So there is a specific path we need to choose to upgrade our firewall. So once you sync your firewall with the server, it will show you like
Okay.
this.
Okay.
You can see that. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
I already installed it, bro. This one. Yeah.
you did that.
Yeah, I done that.
Download, then you will get install option.
Yeah, correct.
So there is certain path that we need to follow. So on what version you upgraded your firewall?
I think very long back, bro, 2018 to 19. At that time I done. I think that time I pan wise upgradation model is 8.16 like that. Something came that time very long back, 2 years back, 3 years
Okay.
back.
Okay.
After that I didn't touch Panorama. Current version is 9.1.5. Okay.
Yes. No, this is not the latest one. The latest one is
Okay.
10.1.h3.
Oh, 10 point is came. Okay. 10.1.3. Okay.
10.2, but still 10.1 having lots of bugs because recently we upgraded our Panorama into 10.1.h3. We are getting so many bugs. Sometimes it shows license is going about to expire. Sometimes we are not able to sync logs with the firewalls through Panorama. So
Okay. Okay.
this version has lots of bugs. 10.1.h3, 10.13h3, hotfix 3. Okay.
Okay,
Now,
bro.
now you can schedule a log export if you want. Okay. Click on add. You can, let's say you have a syslog server, right? Or a FTP server where you want to export logs in every 30 days. So you can schedule it with this tab.
Okay.
Okay. Let's say you want to
For
put on.
weekly basis logs, we can pull it, correct?
Yes, this is export option, not a copy option. So not a weekly basis, but yes, every 30 days or because in if I talk about my environment, we keep logs for last 30 days only. After that,
Okay.
it will
Monthly basis.
yes. After that, it will get exported uh,
Okay.
to a server, FTP server or somewhere, and this FTP server is connected with the Splunk.
So it's automatically saved in FTP server for text format or XML format.
X format I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is mean SCP, bro?
It's again type of server.
Okay. Okay.
Same like this FTP server.
FTP, same like FTP. Okay.
Yes, same like FTP.
Okay.
Yeah, and on left hand side you have radius configuration. Have you configured radius like ever?
In AS, Dakax only I configured in ASA and Cisco router switches.
Mm-hmm. So you
But
can
that also,
configure.
but that also I don't know begin the logics. What are the each commands? They have separate uh, logic now, so I don't know exact logic of begin that one. Why
Mhm.
we are given, why we are given like that. I don't know exactly in the Dakax part.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so here in this it is very easy, right? You can easily configure it. I'll take some screenshots from you for you. because this firewall is completely blank, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, what else? Password profiles, admin roles. I think you already know that admin roles and administrator.
This is for password protection. Okay. Password protection means which password protection, bro?
No, it's not a password protection. If you see on left hand side, you have two tabs, administrator
Okay.
and admin roles.
Okay.
Now, when you go to administrator, okay, by default you have this admin user. That's a super user. Okay, let me create another user. Let's say this is
Okay.
the
Okay.
user. Yes.
If suppose I want to create a new separate login for me, means you creating this one, correct?
Yes. Under that you have four options, not one option. You can choose authentication profile if you want.
Okay.
Okay.
Is this case sensitive in this password?
Hmm?
Case sensitive? We can give special
Yes.
characters. Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Case sensitive. So if you see that we have super user option, admin is a super
Okay.
user by default, and super user read only. If you choose this option, you will get all the tabs access, but it is in
Okay.
read only. Okay.
We cannot edit. Okay.
Yes, we cannot edit. Now device administrator. If you choose device administrator, now what is the difference between device administrator and super user? Super user can add more users. But if you choose device administrator, click on OK. Device administrator not able to add more users to this firewall, but he will get all the access to this firewall. Let me quickly show you this. Now this user has all the options, right? He can create policies, he can do anything, he can add objects, okay, everything is there. But only if you go there, this option is hide, right? he cannot add more users. But if you are a super user, he can add more users on it. This is what the difference is between device administrator and super user. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Now let me move back with admin. Now go back to devices. Now let's talk about admin roles. Okay. By default, we have three admin roles available: audit admin, crypto admin, security admin. Let me create a new one. Let's say I want to give only monitor tab access to a specific user. So let me create profile for L1 engineer. Okay, this is what the profile is. Now I want to give him access only for dashboard, ACC and monitor, and he can check all the logs. Uh, Under the logs, we want to show him only threat log and traffic log.
Okay.
We can manage the tabs. Or you have this option. If you want to give read-only permission, click on read-only. Session browser, it will give you read-only. Even he is not able to make any commit. We disabled all the option, only dashboard, ACC. Under monitor tab, he can see logs, only three type of logs: traffic, threat, and URL filtering. Click OK. So we have created one role for L1 engineer. Let me add one L1 engineer. Let's say Mukesh is the L1 engineer. Okay. Cisco @123. Now go to password profile. Sorry. Click on role based and select profile for L1 engineer and click on OK. Now when Mukesh logged in with their credentials, he will only have access to dashboard, ACC and monitor tabs. He is not able to create any policy and he is not able to make any commit changes. Let me log out. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
If we define roles, he only get 3 tab access, and under the monitor tab, he can see only 3 type of logs.
Okay.
This is what we define. And he is not able to make any commit.
Okay. Okay. You can make, they could make commit anything.
Yes, we can restrict everything. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
And on dashboard, he have few options only. He cannot see interface configuration. He cannot see policy. Other tabs are removed.
Address groups and device tab, all the things it doesn't shows. Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Object address address groups device tabs.
Hmm. So you can create this type of customized login for some users. Now, how to map this firewall with Panorama? Go to device tab
Okay.
and then okay, we have one tab called Panorama. Here it is. On go to device setup, then management. This is Panorama setting. Click on settings. Now map your Panorama servers.
Okay. Panorama servers means I mean a new Palo Alto IP. If suppose if we want to add a new firewall
Yes.
IP.
Yes. These are
Okay.
my, let's say I have two Panorama servers.
Okay.
Just put their IP and click OK. You can see
Okay.
that now you have added these two Panorama servers. Now go back to your Panorama. So that I need to shut down the firewall and enable power on this Panorama. I'll show you later.
Okay.
Simply,
Okay.
what you have to do is go to Panorama and you have to enter serial number
Setup
of
management.
serial
Okay.
number of this firewall.
Okay. Okay.
Serial number of this firewall, and it will automatically add. But before
Okay.
that, you must have reachability,
Okay.
right? You must have reachability. Let me show you one more thing. Go to monitor tab, system. Okay. Now these are system logs. Under system logs, you can monitor all the activity made on this firewall. If you
Okay.
see this log, it says authenticate for user admin from this IP. Mukesh logged out via web from this IP. User Mukesh
Okay.
access monitor tab. So this
All that.
system,
What are
yes,
the things we add up in
yes, it
uh,
is going to capture all the activities done on this firewall.
system system
Yes,
format? We can call the logs. Okay.
yes. Okay, so this is how we found any activity on our firewall.
Okay. Okay.
Generally, if something goes wrong in your environment on your
Okay.
firewall, you are going to check the system log, or you can also
Okay.
put filters, right? Right. Let's say I want to filter logs for Mukesh. Description contains. Okay, this is description. Uh, 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 Description contains. Let's say user Mukesh. Now we have filtered the logs with this particular keyword. You can see that user Mukesh, right?
Yeah.
So these are informational type of logs. And
Okay.
this firewall going to forward these logs to Splunk server. If you have configured any Splunk server for logs management. Okay, can we take break and then continue, or shall we end for the
No
day?
problem.
Yeah.
Still, how many topics is pending, bro, today?
For today, we almost over because I'm not picking
Using
up
tax,
this.
accessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, we already took additional topics using tax, accessing DMC overview, config outside the DMC using
Yeah,
zone-based protection.
accessing DMZ only required one policy from outside to DMZ as well as U-turn net.
U-turn.
Yes, U-turn net.
Okay, using zone-based protection profile cover, using interface management profile cover, using DHCP server is pending.
Yeah, DHCP is pending. So let me uncheck this.
Configuration of management overview, configuration of management team monetization. If you want to break, please, you can go and come back, bro.
Okay, let's take a break then. Let's start from 9:15.
Okay, bro.
Okay, so in Palo Alto, for DHCP settings, basically what you can do is you can enable DHCP on a specific interface. Let's say you want to enable DHCP on your inside interface, right? And what is
Yeah.
your inside interface on this firewall? Let's say E1/1 is outside. Let's say you want to enable it on E1/2. So let me change it as a layer 3. Okay, default. Okay, we don't have any zone. So let me take 1/1 as a interface. Okay, so go to network, and on the left hand side you have DHCP off.
DHCP server. Okay.
If you want to configure it as a DHCP relay agent, so you have DHCP relay tab separately. Okay, you can add a particular interface as a DHCP relay agent. Okay, now click
Okay,
on
what is the difference between DHCP server and DHCP relay agent, bro?
DHCP relay. Will simply forward the DHCP packets.
Okay, okay,
Okay, that is called DHCP relay. Okay,
okay.
yeah. Let's say you don't want to enable any DHCP services on 1/1, but you want to
Okay,
send or receive traffic through that particular interface. So you can configure that interface as a DHCP relay. Okay.
okay,
Now moving back to DHCP server, click on add. Okay. Select an interface,
okay,
mode auto, or you can enable, disable, whatever it is. Okay. Now under the lease option, you can define a IP pool. So this is the format.
particular range of full IP address, correct?
Yes, range of full IP address. And if you want to reserve any IP address, you can add that IP address over here with
With MAC address.
MAC address.
Okay, okay,
Yes.
okay,
Okay. And you want to set timeout. Let's say for every 24 hour we want to renew IPs, right? You can set the timeout. Okay.
Why we need to renew every 24 hours, bro?
No, this is your choice.
Okay, 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 okay.
If you want to set this, then choose this one. Otherwise, you can choose this unlimited. So it will remain same
Okay,
for a particular system. Okay.
okay,
Now this option ping IP when allocating a new IP. So it will
okay,
check the reachability as well.
okay,
Okay. Now
okay,
go to options. Under the options, you have interface source. As of now, nothing is configured. You can define gateway subnet mask of a particular interface. Okay. Now you can define primary DNS, secondary DNS, primary Win server, uh, this and this NTP server, POP3 server, and also I don't think so we require these options. Okay. The simple configuration is this one. Okay. This is what the mandatory configuration to enable DHCP server on a interface. Now let me move back to DHCP relay. When you click on add, you can select the interface. Let's say 1/1. Okay. Now you want to forward IPv4 type of traffic, IPv4, DHCP IPv4 type of traffic. Okay, so you can add the DHCP server IP. Let's say my DHCP server is this.
Okay.
Okay, so whenever we receive traffic from this server, my ETH1/1 will forward that traffic.
Okay.
Simple. As of now, it is showing invalid because this is not a valid IP, right?
Yeah, well, it is dummy IP. So
Yes.
valid IP means it's automatically taken.
Yes, it should be reachable at least
Okay, bro.
from this firewall. Then only it will, you can add it and click on OK. Right?
Okay, okay, bro.
This is DHCP server, simple configuration, nothing complex in that. Right?
Okay, okay, bro.
So you have two formats basically, 192.168.1.20, comma, and you have one more way, 192.168.1.10 to 1.20 hyphen 1.20. This is one way.
Okay.
Or you can call a particular subnet 192.168.1.0/24. You can see here.
Entire subnet.
Yes, these three are the example. This is how you can add the IPs to the pool.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. If you want to assign particular subnet and particular IP address and the range of IP address.
Yes.
The things we can do. Okay. Okay, bro. Commonly, we are using the services normally because in the Cisco ASA we have IP helper address we have. So here it's directly we can assign to the server. It is automatically taken, correct?
Are you talking about ASA?
Yeah, I am talking about ASA. ASA normally we have a separate configuration like IP helper address. We can include and exclude a particular range of IP address and particular IP address we can give. Here we can use directly with, if we are assigning that particular IP address or range of IP address or a particular IP address. It means we can directly given, and if suppose the DHCP server is available alive means it's automatically taken, correct, bro?
Yes.
Okay, if you want to modify, we can change.
Yes, we can change. Correct.
Okay, bro. So totally how many topics today cover, bro?
Topic wise, we have covered so many things apart from these topics. So
Yeah,
tomorrow
we
we'll
highlighted green, sorry, yellow. So configuration management service overview means?
configuration management service overview is your management interface settings. When you go
Okay. It's already C. First day itself, yeah. It's already C.
Yes.
After the next one, bro.
Tomorrow we'll start with app ID.
Okay, bro. Configuration management demonstration means there is demonstration, okay.
Yes.
Policy verification, traffic logs, okay. Using tag, okay. Accessing the DMZ servers overview means?
Using accessing DMZ servers overview. Okay. It means how to allow access between your DMZ zone and outside. Okay, let's say.
Yeah, get the policy is correct for the DMZ.
Let's say this is your out interface and this is your DMZ interface. What configuration you are going to put in this firewall? Okay.
Okay.
So the first step is we are going to create one security policy for outside to DMZ. And if I talk about NAT part, you can create U-turn NAT.
U-turn NAT, okay. How to do that part? U-turn NAT, please.
Yeah. I think we already discussed this when we were doing NAT, right?
No, source NAT, destination NAT we done, but U-turn NAT I don't remember.
Okay, you don't remember? You need to watch the video again.
Okay.
So this is U-turn NAT policy. Let's say the source zone is outside. Okay. And the destination zone is outside.
DMZ.
No.
Okay.
No, outside. Okay.
Okay.
Let's say this is your interface services any.
Yes. And
If you want
source
to,
address.
yeah, if you want to add a user, you can add. Otherwise, pick any. Destination is your
Any
DMZ
destination
DMZ
particular
zone.
area.
Yeah, DMZ server IP address and
Okay.
destination. Okay. Now translation. Translation is when my packet going from inside to outside.
Okay.
That time we are going to perform source net.
Okay.
Okay. So for source
Okay.
net, let's configure. Uh,
Correct, correct. I remember this one. I got it. For
yes,
inside to outside means when you are configuring static source net. Yeah.
yes. Now when the packet return back to us, that time we need to
Mhm.
perform destination net. Let's say
Okay.
when someone hit on my outside interface, we want to perform destination net.
Destination.
Yes,
Okay.
and then now on which IP you want to translate it, right?
Range of IP address. We need
Yes,
to give and port number also. Okay.
yes. Let's say these are my. This
That's
is
one.
this is this subnet is called for my servers which is in DMZ zones.
Yeah, yeah, we see, bro. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, okay. I got it, bro. So this is same like that our
Yes. So this
outside to
IP belongs to this.
outside to inside.
Yes.
Okay.
So when the packet go from inside to outside, it will match source net, and when the packet come back to us, it will match destination net and move back to DMZ.
Okay, okay, bro. Next topic, bro.
Next topic we'll talk about app
No, no, no.
dependency.
Could you please open once? Could you please open that Excel? Sorry, document. Yeah.
Yes.
So okay, using interface management, your configuration outside to DMC. Okay, okay, bro. Tomorrow we will see. How many topic is still pending, bro? Totally around 40.
Totally, we are pending with app ID. This will take
Scroll
1
down,
day.
bro. Scroll down, bro. Okay, 47. Okay, and also please add that IDS and IPS, bro.
Sure.
Okay.
IDS and IDS and IPS is your this point.
Okay, security profile groups. Okay.
This is the part of IDS and IPS.
So totally 47 topics, correct, bro? So
Yes.
up to now we are covering 23 topics, correct? 20,
Yes, 26.
26. Okay. Still remember around 20 topic, correct?
Yes.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Thank you, bro.
Done.
We will.
Okay.
Shall we join same time or 9 o'clock time, bro?
We'll connect same time.
Okay, bro. Thank
8
you.
o'clock or 8:30 maybe.
Okay, 8:30, no problem, bro. I will join.
Okay.
Okay.
Right. So under
Yeah.
security policy or sorry, not security profiles, not policy. Okay.
Okay. Under the security profiles, these topics are covered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your URL filtering
Yeah, like
using
antivirus
antivirus,
profile, anti-spam
antivirus, vulnerability protection, file blocking, data blocking, sorry, file blocking profile, data blocking profile, security profile groups. So total around 6 to 7 topics covered. But correct, bro.
yes, because these all topics
Please,
under one security profile.
okay, please highlight it in the sheet also.
No, the sheet is not there now. That's why I sent you.
If downstairs is available. Open that document part.
Which document part?
This last one.
Which one?
Down. No, not this one. Okay, start. Let's see. Let's discuss about that. Last one only. Yeah, that one.
So we have covered till. Actually, I have made some changes on it. That's why.
Oh, okay.
Last topic we covered app IDs, right?
Yeah, correct. From 30th topic, we need to start today.
Yes. So that's what I shared.
30th to 47 remaining.
So we'll talk about and in these profiles, right? Why we
Up
use
to 36 topics, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yes. Because the this is the part of only single topic. If you can see that
Okay.
all profiles comes under security profiles, right?
Okay. 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 Okay.
Need to complete this in one day.
Okay. Okay. We will cover this one today.
Yes. So as you know that this is next generation firewall. Definitely this firewall has some layer 7 features, right?
Yeah.
Now let's start with URL filtering. Okay.
Okay.
On the left hand side, you have URL filtering option here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I open this URL filtering, by default, there is one policy, right, which is already there, right?
Okay.
Now, you have two options. Either you can clone this policy, right? Or you can create a new one. Let's say you want to create a new one, right? Before we
Yeah.
create a new one, let me show you how does it looks like. So it looks like this, right? So this is default policy. So this is read only, right? So you need to create your
Okay.
own. Now, simply you can see that we have category, right? Like in applications, we have already seen this, right? We have categorized and subcategorized the applications, correct?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Applications. Same goes for URL. If you go to URL filtering, here
Okay.
it is. It is
Okay.
categorized. Let's say abortion type of websites, right? So you have you can choose the option from here. We are not able to
Okay.
edit it. Let me create one. Click on add, give it a name. So my
Okay.
URL profile. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's say you want to block abortion type of website. You
Okay.
can select block action. Okay. Now there is another option called user credential submission. Okay. Let's say user has submitted uh, his credentials. After that, you want to block this website or you want to allow this website.
Okay.
You have this option as well, right? But if you are
Okay.
choosing block option here, in that case, it will remain blocked. You cannot change it. Let me
Okay.
change it
Okay.
to continue option. Okay. So
Okay.
when user try to access this website, he will get he will be asked for username and password. Once he enters the username and password credentials, after that we are going to allow it,
Oh, after that only allow. Okay.
right? So basically,
Yeah.
what we need to understand here is these options: what is alert, what is block, what is continue, what is override, right?
Yeah.
So when I go to security profile, URL filtering,
Okay.
1 minute. Okay, here it is. Site access now alert. If you choose alert, alert allows access to the website but adds an alert to the URL log. each time a user access this URL, right? It will allow the
So
access
it
to the website, but you will get a alert.
get the alert message.
Yes, alert log.
Alert like okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and set alert as an action for categorize of traffic that you don't want to block, so that it logs the access attempt and provide visibility into the traffic. Next is allow. Allow access to the website. Allow is simple allow, right? Allow access to the website, because allow does not log unblocked traffic. Set alert as an action for category, right? You just need to understand these points. That's all we have in URL filtering. Otherwise, putting a
Normally allow
URL.
means allowed all the traffic. Block means generally it's block all the things, correct?
Yes, yes.
So what is means continue?
Continue displays a warning page to the user to discourage them from accessing the website. You will get a response page, right? The
Okay.
user must then choose to continue to the website if they decide to ignore the warning, right?
Okay.
You will get some kind of page like this website could be harmful for you, or
Yeah,
this
correct,
kind
correct.
of
Sometimes it
yeah, this kind of error or page, right? After that,
okay,
if
okay.
he clicks on continue after warning page, right? Now he would be able to access. Now next is override. Displays a response page that prompts the user to enter a valid password to gain the access of site. Configuring URL admin override settings. Uh, this is how you can set. Go to content ID and you can to manage password and other override settings. Okay.
Okay, if suppose we have some bunch of URL we have, so
Yes.
that list of URL I want to block, then how to do?
Bunch of URL you want to block, right?
Yeah, block or allow,
Yeah. In that
give some
in
exception,
that
write and
case,
overwrite.
yeah,
Yeah,
you need to add a custom URL. I'll let you know how to do that. Okay.
custom URL. Okay. Whether we need to create any address groups for this one.
Yes. So you can create one FQDN address group, address.
Okay.
Okay. So same goes for other websites as well. Let's say you want to block games website, override option, then allow. Okay. New retreat.
Override means display the response page. The prompts the user enter the valid password to gain the access to the site and continue configure URL admin override device setup content ID to manage the password other than override settings. Okay. It is removing and overwriting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is all option we have. URL filtering. Okay. Now there are some settings for URL filtering, safe search enforcement and all. Okay. User credential detection, uh, user IP and user mapping. You can map a user. Okay. But I don't think so that we are going to use these kind of configuration in our environment. As per my understanding, we don't specify, we don't create very strict policy, right?
Okay.
Because we have proxies, right?
Yeah.
On network.
Practice where only the traffic is
Yes,
filtering.
correct. So we generally don't use URL filtering in much better way, but yes, some general settings, general websites like Facebook and social media websites, social networking websites, you can block. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say I've created this profile. Hit OK. Done.
Okay. Yeah, my profile is created.
Yeah. Now we can call this profile to a security policy.
Okay.
Okay. Let me create a security policy.
Any.
Yeah. Source.
Okay. Source zone, destination zone.
Yeah, source and
user.
destination, and then again source and destination you have to provide. As of now, this
Okay.
is new firewall, so we don't have. And go to action tab. Here you have profile.
Okay. Yeah. Profile type. Okay.
You can click on select profile, and we have
Okay.
configured URL profile. So you can call them.
My profile. Okay. Okay.
This is
Okay.
how
I
this is
can.
how you are going to put a specific profile, sorry, a URL filtering profile for a specific source to a specific destination. Let's say inside to outside, you are going to put this URL filtering.
Okay. What type of scenario we are using address groups? If suppose the bulk of URL, how to call that functionality address group? If suppose using bunch of URL around 15 to 100 URLs, so we are created through object group. Sorry, not object group, address group. How we can call? If suppose we created an address group, my profile, how
Uh,
to call here? How to call in policy?
you are talking about address group. So you are saying,
Yeah, address group.
uh,
Yeah, one user told like around already he given 15 URL, 51 to one URL. I need to add that address group. I added. After that, how the function will call here policy wise from address group to policy, policy to blocking, unblocking, or allowing over, continuing, overwriting all the things.
okay, give me a minute. I'm telling you.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Destination part we can filter. Where we can filter destination. Okay. Suppose my source any IP address destination. So this IP address allowed or not. Okay. Okay. Okay, okay, okay. Okay. Manually we added. Okay. Okay. Set to. Yeah. Okay. 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 Goes on source address. Okay. I couldn't hear your voice. I couldn't hear your voice. Hello. Hello. I think your end only. I think problem. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. 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 Can you hear me, Manish? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, bro.
So we just call the function, correct, bro? In source address and destination address part
Yes.
from address group. That is enough, correct?
Yes, this is one way, right?
Okay.
Now, let me show you. Go to objects, go to
Okay.
address. Let's say we have created some FQDN type of addresses, right? You can see that I have chosen FQDN option. Now it will resolve this facebook.com.
Okay.
See, it is resolving in this IP 157.240.239.35.
Okay.
This is Facebook IP.
Okay. Okay.
7.240.239.
240 dot 235 239. Okay. Dot
35.
35.
Okay.
Yeah, it's resolving. Yeah. If you want to block means we can block, correct? In URL filtering part, we can change that fully qualified domain name. Sorry, URL filtering and
Yes. So let's say I have created these three groups, right? xyz.com, google.com, facebook.com. Go to
the
it.
10.1.1.1, 10.1.1.2. It is source address and destination address, correct?
They are inside.
Inside means?
These two guys connected in inside zone.
Okay, okay.
Internal users, our internal users.
Okay, okay.
I have created objects for them as well.
Okay. Okay.
Go to address group. I have created one website address group where we have these three websites.
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah. So
Now,
allow or denied, that will be decided on security policy and URL filtering. That two things only decided, correct?
yes. And this is LAN. Under LAN, you have host A and host B.
Okay.
Right. This is my LAN group. Go to policy.
Okay.
And if you look at policy,
Okay.
source is LAN.
LAN 1. Yeah.
So,
Any IP address.
zone we
Zone
have.
inside zone.
Uh, Actually,
Okay.
I have installed this firewall fresh. So you can call inside
Okay.
zone here. And this is my internal users.
Okay.
Destination is your this website. And
Okay.
destination zone is outside.
Okay. So that is also decision node.
Yeah. Go to
Okay.
application, action, sorry, and allow.
Hello. Okay. Okay.
Simple.
Okay. Okay, bro. And also URL filtering part, you enable that my URL profile. Okay. Okay, bro.
Okay. Now
We will. Okay.
there is one more topic. We called it EDL.
And also one tab is available that Panorama, that VMware. What is it?
Which tab?
URL URL category only. One tab is available now.
And
Go to
policy.
dashboard. Go to secure dashboard. Not this one. Policies. Not this one. Second one. Objects. Yeah. Here, a security policy above URL category is available. Security policy. Sorry, security profiles above on your URL category. Security policy above. Yeah. This is also doing same thing.
This is for EDL.
Okay, okay. External dynamic list. Okay.
Okay. This is a part of
Okay.
EDL. That's what I
Okay.
was opening this right.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Here you can also define custom URLs. See, first
Okay.
we try to block through FQDN, but sometime your FQDN will not work. In
Yeah.
Palo Alto
Sometimes
case of
IP address might
yes,
only come.
yes. So it might be possible that by putting FQDN, by calling FQDN in policy may not work, right? In that case, you can call custom URL, right? Let's
Yeah.
say
Correct.
block website. Now you can call website's name. Let's say you want to block google.com. Hit OK. Block website. Okay. Now we can call this into
policy. Service category, service or URL category. Okay. Loading.
wait a minute.
Yeah, it's come. Okay.
Hit OK.
Oh,
In case this won't work, FQD and sometime it won't resolve. Right?
okay.
Let's say in that case you can directly call that specific URLs over here in policy.
Okay.
This is called EDL, external dynamic list, that we just
External
created.
dynamic URL means from outside to inside, correct?
Outside to inside.
Outside, that means
No,
suppose
direction could be any. It could be inside to
any.
outside, DMZ to outside, any. Right? That doesn't
Okay,
matter.
okay. That is called external
Yeah.
dynamic access list. Not, okay.
See,
External
an external dynamic list is a text
list.
file that hosted on a external web server so that the firewall can import object IP address or URLs. Domains include the list of enforced policy. You can see
Okay.
that when you click on when we were here, we have import option, right? You can import a
Yeah.
text file from here. Let's say you have 1000 URL
Yeah.
or you have 1000 IPs, right? Just import that text file over here and hit OK. You will see all 1000 IPs here.
Okay, okay, okay.
Getting my point? You can IP addresses. You can call IP addresses, URLs, domains. You can import any data, subnet mask, and all those things, right? Let's say we have
Okay, okay.
imported 1 lakh IPs. We have imported and hit OK. We have created this object, this name. Now you call this on policy.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. One more thing. Let's say you want to block traffic from China. You can block it.
Okay. So
And
region based.
yes, region based. You can see that region is there, right?
Where it is?
Under policy only.
Destination.
Yeah, under policy only.
Destination. Okay.
Here it is.
Okay. Okay. Under policy only destination source,
Yes.
source and destination. Okay.
Okay. This is one way,
Okay.
and go to objects. Region is there.
Okay.
Let's say you want to add your own custom region, and
Okay.
you can provide the geolocation, latitude and longitude.
Okay. The geolocation code we need to give, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it can block the exact traffic.
Okay. Okay.
Say okay, this is my location. This is longitude, and when you right click on it, it will show you this detail.
Okay.
Okay, now you are going to put that.
Okay.
Let's say you want to block traffic coming from this specific longitude and latitude, right? You can go to
Okay.
policy. Okay, you can also call this. Let's specific.
Okay.
You can also block a specific location.
Okay. If you click enter means, so you could not access the internet like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's move to the next.
Okay. Your filtering is over. Perfect.
Under security profile, you can you have antivirus
Antivirus.
profile and anti-spyware profile. This is
Okay.
default profile. Okay.
Okay.
Under default profile, you can see that basically this antivirus profile. Why we are creating this? Whenever we receive any kind of packet, we want to scan them through this antivirus profile. Okay.
Okay.
That is why
Okay.
we create this. So this is default profile. Let's
Okay.
create a new one. Click on add. So let me give a name, my AV profile. If you want, you can capture the packet. Okay. Let's say FTP type of traffic. The action is, let's say we have detected one virus in FTP type of traffic, right? Now this is the action that firewall going to take. It is going to reset both. Reset both means it will terminate the TCP connection from server and client side.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here we have other options as well. Allow, already, alert, drop, reset client and reset server. So reset client is it will disconnect the TCP session from client side.
Okay.
Reset server is disconnect the connection TCP connection from server side.
Okay.
Let me show you this for more info. Here it is. Permit the application traffic. Alert. Generate an alert for application traffic flow. The alert saved in the thread log. Drop. Drop the traffic. Now, okay. Yeah, drop. Reset client for TCP. Reset the client side connection as I told you. For UDP, it drops the connection.
Okay.
If the traffic is UDP, then it simply drop the connection. Or if it is TCP, then it will drop the connection from client side. Reset both is for reset the connection from both client and server end.
Okay.
Simple option.
Yeah.
The allow action does not generate
So
logs.
this kind of logs, whenever we can see, whenever we send source to destination, the traffic has been generated. That time we can monitor the logs.
Yeah, let's
So
say
the network monitoring tab, now monitor tab, we can say check reset client, reset TCP server like that, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Now you can see that let's say FTP, STTP, STTP2, IMAP. If we found any kind of threat
What type
into
of application if
through,
you want, we can
through
add,
the
correct?
yeah, we can also add applications.
Okay. Okay.
Let's say Skype. Yeah, Skype is not there. Facebook application. You can scan. Actually, this is exception tab. You want to avoid inspection for Facebook application. Exception.
Okay. Oh,
You are
this is one that
yes.
in
You are adding this
start.
as an exception. Yeah.
Okay.
So whenever we receive any virus from for this app, the firewall will skip that inspection.
Oh, so this is called that instruction and instruction protection instruction prevention. This only correct?
Protection.
Protection and prevention, something like that. I heard one word. I asked very long
yes,
back. I think so. Two topics:
yes,
IDS and IPS.
IPS.
Correct?
Yes, correct. So these security profile are part of IPS and IDS. These all security.
Okay, okay, okay.
This is the
So
mechanism.
normally interview based, if they are asking question about the instruction detection and IDS and IPS means how we need to answer.
Like, give me a question.
If suppose an interview point of view, how Palo Alto worked IDS and IPS like that, they ask the question means how to answer that
Yeah,
question.
simply tell them we to enable IPS and IDS configuration, we have to configure these security profiles.
Okay.
Okay. Now that's what we are doing. We can
Okay.
filter. We can create antivirus, anti-spyware, vulnerability protection, URL filtering. These all type of profiles.
So we need to explain each and
Yes,
every one. We need to explain about
yes,
that.
yes.
Okay. Okay. Which one is IDS and which one is IPS?
There is no specific.
No specific. Okay.
No, it is not specified anywhere. Okay.
Okay.
But I'll tell you
Okay.
later how to decide which is IPS and IDS. It
Okay.
it
Okay.
it
Sure.
basically depends upon you, but you can create two profile groups. I'll let you know how to do that and how to call it in policy.
Okay. Okay.
Or let me show you right now. Let's say we have created this antivirus profile. Virus
Okay.
exception, if you have a threat ID, you can add it as exception. Let's say you want to skip uh
Skip
skip
that.
yes, that particular virus, you can skip that.
Okay.
Uh, So let's say here you can see that security profile groups. Okay,
Okay.
click on
Okay.
add.
Okay.
Now I want to create one for IPS
Okay.
file. Okay, you can customize it. Now
Okay.
let's say I want to call this policy and URL
Okay.
filtering this policy. I want to call only apply these two policy under IPS. Okay,
IPS. Okay.
this is
Okay.
your IPS profile. Now you
Okay.
can create a IDS profile group.
Okay.
Okay, now under IDS profile, I want to perform this inspection, file blocking inspection. Okay, and I want to perform it is not there. I want to perform vulnerability only to inspection.
Okay.
Hit OK. Now you have created two profiles, correct?
Yeah.
IPS,
Yeah. Vulnerability protection and
yes.
okay.
Now it depends upon you what type of features you want to enable. Getting my point?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'm getting.
Now go to
So
policy.
this is the way how to create IDS and IPS.
Yes,
So
this
currently
is
we are seeing URL filtering and antivirus. We have completed. So now.
now go to security policy. Go to
Okay.
actions and
Okay.
go to
Group.
groups.
Okay. Okay.
Here you can
IDS or IPS.
call. Let's say you want to apply IPS policy, IPS
Okay.
configuration or whatever it is into this policy.
Okay.
You can call it. You can see that profile is IPS. And under IPS profile, okay, here it is. There. Simple.
Yeah. 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 URL filtering completed. Antivirus is completed. So remaining four topics is remaining. Yeah. Okay. So URL filtering, you put it as IPS and antivirus spyware, you put it as IDS. Okay.
It depends upon you. Maybe you can also configure all six profiles under IPS and IDS as well.
That is our wish. Okay.
Yeah, that is your wish.
Okay.
I'm just giving you this example, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah. Correct.
under antivirus profile, you can create another antivirus profile.
Oh, okay. Multiple antivirus profile we can create it based on the
Profile
requirement.
for IDS, and
Okay.
you can manage it.
Okay. Okay.
Getting my point? And you are going to
Yeah. Yeah.
call
Yeah. Yeah.
profile into
We
IDS.
can directly call. We can directly call
Yes.
security profile dra groups. Okay.
Basically, for that you need to contact with the technical architect of your team. He's gonna decide everything. Okay. Anti-spyware profile is nothing, just a simple profile. If you see a default one, we have to add some rules. Okay. There are 4 type of rule: low, simple, medium, simple, high, simple, critical. Okay. These are the severity level, and action is default. Let me go to add. Click on add rule name. Let's say rule 1. Thread name, any category you can choose. So these all are the type of spyware: DNS, keylogger, networms, phishing kit. Okay, spyware, web shell. Let's choose any. This is the action. Let's say if we detected a autogen type of spyware, what action you want to take? Drop, reset server, or block that IP, or whatever it is. Let's say drop. And this would be critical for me. This is how you are going to define rules. Bro, I would suggest you to go through with this article.
Okay, please share me that link, bro. I will go through it.
Sure. I'll drop you in. This is how you can define rules.
My spyware. Okay.
Specific spyware, and this is exception. If you want to add it, add something as an exception, you can add it.
Yeah. What is DNS signature? I hear about DNS signature. We are doing
Syncholling.
DNS sync-code. Yeah, sync-code. Yeah. What is that? What is called DNS sync-code?
I'll let you know. Actually, I don't remember this right now, but yes, I have little bit idea about sinkhole. Basically, there are some website which don't resolve, right, or something like that. I'll let you know. Just write down this topic on WhatsApp. Before we end this class, I'll let you know what is DNS sinkhole.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay.
And this is how you can create simply spyware profile.
Anti-spyware. Anti-spyware. Yeah.
Very simple. Nothing is critical here. Okay.
What is different between anti-virus and anti-spyware? Anti-spyware means
Virus and spyware.
virus related.
These two, yes, virus related only. Okay. Spyware is a different thing. It comes with the genuine files. Spyware. Let's say we have downloaded one free cracked software that comes with the spyware.
Okay. Without license, if we are using.
Yes.
Okay.
Means they are going to inject some malicious code with your original application.
Okay.
Right.
So that if you want to prevent particular list of group machines means we can do that. Okay.
Yes, and virus is a specific file itself. It won't come with other files.
Okay.
Okay. Under vulnerability profile, again we have 2 default profiles.
Six steps: simple client critical, simple client high, simple client medium, simple server critical, simple server high, simple server medium.
Generally we use default profiles. But because in my environment I have never seen these profile configured.
Okay.
Just because of proxy. Okay.
Okay.
And yes, it might be configured, but on internet facing firewalls only.
Directly come from outside
Yes.
to inside, it means.
Yes, because most of our firewall connected through secure VPN. So we don't require these all type of profiles, right? Side to
Okay,
side
you are reflecting
VPN.
already.
Yes, side to side VPN is configured. We are not connected through the internet.
Okay.
So this is my company and environment or architecture.
Okay.
But
Okay.
but maybe you have to configure this. So I would suggest use the default ones. If you want to create a new one, you can create your own as well. Then add a rule, give it a name. You can choose a threat name and then action. And this is CVID of a vulnerability.
CVID means that Cisco, sorry, Palo Alto weekly they release some CVID. So that ID we need to put,
Let's
correct?
say log4j is the latest what is this? Latest vulnerability going on nowadays. If you know that log4j,
Okay.
that's a
Okay.
vulnerability type.
Okay.
Now you can add this CVID over here.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever we receive traffic from this CVID or this vulnerability, it is going to block it.
Okay. 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 Okay.
File blocking, simple. You want to block Excel file sending and receiving, PDF file.
exe file, all the things.
Yes, whatever type of files. Let's say exe files. Sorry, this is the name. Application you can choose. Sorry, file type you can choose. Add any exe type of file. PDF, encrypted PDF is there. Excel. If you choose this option, Excel, access this format file. Okay. So
Okay.
no one can send and receive these three type of.
While accessing URL, they could not download this type of file, correct?
Yes, correct. Not download and no upload.
Okay. If we want to use these policies, means we need to call that policies, that last tab allowed. We need to sorry, profile type under we need to select that vulnerability protection and file blocking. So we need to select manually. If you are selected, means the function directly called to that rule, correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So I've selected block option. If
Okay.
someone send or receive PDF file, it would be denied.
Okay. Okay.
It okay.
Okay.
Wildfire
So what are the
analysis.
options? What are the options is available in file blocking? Allow, deny, block. Allow. Okay. Alert, block, continue. Okay, bro.
After continue, you need to submit your username and password.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
Wildfire analysis, we'll talk about it later. DOS protection later, and data filtering later. Not now. Okay.
Okay, bro. So today topics is over, huh?
Yes. Go to security profiles. Go
Okay.
to IPS profile. Call your customized profiles here.
Vulnerability profile. File blocking profile. Okay. Okay. We need to call the function last tab action.
Either you can call this single profile or you
Okay.
can call specific profiles as well.
Okay. Separately each and everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Vulnerability profile. Anti-virus profile. Okay. Your MI profile. Okay. My file blocking profile. Okay, bro. So remaining data filtering wildfire is remaining things.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, bro. And also I have one doubt. Please open that uh, last setup. Last setup. Yeah. What is that session start? What sessions ending? How where it is forward? In my scenario previously I was out. They are sending syslog server there
Correct.
enabled. So
Correct.
all the things it's forwarding that syslog server.
Syslog server.
If suppose all the traffic forward that server means what is the use? What is it used for? What is the purpose?
What is the purpose? Let's say some kind of DOS attack happens in your network, right?
Okay.
It definitely match a kind of policy, any kind of policy, right?
Okay.
Whenever it match a policy, it will generate a log, and those logs will go to the syslog server.
Okay.
And with the syslog servers, we are going to connect a Splunk tool.
Okay.
Okay. With your Splunk tool, we are going to uh, analyze those logs from which IP we were attacked, right?
Okay. Okay.
Let's say
Okay.
we were getting attacked from this IP.
Okay.
So what your InfoSec team will do, they will ask you to create a policy and block the traffic from this IP.
Okay. Okay. So we need to create separate policies, correct?
Yes, we need to create separate policy to block this particular subnet. So in case in future, if we get another attack from this subnet, it would be blocked by the
Okay.
firewall.
Okay. Okay, bro.
Right? This is one option. As well as syslog server, we generally use, let's say my firewall fails. So we are going to check syslog, what was the last section taken on firewall,
Okay.
correct?
Yeah.
Let's say
What
my,
is the law?
yeah, what was the reason and who configured this, what was the ID of the person who was doing some changes on firewall and all those things,
Mm, mm, mm. Okay.
right? We are
Okay.
going to analyze what happened to the firewall. We are going to analyze that by looking at the
Okay.
logs.
Okay. I have one query, bro.
Uh,
If suppose one particular user accessing one particular local URL, I mean company-based URL, that particular user unable to access it means first of all we need to trace root, correct? Trace it, correct?
let's say this is a user you are saying.
Yeah. One user try to access one particular internal domain URL, internal hosting URL, or outside to inside they're trying to access inside or outside to inside. How to we can check means first of all we need to trace root, correct?
Okay. Let's say this is user A and he is
Yeah,
accessing
from outside. Yeah,
cisco.com.
Citrix also.
From
Okay,
inside, or
outside.
he's sitting outside or inside?
Inside or outside, both the things, no problem.
Okay.
If suppose, for example, from outside, if from working from home, so he from come from outside to inside.
Yes. So the first
He
is,
trying to access. Yeah, he tried to access one particular local cisco.com on URL they are trying to access, but unable to access. The URL shows some error message it shows. So that time we need to from source machine to destination machine we put trace set, correct?
first step is trace route. After
Yeah,
that,
trace out.
after that we are going to log in the last hop. Let's say after third hop, we are getting drops. We are
Okay.
going to log in this router, whatever the IP it is. Log in this router
Okay.
and run the
We,
commands. Yeah, whether this router forwarding traffic or not.
so we need to check the routing part, correct?
Yes. So that's a
After
reachability.
that, first of all, we need to check the reachability in firewall. After that, we need to check the security policy, correct?
Correct. So let's say if reachability is there and you are getting deny logs on your firewall.
Mm,
Once you start
then
getting
we need,
deny logs on your firewall, just go ahead and create a policy. Simple.
Okay, that's all.
But
Okay.
if
Okay,
you are not getting any traffic, denied traffic on firewall, it means the traffic is not reaching till firewall. It is dropping somewhere here.
router itself. Okay.
Yes, that's not a security issue. That's a network
Related. That is
issue.
routing related issue. So first of all, we need to which ISB or which router, who is handling the router. We need to give inform to them to give the exception for the
Yes.
reachability.
So this is your network team responsibility to uh, forward the traffic to our firewall. After that, we are going to perform all the action on firewall. Once we start getting,
Once the traffic hitting into the firewall means that is our responsibility. Before that, their routing team need to check that
yes,
reachability out until the router firewall. Correct?
correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
After that, we are going to open the policy according to the source IP and destination IP.
What type of applications? What type of source?
Yes.
What type of categories? All the things.
Yes.
Okay, bro. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll upload
Okay.
this. Actually, I lost those ID and
Please
password,
open.
Gmail ID password. Can you send it again?
Yeah, sure, bro. I will send it.
Because I formatted this Windows 10. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, I will ping now. Could you please open that URL? So Chrome browser, bro. Chrome browser. That you saw the one document, na? Two URL. Please share that both the URLs, but I will check it and get back to you.
Well,
You shared on. You showcase one document, na? In net. Vulnerability protection, URL filtering, file blocking, anti-spyware. Yeah. Another one, another one, another one. Not this one, another one. Not this one. Not this one, another one. Not this one.
okay. This one.
Yeah, correct. This one. Please share this one.
No, this is not an article.
Okay.
This is how you will get this. Let's say you are on URL filtering. Open this question mark. When you click on this question mark icon, it will open automatically. This is a help.
Oh, okay. Wherever putting. Okay, bro. Fine. Thank you for the update also.
Okay.
Okay, bro.
Bye.
I will ping within EOD because my mobile has been switched off. That broken mobile. I will send it within EOD.
Tomorrow, what is your shift timings?
Okay.
Right. So under security policy, or sorry, not security profiles, not policy. Okay.
Under the security profiles, these topics are covered, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Your URL filtering.
Yeah. Like
Using
antivirus profile,
antivirus, vulnerability protection, file blocking, file blocking profile, data blocking profile, security profile groups. So total around 6 to 7 topics covered. But correct, bro.
Yes, because these all topics under one security profile.
Okay, please highlight it in the sheet also.
No, the sheet is not there now. That's why I sent you.
If downstairs is available. Open that document part.
Which document part?
This last one.
Which one?
Down. No, not this one. Okay, start. Let's see. Let's discuss about that. Last one only. Yeah, that one.
So we have covered till. Actually, I have made some changes on it. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Last topic we covered app IDs, right?
Yeah, correct. From 30th topic, we need to start today.
Yes. So that's what I shared.
30th to 47 remaining.
So we'll talk about and in these profiles, right? Why we use
Up to 30th topics, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Because this is the part of only single topic, If you can see that
Okay.
all profiles comes under security profiles, right?
Okay. Okay.
Need to complete this in one day.
Okay. We will cover this one today.
Yes. So, as you know that this is next generation firewall. Definitely, this firewall has some layer 7 features, right? Now,
Yeah.
let's start with URL filtering. Okay.
Okay.
On the left hand side, you have URL filtering option here. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if I open this URL filtering, by default, there is one policy, right, which is already there, right?
Yeah.
Now, you have two options. Either you can clone this policy, right? Or you can create a new one. Let's say you want to create a new one, right? Before we
Yeah.
create a new one, let me show you how does it looks like. So it looks like this, right? So this is default policy. So this is read only, right? So you need to create your
Okay.
own. Now, simply you can see that we have category, right? Like in applications, we have already seen this, right? We have categorized and subcategorized the applications, correct?
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Correct.
Same goes for URL. If you go to URL filtering, here
Okay.
it is
Okay.
categorized. Let's say abortion type of websites, right? So you can choose the option from here. We are not able to
Okay.
edit it. Let me create one. Click on add, give it a name. So my
Okay.
URL profile. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's say you want to block abortion type of website. You
Okay.
can select block action. Okay. Now there is another option called user credential submission. Okay. Let's say user has submitted uh, his credentials. After that, you want to block this website or you want to allow this website.
Okay.
You have this option as well, right? But if you are
Okay.
choosing block option here, in that case, it will remain blocked. You cannot change it. Let me
Okay.
change it
Okay.
to continue option. Okay. So
Okay.
when user try to access this website, he will be asked for username and password. Once he enters the username and password credentials, after that we are going to allow it,
No, after that only allow. Okay.
right? So basically,
Yeah.
what we need to understand here is these options: what is alert, what is block, what is continue, what is override, right?
Yeah.
So when I go to security profile, URL filtering,
Okay.
one minute. Okay, here it is. Site access now alert. If you choose alert, alert allows access to the website but adds an alert to the URL log each time a user accesses this URL, right? It will allow the
So
access
it
to the website, but you will get an alert.
get the alert message.
Yes, alert log.
Alert. Okay.
Okay,
Okay.
and set alert as an action for categorize of traffic that you don't want to block so that it logs the access attempt and provide visibility into the traffic. Next is allow. Allow access to the website. Allow is simple allow, right? Allow access to the website because allow does not log unblocked traffic. Set alert as an action for category, right? You just need to understand these points. That's all we have in URL filtering. Otherwise, putting a
Normally allow
URL.
means allowed all the traffic. Block means generally it's block all the things, correct?
Yes.
So what is means continue?
Continue displays a warning page to the user to discourage them from accessing the website. You will get a response page, right? The user must then choose to continue to the website if they decide to ignore the warning, right?
Okay.
You will get some kind of page like this website could be harmful for you or
Yeah,
this
correct,
kind
correct.
of
Sometimes it come.
yeah, this kind of error or page, right? After that,
Okay,
if
okay.
he clicks on continue after warning page, right? Now he would be able to access. Now next is override. Displays a response page that prompts the user to enter a valid password to gain the access of site. Configuring URL admin override settings. Uh, this is how you can set. Go to content ID and you can to manage password and other override settings. Okay.
Okay, if suppose we have some bunch of URL we have,
Yes.
so that list of URL I want to block, then how to do?
Bunch of URL you want to block, right?
Yeah, block or allow,
Yeah.
give some
In
exception,
that
write and
case,
overwrite.
yeah,
Yeah,
you need to add a custom URL. I'll let you know how to do that. Okay.
custom URL. Okay. Whether we need to create any address groups for this one?
Yes. So you can create one FQD and address group, address or address.
Okay.
Okay. So same goes for other websites as well. Let's say you want to block games website override option, then allow. Okay. New retreat.
Override means display the response page, the prompts the user enter the valid password to gain the access to the site and continue configure URL admin override device setup content ID to manage the password other than override settings. Okay. It is removing and overwriting, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So this is all option we have. URL filtering. Okay. Now there are some settings for URL filtering, safe search enforcement and all. Okay. User credential detection, uh, user IP and user mapping. You can map a user. Okay. But I don't think so that we are going to use these kind of configuration in our environment. As per my understanding, we don't specify, we don't create very strict policy, right?
Okay.
Because we have proxies, right?
Yeah.
On network.
Practice where only the traffic is
Yes,
filtering.
correct. So we generally don't use URL filtering in much better way, but yes, some general settings, general websites like Facebook and social media websites, social networking websites, you can block. Okay.
Okay.
So let's say I've created this profile. Hit OK. Done.
Okay. Yeah, my profile is created.
Yeah. Now we can call this profile to a security policy.
Okay.
Okay. Let me create a security policy.
Any.
Yeah. Source.
Okay. Source zone, destination zone,
Yeah. Source and
user.
destination. And then again source and destination you have to provide. As of now, this
Okay.
is new firewall, so we don't have. And go to action tab. Here you have
Okay.
profile.
Yeah. Profile type. Okay.
You can click on select profile and We have configured URL profile, so you can call them.
My profile. Okay, okay,
This is
okay.
how
I
this is
can.
how you are going to put a specific profile, sorry, a URL filtering profile for a specific source to a specific destination. Let's say inside to outside, you are going to put this URL filtering.
Okay. What type of scenario we are using address groups? If suppose the bulk of URL, how to call that functionality address group? If suppose using bunch of URL around 15 to 100 URLs, so we are created through object group. Sorry, not object group, address group. How we can call? If suppose we created an address group, my profile, how
Uh,
to call here? How to call in policy?
you are talking about address group. So you are saying,
Yeah, address group.
uh,
Yeah, one user told like around already he given 15 URL, 51 to one URL I need to add that address group. I added. After that, how the function will call here policy wise from address group to policy, policy to blocking unblocking or allowing over continuing overwriting all the things.
okay, give me a minute. I'm telling you.
Sure. Okay. Okay. Destination part we can filter. Where we can filter destination. Okay. Suppose my source any IP address destination. So this IP address allowed or not. Okay. Okay. IP address. Okay. Manually we added. Okay. Okay. Set group. Yeah. Okay. 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 Ozone source address. Okay. I couldn't hear your voice. I couldn't hear your voice. Hello. Hello. I think your end only. I think problem. Can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. 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 Can you hear me, Manish? Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, bro.
So we just call the function, correct, bro? In source address and destination address part
Yes.
from address group. That is enough, correct?
Yes, this is one way, right?
Okay.
Now, let me show you. Go to objects, go to
Okay.
address. Let's say we have created some FQDN type of addresses, right? You can see that I have chosen FQDN option. Now it will resolve this facebook.com.
Okay.
See, it is resolving in this IP 157.240.239.35.
Okay.
This is Facebook IP.
Okay. Okay.
7.240.239.
240.235. 239. Okay. Dot
35.
35.
Okay.
Yeah, it's resolving. Yeah. If you want to block means we can block, correct? In URL filtering part, we can change that fully qualified domain name. Sorry, URL filtering and
Yes. So let's say I have created these three groups, right? xyz.com, google.com, facebook.com. Go to
the 10.1.1.1, 10.1.1.2.
they,
It is source address and destination address, correct?
they are inside.
Inside means?
These two guys connected in inside zone.
Okay. Okay.
Internal users, our internal users.
Okay. Okay.
I have created objects for them as well.
Okay.
Go to address group. I have created one website address group where we have these three websites.
Okay.
Simple.
Yeah. So
Now,
allow or denied, that will be decided on security policy and URL filtering. That two things only decided, correct?
yes. And this is LAN. Under LAN, you have host A and host B.
Okay.
Right. This is my LAN group. Go to policy.
Okay.
And if you look at policy,
Okay.
source is LAN.
LAN 1. Yeah. Any IP address.
Zone we
Zone
have.
inside zone.
Actually,
Okay.
I have installed this firewall fresh, so you can call inside
Okay.
zone here, and this is my internal users.
Okay.
Destination is your this website, and
Okay.
destination zone is outside.
Okay. So that is also decision node.
Yeah. Go to
Okay.
application action, sorry, and allow.
Hello. Okay. Okay.
Simple.
Okay. Okay, bro. And also URL filtering part, you enable that my URL profile. Okay. Okay, bro.
Okay. Now
We will. Okay.
there is one more topic. We called it EDL.
And also one tab is available that panorama that VMware. What is it?
Which tab?
URL URL category only one tab is available now.
And
Go to
policy.
dashboard. Go to secure dashboard. Not this one. Policies. Not this one. Second one. Objects. Yeah. Here, a security policy above URL category is available. Security profiles above on your URL category. Security policy above. Yeah. This is also doing same thing.
This is for EDL.
Okay. External dynamic list. Okay.
Okay. This is a part of
Okay.
EDL. That's what I was opening this right.
Okay.
Here you can also define custom URLs. See, first we try to block through FQDN, but sometime your FQDN will not work. In Palo
Yeah.
Alto
Sometimes
case of
IP address might
yes,
only come.
yes. So it might be possible that by putting FQDN, by calling FQDN in policy may not work, right? In that case, you can call custom URL, right? Let's
Yeah.
say
Correct.
block website. Now you can call website's name. Let's say you want to block google.com. Hit OK. Block website. Okay. Now we can call this into
Policy. Service category. Service sub URL category. Okay. Loading.
wait a minute.
Yeah, it's come. Okay.
Hit OK.
Oh,
In case this won't work, FQD and sometime it won't resolve.
okay.
Let's say in that case you can directly call that specific URLs over here in policy.
Okay.
This is called EDL, external dynamic list, that we just
External
created.
dynamic URL means from outside to inside, correct?
Outside to inside.
Outside, that means
No,
suppose
direction could be any. It could be inside to
any.
outside, DMZ to outside, any. Right? That doesn't
Okay,
matter.
okay. That is called external
Yeah.
dynamic access list. Okay.
See,
External
an external dynamic list is a text
list.
file that hosted on a external web server so that the firewall can import object IP address or URLs. Domains include the list of enforced policy. You can see
Okay.
that when you click on when we were here, we have import option, right? You can import a
Yeah.
text file from here. Let's say you have 1000 URL
Yeah.
or you have 1000 IPs, right? Just import the text file over here and hit OK. You will see all 1000 IPs here.
Okay, okay, okay.
Getting my point? You can IP addresses. You can call IP addresses, URLs, domains. You can import any data, subnet mask, and all those things, right? Let's say we have
Okay.
imported 1 lakh IPs. We have imported and hit OK. We have created this object, this name. Now you call this on policy.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. One more thing. Let's say you want to block traffic from China. You can block it.
Okay.
So
And
region based.
yes, region based. You can see that region is there, right?
Where it is?
Under policy only.
Destination.
Yeah, under policy only.
Okay.
Here it is.
Okay. Okay. Under policy only destination source,
Yes.
source and destination. Okay.
Okay. This is one way,
Okay.
and go to objects. Region is there.
Okay.
Let's say you want to add your own custom region, and
Okay.
you can provide the geolocation, latitude and longitude.
Okay. The geolocation code we need to give, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So it can block the exact traffic.
Okay. Okay.
Say okay, this is my location. This is longitude, and when you right click on it, it will show you this detail.
Okay.
Okay, now you are going to put that.
Okay.
Let's say you want to block traffic coming from this specific longitude and latitude, right? You can go to
Okay.
policy. Okay, you can also call this. Let's Specific,
Okay.
you can also block a specific location.
Okay. If you click enter means, so you could not access the internet like that, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's move to the next.
Okay. Your filtering is over. Perfect.
Under security profile, you have antivirus
Antivirus.
profile and anti-spyware profile. This is
Okay.
default profile. Okay.
Okay.
Under default profile, you can see that basically this antivirus profile, why we are creating this, whenever we receive any kind of packet, we want to scan them through this antivirus profile. Okay.
Okay.
That is why
Okay.
we create this. So this is default profile. Let's create a new one. Click on add. So let me give a name, my AV profile. If you want, you can capture the packet. Okay. Let's say FTP type of traffic. The action is, let's say we have detected one virus in FTP type of traffic, right? Now this is the action that firewall going to take. It is going to reset both. Reset both means it will terminate the TCP connection from server and client side.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
And here we have other options as well. Allow, already, alert, drop, reset client and reset server. So reset client is, it will disconnect the TCP session from client side.
Okay.
Reset server is disconnect the connection, TCP connection from server side.
Okay.
Let me show you this for more info. Here it is. Permit the application traffic. Alert. Generate an alert for application traffic flow. The alert saved in the thread log. Drop. Drop the traffic. Now, okay. Yeah, drop. Reset client for TCP. Reset the client side connection as I told you. For UDP, it drops the connection.
Okay.
If the traffic is UDP, then it simply drop the connection. Or if it is TCP, then it will drop the connection from client side. Reset both is for reset the connection from both client and server end.
Okay.
Simple option.
Yeah.
The allow action does not generate logs.
So this kind of logs, whenever we can see, whenever we send source to destination, the traffic has been generated. That time we can monitor the logs.
Yeah, let's
So
say
the network monitoring tab, now monitor tab, we can say check reset client, reset TCP server like that, correct?
yes.
Okay.
Now you can see that, let's say FTP, HTTP, HTTP2, IMAP. If we found any kind of threat,
What type of application if you want, we can add, correct?
yeah, we can also add applications.
Okay. Okay.
Let's say Skype. Yes, Skype is not there. Facebook application, you can scan. Actually, this is exception tab. You want to avoid inspection for Facebook application. Exception.
Okay. Oh,
You are,
this is one that
yes,
in
you are adding this
start.
as an exception. Yeah.
Okay.
So whenever we receive any virus for this app, the firewall will skip that inspection.
Oh, so this is called that instruction and instruction protection, instruction prevention. This only correct?
Protection.
protection and prevention, something like that. I heard one word. I asked very long
yes,
back. I think so. Two topics:
yes.
IDS and IPS.
IPS.
Correct?
Yes, correct. So these security profile are part of IPS and IDS. These all security.
Okay. Okay.
This is the
So
mechanism.
normally interview based, if they are asking question about the instruction detection and IDS and IPS means how we need to answer.
Like, give me a question.
If suppose in interview point of view, how Palo Alto worked IDS and IPS, like that they ask the question means how to answer that
Yeah,
question.
simply tell them we to enable IPS and IDS configuration, we have to configure these security profiles.
Okay.
Okay. Now that's what we are doing. We can filter. We can create antivirus, anti-spyware, vulnerability protection, URL filtering. These all type of profiles.
So we need to explain each and
Yes.
every one. We need to explain about
Yes.
that.
Yes.
Okay. Which one is IDS and which one is IPS?
There is no specific.
No specific. Okay.
No, it is not specified anywhere. Okay.
Okay.
But I'll tell you
Okay.
later how to decide which is IPS and IDS.
Okay.
It basically depends upon you, but you can create two profile groups. I'll let you know how to do that and how to call it in policy.
Okay.
Or let me show you right now. Let's say we have created this antivirus profile. Virus
Okay.
exception, if you have a threat ID, you can add it as exception. Let's say you want to skip
Skip that.
yes, that particular virus, you can skip that.
Okay.
Yeah. So let's say here you can see that security profile groups. Okay. Click on
Okay.
add. Now I want to create one for IPS.
Okay.
Okay, you can customize it. Now
Okay.
let's say I want to call this policy and URL filtering this policy. I want to call only apply these two policy under IPS. Okay.
IPS. Okay.
This
Okay.
is your IPS profile. Now you
Okay.
can create a IDS profile group.
Okay.
Okay. Now under IDS profile, I want to perform this inspection, file blocking inspection. Okay. And I want to perform it is not there. I want to perform vulnerability only to inspection.
Okay.
Hit OK. Now you have created two profiles. Correct? IPS.
Yeah. Vulnerability protection and
Yes.
okay.
Now it depends upon you what type of features you want to enable. Getting my point?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Getting.
Now go to policy.
So this is the way how to create IDS and IPS.
Yes. This
So
is
currently we are seeing URL filtering and antivirus. We have completed. So
now go to security policy. Go to actions and go to groups.
Okay.
Here you
IDS
can
or IPS.
call. Let's say you want to apply IPS policy, IPS configuration or whatever it is into this policy. You can call it. You can see that profile is IPS, and under IPS profile, okay, here it is there. Simple.
Yeah. URL filtering completed. Antivirus is completed. So remaining 4 topics is remaining. Yeah. Okay. So URL filtering you put it as IPS and antivirus spyware you put it as IDS. Okay.
It depends upon you. Maybe you can also configure all 6 profiles under IPS and IDS as well.
That is our wish. Okay.
Yeah, that is your wish.
Okay.
I'm just giving you this example, right?
Okay.
Now,
Yeah, correct.
under antivirus profile, you can create another antivirus profile.
Oh, okay. Multiple antivirus profile we can create it.
Profile for IDS, and you can manage it.
Okay.
Getting my point? And you are going to call profile into IDS.
We can directly call.
Yes.
Security profile groups. Okay.
basically for that you need to contact with the technical architect of your team. He's gonna decide everything. Okay. Anti-spyware profile is nothing, just a simple profile. If you see a default one, we have to add some rules. Okay. There are 4 type of rule: low, simple, medium, simple, high, simple, critical. Okay. These are the severity level, and action is default. Let me go to add. Click on add rule name. Let's say rule 1. Thread name, any category you can choose. So these all are the type of spyware: DNS, keylogger, networms, phishing kit. Okay, spyware, web shell. Let's choose any. This is the action. Let's say if we detected a autogen type of spyware, what action you want to take? Drop, reset server, or block that IP, or whatever it is. Let's say drop. And this would be critical for me. This is how you are going to define rules. Bro, I would suggest you to go through with this article.
Okay, please share me that link, bro. I will go through it.
Sure. I'll drop you in. This is how you can define rules.
My spyware.
Specific spyware, and this is exception. If you want to add it, add something as an exception, you can add it.
Yeah. What is DNS signature? I hear about DNS signature. We are doing
Syncholling.
DNS synchol. Yeah, synchol. Yeah. What is that? What is called DNS synchol?
I'll let you know. Actually, I don't remember this right now, but yes, I have little bit idea about sinkhole. Basically, there are some website which don't resolve, right, or something like that. I'll let you know. Just write down this topic on WhatsApp. Before we end this class, I'll let you know what is DNS sinkhole.
Okay.
Okay, don't worry about it.
Okay.
And this is how you can create simply spyware profile.
Anti-spyware. Anti-spyware. Yeah.
Very simple. Nothing is critical here. Okay.
What is different between anti-virus and anti-spyware? Anti-spyware means
Virus and spyware.
virus related.
These two, yes, virus related only. Okay. Spyware is a different thing. It comes with the genuine files. Spyware. Let's say we have downloaded one free cracked software that comes with the spyware.
Okay. Without license, if we are using.
Yes.
Okay.
Means they are going to inject some malicious code with your original application.
Okay.
Right.
So that if we want to prevent particular list of group machines means we can do that. Okay.
Yes, and virus is a specific file itself. It won't come with other files.
Okay.
Okay. Under vulnerability profile, again we have 2 default profiles.
Six steps: simple client critical, simple client high, simple client medium, simple server critical, simple server high, simple server medium.
Generally we use default profiles. But because in my environment I have never seen these profile configured.
Okay.
Just because of proxy. Okay. And Yes, it might be configured, but on internet facing firewalls only.
Directly come from outside
Yes.
to inside, it means.
Yes, because most of our firewall connected through secure VPN. Don't require these all type of profiles, right? Side to
Okay,
side
you are infecting
VPN.
already.
Yes, side to side VPN is configured. We are not connected through the internet.
Okay.
So this is my company and environment or architecture.
Oh,
But
okay.
but maybe you have to configure this. So I would suggest use the default ones. If you want to create a new one, you can create your own as well. Then add a rule, give it a name. You can choose a threat name and then action. And this is CVID of a vulnerability.
CVID means that Cisco, sorry, Palo Alto weekly they release some CVID. So
Yes.
that ID we need to put,
Let's
correct?
say log4j is the latest what is this? Latest vulnerability going on nowadays. If you know that log4j,
Okay.
that's a
Okay.
vulnerability type.
Okay.
Now you can add this CVID over here.
Okay.
Okay. Whenever we receive traffic from this CVID or this vulnerability, it is going to block it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
File blocking, simple. You want to block Excel file, sending and receiving PDF file.
exe file, all the things.
Yes, whatever type of files, let's say exe files. Sorry, this is the name. Application you can choose. Sorry, file type you can choose. Add any exe type of file. PDF, encrypted PDF is there. Excel. If you choose this option, Excel, access this format file. Okay. So
Okay.
no one can send and receive these three type of.
While accessing URL, they could not download this type of file, correct?
Yes, correct. Not download and no upload.
Okay. If we want to use these policies, means we need to call that policies that last tab allowed. We need to sorry, profile type under we need to select that vulnerability protection and file blocking. So we need to select manually. If you are selected, means the function directly called to that rule, correct?
Right.
Okay. Okay.
So I've selected block option. If
Okay.
someone send or receive PDF file, it would be denied.
Okay.
It okay.
Okay.
Wildfire
So what are the
analysis.
options? What are the options is available in file blocking? Allow, deny, block, allow. Okay, alert, block, continue. Okay, bro.
After continue, you need to submit your username and password.
Okay.
Wildfire analysis, we'll talk about it later. DOS protection later, and data filtering later. Not now. Okay.
Okay, bro. So today topics is over, huh?
Yes. Go to security profiles. Go
Okay.
to IPS profile. Call your customized profiles here.
Vulnerability profile, file blocking profile. Okay. We need to call the function last tab action.
Either you can call this single profile or you
Okay.
can call specific profiles as well.
Okay. Separately each and everyone.
Yes.
Okay. Vulnerability profile, anti-virus firewall profile. Okay. Your MI profile. Okay. My file blocking profile. Okay, bro. So remaining data filtering, wildfire is remaining things.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, bro. And also I have one doubt. Please open that uh, last tab. Last tab. Yeah. What is that session start or sessions ending? How where it is forward? In my scenario previously I was out. They are sending syslog server there
Correct.
enabled. So
Correct.
all the things it's forwarding that syslog server.
Syslog server.
If suppose all the traffic forward that server means what is the use? What is it used for? What is the purpose?
What is the purpose? Let's say some kind of DOS attack happens in your network, right?
Okay.
It definitely match a kind of policy, any kind of policy, right?
Okay.
Whenever it match a policy, it will generate a log, and those logs will go to the syslog server.
Okay.
And with the syslog servers, we are going to connect a Splunk tool.
Okay.
Okay. With your Splunk tool, we are going to analyze those logs from which IP we were attacked, right?
Okay. Okay.
Let's say
Okay.
we were getting attacked from this IP.
Okay.
So what your InfoSec team will do, they will ask you to create a policy and block the traffic from this IP.
Okay. Okay. So we need to create separate policies, correct?
Yes, we need to create separate policy to block this particular subnet. So in case in future, if we get another attack from this subnet, it would be blocked by the
Okay.
firewall.
Okay. Okay, bro.
Right? This is one option. As well as syslog server, we generally use, let's say my firewall fails. So we are going to check syslog, what was the last section taken on firewall.
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah.
Let's say
What
my,
is the law?
yeah, what was the reason and who configured this, what was the ID of the person who was doing some changes on firewall and all those things.
Mm, mm, mm. Okay.
Right? We are
Okay.
going to analyze what happened to the firewall. We are going to analyze that by looking at the
Okay.
logs.
Okay. I have one query, bro. If suppose one particular user accessing one particular local URL, I mean company-based URL, that particular user unable to access it means first of all we need to trace root, correct? Trace it, correct?
Let's say this is a user you are saying.
Yeah, one user try to access one particular internal domain URL, internal hosting URL, or outside to inside they're trying to access inside or outside to inside. How to we can check means first of all we need to trace root, correct?
Okay. Let's say this is user A and he is
Yeah,
accessing
from outside. Yeah,
cisco.com.
Citrix also.
From
Okay,
inside or
outside.
he's sitting outside or inside?
Inside or outside, both the things, no problem.
Okay.
If suppose, for example, from outside, if from working from home, so he from come from outside to inside.
Yes. So the first
He
is
trying to access. Yeah, he tried to access one particular local cisco.com on URL they are trying to access, but unable to access. The URL shows some error message it shows. So that time we need to from source machine to destination machine we put trace set, correct?
first step is trace route. After
Yeah,
that,
trace route.
we are going to log in the last hop. Let's say after third hop, we are getting drops. We are
Okay.
going to log in this router, whatever the IP it is. Log in this router and run the commands. Yeah, whether this router forwarding traffic or not.
So we need to check the routing part, correct?
Yes. So that's a
After
reachability.
that, first of all, we need to check the reachability in firewall. After that, we need to check the security policy, correct?
Correct. So let's say if reachability is there and you are getting deny logs on your firewall.
Mm,
Once you start
then
getting
we need,
deny logs on your firewall, just go ahead and create a policy. Simple.
Okay, that's all.
But
Okay.
if
Okay,
you are not getting any traffic, denied traffic on firewall, it means the traffic is not reaching till firewall. It is dropping somewhere here.
router itself. Okay.
Yes, that's not a security issue. That's a network
Related. That is
issue.
routing related issue. So first of all, we need to which ISB or which router, who is handling the router. We need to give inform to them to give the exception for the
Yes.
reachability.
So this is your network team responsibility to uh, forward the traffic to our firewall. After that, we are going to perform all the action on firewall. Once we start getting,
Once the traffic hitting into the firewall means that is our responsibility. Before that, their routing team need to check that
yes,
reachability out until the router firewall. Correct?
correct.
Okay. Thank you very much.
After that, we are going to open the policy according to the source IP and destination IP.
What type of applications? What type of source?
Yes.
What type of categories? All the things.
Yes.
Okay, bro. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'll upload
Okay.
this. Actually, I lost those ID and
Please
password,
open.
Gmail ID password. Can you send it again?
Yeah, sure, bro. I will send it.
Because you know I formatted this Windows 10. Yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure. Yeah, I will ping now. Could you please open that your so Chrome browser, bro? Chrome browser that you saw the one document, na? To URL. Please share that both the URLs, but I will check it and get back to you.
Where?
You shared on, you showcase one document, na? In net. Vulnerability protection, URL filtering, file blocking, anti-spyware. Yeah. Another one, another one, another one. Not this one, another one. Not this one. Not this one, another one. Not this one.
Okay, this one.
Yeah, correct. This one. Please share this one.
No, this is not an article.
Okay.
This is how you will get this. Let's say you are on URL filtering. Open this question mark. When you click on this question mark icon, it will open automatically. This is a help.
Oh, okay. Wherever putting. Okay, bro. Fine. Thank you for the update also.
Okay.
Okay, bro.
Bye.
I will ping within UOD because my mobile has been switched off. That broken mobile. I will send it within UOD.
Tomorrow, what is your shift timings? Regarding troubleshooting, let's say this is the scenario. Okay. This is a firewall connected with the internet, and here it is your LAN, right?
Okay.
Or you can say computer A. Okay. And
Okay.
maybe the traffic coming from outside, from
Okay.
let's say you have one more site, you have one more firewall. This is connected with LAN 2, and behind this LAN 2, you have one server. Okay.
Okay.
Server IP address is uh, let's say any local IP 1.1, and this interface IP address is 4.4.4.4 WAN IP. Okay.
Okay.
This is your WAN IP. And this computer IP is 10.1.1.1/24.
Okay.
Let's say this is the situation. Source IP, port, destination IP. Okay. Let's say user saying that I am not able to communicate to this server from this computer. This is the issue. Okay. Now in the middle we have ISP and two firewalls, and let's say some routers as well. Okay. Let's say here we have one router. Maybe there are many more routers. Okay. Now, 2-3 things we have to check. Okay. Now the user saying that I am trying to telnet this server, but it is not working for me. Right.
Okay.
So now, what steps you are going to take on firewall and how you are going to?
Trace route. First of all, trace it.
Yes,
Set it
you
to
can
the
start.
destination.
Yeah. You can perform trace route. Okay. And second option is if you have direct firewall access, take your firewall access. Let's say so. What is
Check the
destination
source.
IP?
Yeah, we need to check that source IP address and put destination IP address, which put it's allowing or denying or drops.
Check traffic logs. This side on this firewall. Okay. First check
Yeah.
traffic logs if it is showing allow. Okay. If it is showing allow, see there is one icon on the log. When you click on this icon, it will show you detailed view of that particular log. Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Where
Okay. Okay.
you can see received packet and sent packet.
Okay.
If received and sent both are same, let's say 5 sent and 5 received, it means there is no drop on this firewall
Yeah.
and everything is fine, right? We are not losing any packet, correct? Same thing you
Yeah.
have
Correct.
to check on this firewall. If it is allowed and you are getting TCP fin flag, it means all good. Okay.
Okay. What is it called TCP fin? That is how IP TCP header, correct?
Uh,
TCP
uh,
flags. TCP flags, correct?
yes, TCP flags. Okay,
Yeah.
TCP
Could
fin
you? Could
flag
you?
means yeah.
Yeah. Could you please explain me about the TCP flag? Which message it is noticed TCP fin TCP reset both reset client server like that several message come now. So could you
Yes.
please explain about that? This
So
class or next class? No problem.
no, we'll do that in this class only
Okay.
because maybe in next class we will forget this topic.
Okay.
Let's say this is firewall, server and client. Okay, this is server.
Okay.
This is firewall. Okay. Now, um,
Types of flags in UDP and types of flag in TCP, UDP, and ICMP.
yes. If you are getting this TCP reset client,
Okay.
okay, you are getting this. If you are getting this error, it means
Okay.
let's say the connection started from client side, and
Okay.
when it hit to the firewall, it is sending the reset flag to the client,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Whether connection originating from this side or this side, that doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay. Server client, that is doesn't matter.
Yes,
So the issue is we need to check in client side, correct? This is issue, correct? TCP reset client means.
yes. TCP reset client means we are breaking up this connection, firewall breaking this
Okay.
connection, and sending a
Okay.
TCP reset flag to the client.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, I've shared you an article.
Okay.
So this is detailed log view, right? That's what I'm talking about. You can see that
Okay,
here
okay.
here we have packet received 12 and packet sent is 15. It means 3 packet
Okay.
lost, right?
Yeah. Yeah, correct.
If you are losing packet, it means there is something wrong. And here you can see that session and reason is TCP reset from client,
Okay.
right? If session and
Okay.
reason is TCP fin, it means you are successfully communicated.
Okay.
Okay. And if you are
Okay.
getting TCP reset from client or TCP reset from server, anything like that, it means that we are, and here you are saying, you can see that we are losing the packet. It means there is something wrong, uh, and we need to check, right? But the action, if you see the action, it is allowed. If action is allowed, it means it is matching the policy, right? And it will also show you the rule name. Mm, it is not here. Okay. So there are two messages: TCP reset from client, TCP reset from server. Okay. Now these are things that anyone with Palo Alto Network Firewall has probably see in their logs on daily basis. Okay. Now this type of reason to end session is perfectly normal behavior. It is something that to be expected as long as the traffic in question is working correctly. Now let's go into detail. Okay. Now normally these TCP reset from client session are ended after receiving the full data server, right? The client sends the fin ACK, okay, that closes the executable being used. On executable closes, the socket associated to be auto closed. The OS send and reset packet automatically afterwards the TCP reset. Uh, Instead of this theory, let me simply tell you. Generally, when you check logs, you will get these two options, and the third option is TCP fin. TCP hyphen FIN. TCP hyphen fin means the TCP connection is successfully terminated. After sending and receiving all the data, it has successfully terminated, right?
Okay. Okay.
If you are getting TCP fin, means all good,
Okay.
okay? But if you are getting TCP reset from client, it means firewall sending session termination from client side. Your firewall wants to disconnect this TCP session from client side. Who is your client? The client is someone who is initiating the traffic, whether it is from server side or client side. This is the uh, these three messages you will get when you have TCP ports. If you have UDP port, any UDP port, you will get aged out. If you are getting aged out, session and reason is aged out. It means all good because TCP does not have any acknowledgement scenario, right?
Yeah, UDP
It
does
is
not have.
yes, yes. UDP does not have this kind of scenario, right? So if you are
Yeah.
getting aged out, it means all good,
Okay.
right? Uh,
Okay. Okay.
so when you start working for any company or any somewhere, just call me. I'll give you more idea about these all things.
Okay. Okay.
I'll clarify your doubts.
Okay. Okay. Sure, bro.
Actually, TCP RST is a TCP reset flag. We call it TCP reset flag.
Reset both means, bro.
Reset both means we are we are terminating this TCP connection from this side and this side as well.
Okay.
Your firewall sending TCP reset packet to server and client as well.
Okay. Okay. So this message is what it is. It says there is any problem. It's denote or it's normally it is communication is okay. Meaning like that.
It means communication is okay, but your firewall is sending TCP reset.
Yeah. Yeah. Reset both.
By matching any policy or maybe a thread or anything wrong, right?
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Anything
And
wrong only reset both is coming, correct?
yeah,
In policy wise.
policy wise, first you are going to check the policy wise, NAT policy and all those things. If everything is good, in that case you may need to check your server side as well.
Okay.
Let's say we are getting TCP reset from server. Okay, let's say we are getting
Okay.
this message. Okay, it
Okay.
means it
Okay.
might be possible that the port number 23 you are trying to reach, this is not open on this server, and
Okay.
server sending you some termination message. That is why you are getting TCP reset from server. This is another reason,
Okay. Okay. Okay.
right?
So the service need to enable in server side,
Server,
correct?
correct.
Oh,
So you need to
okay.
ask server team to open port number 23.
Okay. Okay. Client means we need to check our local machine, correct?
Yeah.
TCP client, RSTP client means reset client means client side we need to check whether
Yes.
any other option we need to enable. Okay.
So who is your client here? Sometime your client would be this server, sometime your client would be this computer. Why? Because
Okay.
server A also start TCP communication with the SYN packet. It could also be possible. If it is starting with SYN packet, it means this is your client and this is your server.
Okay.
And if
So the three-way handshake based on it's working, correct?
yes. So let's say
Okay.
computer A is starting with SYN packet, it means this is your client. So the one who is starting the TCP connection, who is called client, simple,
Okay.
for
Okay.
firewall,
Okay.
right? That would be the client,
Yeah.
and another one would be the server.
Server.
This is one scenario. Apart from that, we have few more things. Application type complete. We generally see that message. You can see that. He's getting one log. Okay, we are getting log with allowed traffic towards port number 23 and this, right? The device action is allowed, means his log is saying allow and the reason is aged out. Okay, now I want to know whether the traffic is really allowed or not. Okay, sometime you get this type of situation as well. When you see logs, the action looks allowed and the TCP session and reason would be aged out. Now
Okay.
this is expected behavior when the destination host does not reply to the specified session initiation. Let's say that you see traffic from host A to host B passing through firewall. Let's say host A, firewall, and B. The firewall is allowing the traffic from A to B. That is why the action is allowed. Clear? But
Okay.
no reply is going back from B to A. So the firewall can't see real application, and it is telling you that it has not got enough data and application protocol incomplete, and the session is being terminated for timeout. The reason is aged out.
Okay.
So in logs, sometime you may see this kind of situation. Policy, it is matching policy and the action is allowed, right? You may
Yeah.
see this situation. The action is
Yeah.
allowed, but the session and reason is aged out. So this is the answer for your question, right? Generally, we see this kind of scenario as well.
Okay, bro. Yesterday I saw one issue, bro.
Hmm.
One of the user, he is working from home. Okay,
Hmm.
he is connected connected a VPN through GPVPN or Zscaler VPN. Some VPN were trying to connect. Whenever he trying to on application called MS Team, sometimes he is facing that particular application freezed or disconnecting randomly.
Okay.
So this type of issue means, first of all, we are trying to reach GP pin gateway. The time milliseconds is very normal, and also ping test also milliseconds latency is very normal. But after that hit that GPV pin gateway, the user could not. The user facing that that particular applications. Suddenly the call has been disconnected and reconnected. Call has been automatically muted. Sometime paused like that. That particular application facing. So this issue is related to application team or.
Yes, it looks like application related issues. If you are getting no latency, no drops, everything is going good on network side and everything is fine.
Okay.
Definitely we need to check application, right?
Yeah.
Generally we also get this type of scenario. So we generally suggest user to reinstall the application or any software that the user is using.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Might be some patches related, some Microsoft product related might be the issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay, bro.
On firewall, simply we show them the policy is allowed, the traffic is allowed, nothing from firewall side. That's all we are going to check every time.
Yeah, that user actually coming from US. Already we give the exception region related US. After that, he tried to hit that GPV pin gateway. That is also fine without latency issue. And we check that local machine speed test also, that is fine. And also try to continuous ping test, that is also fine, no latency. So after that, only the issue is the user whenever trying to access the application source to destination, that public IP address only we need to take correct. That user public machine IP address source and destination IP address means MS team IP address, correct? Microsoft team IP address.
Right.
So that kind of scenario only we need to check, correct?
Yes.
So that kind of scenario we checked. So sending and receiving packet is no problem. That latency sometimes it is freezed or unmute or entirely closed. So that is related to application issue, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So there is only one user in that particular LAN or multiple.
No, he is working from home.
Okay.
He is working from home, Wi-Fi, not in office. Office environments means we can directly check and tell. In office scenario means if suppose bunch of users, if suppose the same scenario it's affected means what we need to do?
Same scenario.
Engaged with
there is more.
We need to engage it with the application team only, correct?
Yes, if everyone facing same issue, So it looks like application issue, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and latency and everything is fine. It means there is nothing to be checked from network side.
Okay. Okay, bro. You continue, bro.
Right.
Whatever the class today. Use ready concept.
Okay. Simple user ID concept is very simple. We can,
Okay.
instead of source IP, destination IP, we can block a traffic with the username. That is your
Okay.
user ID concept, right? Now,
User ID means AD, correct, bro?
user ID means
AD. If, for
active
example,
directory.
my ID is active directory. How? Yeah. First of all, how we are allowing that AD traffic to into our Palo Alto? Could you please explain me, bro? From outside to AD to our firewall.
Let's say you have 10,000 users in your environment.
Okay.
Your firewall connected with one DMZ zone.
Okay.
Under DMZ zone, you have one AD server.
Okay.
This server has all 10,000 user database with password.
Okay. Okay.
This firewall is connected with the internet,
Okay.
and this is your LAN. Let's say there is one user called Lucky. Okay, this is username. Now this user trying to access internet. Now how does it go? First it goes here to the firewall. Now firewall will authenticate the user. Okay. Uh, Firewall will authenticate the user. Actually, firewall will not do that. We have one more device called ICE or CPPM, if you know, Aruba CPPM.
Okay.
Basically, this device perform authentication, authorization, and accounting.
Okay.
This Cisco ICE device. We
Okay.
generally use this device in our environment. Okay. So what
Okay.
happen is this lucky user, right? This user lucky basically trying to get the internet access. Now, first the packet will go to firewall, and firewall will send this to Cisco ICE.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
On
Okay.
Cisco ICE, we are going to validate whether the username and password is correct or not. First, it will go to Cisco ICE. Cisco ICE is going to send this request to AD server. From AD server, we will validate the username and password. It means we are done with authenticity.
Authentication. Okay.
Done. Now, the
Yeah.
next path is authorization. After that, this Cisco ICE device going to check this user profile, whether this user allowed to access the internet or not, right? If this user belongs to that internet accessible group or not. If all good and accessible, then your authorization part is also completed because this user is authorized to access the internet. And the last one is accounting. The third part is accounting. Accounting means we are going to log that particular user on the Cisco ICE device, right? On at what time this user trying to connect to the internet. Now, after
Okay.
performing all these tasks, the reply go here to the firewall. After that, firewall perform all of his checks. It will also check the user ID policy. If user ID policy says allow grant the internet access to this user, then firewall simply pass the traffic to the internet. Okay, this
Okay.
is a bit complicated. In short, we can say your firewall is integrated with one AD server, and
Okay.
your AD server keeping a database of the users, right?
Okay.
And you can create object groups according to the users on firewall. Let me show you in practical so that you will understand. Uh,
Okay.
oh, here you can see that this is your local user database. Go to users. Okay. Okay. This is user.
Okay.
Even you can create user groups. Let's say 4 or 5 user. Create a group.
And I need to add. Okay.
Yes. Then you need to add 4 or 5 users on this group.
Okay.
Okay. This is how you can. Right. Now let's say simply you want to. You can enable or disable this user from here. Okay. Now let's say you want to add this user to a policy.
Okay.
You can add this user. Here it is. Source user. Okay. Now when this lucky
Okay.
try to reach this destination, it would be allow.
Okay.
That is your user ID
So
document. Nothing.
yeah.
Yeah. Nothing in.
Yeah. User ID is added. Okay.
Yeah. It means that instead of creating policies on the basis of IPs, okay, we are not. Let me show you a sample policy. Go to add. Okay. Go to source. Instead of adding source address, call the username and give a destination. Let's say google.com. We want to block this user. Now when this lucky user try to reach google.com, the action would be deny. Okay, actually we don't have zones. Let me choose any. Okay.
Please open that second rule, bro. Go to first. Yeah. What is the universal?
Hmm?
Universal default.
Universal default. This is rule type.
Okay. Intrazone means internal. Interzone means external to internal, internal to external. What is called universal?
Yes. Universal is a common policy that applies on all type of traffic,
Okay. Okay.
whether it is interzone or intrazone.
Both the things it's work. Okay.
Yes, yes.
Okay, bro. Okay. Tag means that is name of some basic
Your
things, correct? Tag.
tags, your tags. Let's say uh, we can put tags,
AD.
right? Let's say this traffic is going from inside.
Okay.
This is tag.
Okay.
Just to understand, we can also
Easily
change.
for easily find out. Okay.
Yes, let's say to understand this policy. That is why we
Okay, bro.
put tags.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Even you can
Okay.
change the tag colors as well. Here it is tag. Let's say
Okay.
inside tag is there. You can choose the color. Inside is
Okay. Okay.
green and outside is red. Just to you are tagging your policy. That's it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, bro. Okay.
Just to make us understand what is traffic flow.
Okay.
Let's say in next shift the another engineer comes, right? When he see the
Yeah.
policy,
Yeah.
he will automatically understand that this policy is for inside to outside traffic.
Yeah. Correct.
That is why we put tags.
Okay. Okay.
Now user is, let's say user lucky, uh, destination is google.com and deny. Now
Okay.
we can import so many users from a AD server, right? For that we need to integrate AD server with your firewall.
So all the AD related server username come under the local user database, correct?
Local user database, yes, you would be able to see that.
All the
And
AD, how many you, if suppose 10,000 user means all the user we can pull from
here,
this user
yeah,
local user database.
yes.
Okay, bro. Thank you. Okay, thank you, bro. LATP. Okay. So LADP profile where we first of all we need to configure or
Hmm. Yes, we have to configure LDAP or radius or TechAx. Basically, we use
okay,
these three profiles to perform AAA.
okay,
Okay, authentication authorization. But
okay.
again, you must have an ICE server. Without that, you cannot, because here it is asking you to add server, right? LDAP server.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That server IP address we need to add.
Yes.
389 means that AD server port number. Okay,
Yeah. This is default port number that is LDAP use.
okay, okay. But we need to configure whenever the user ID, if you want to configure it means
Yes.
we need to enable. Yeah, 389 is LDAP port number only, bro.
Right. You can integrate LDAP server with this firewall. You can integrate syslog server. Go to add and add the server IP. Simple. It will start forwarding all the logs.
To syslog servers. Okay,
Yes, correct. From firewall to syslog server. Okay.
okay,
SNMP trap is your uh, settings. Basically, we use for alert purpose. Let's say if your CPU is going more than 80%, it will generate one alert.
okay, okay. Yeah, high utilization.
Yes. High utilization kind of alerts. Let's say interface goes down. In that case, this SNMP trap, you have to add one server, which is your monitoring server, or we call it, yeah, that's a kind of monitoring server, and it will generate automatic events or incidents, right? That server will generate incidents if anything goes wrong on this firewall.
Okay.
Yeah, you can add the server IP here. This log you already know
Okay.
that. Let's say if you want to get email alert, just add your email server detail. It will send you an email.
Okay. Which
Uh,
related email, bro?
alert email.
Sorry, alert related email.
Yes, alert related email. Let's say interface gone
Okay.
down, firewall restarted, firewall gone down, CPU goes high, right? These kind
Oh,
of
that kind of alert we get
yes,
from email. Yeah,
yes,
yeah, we can get. Okay.
yes.
HTTP means?
Hmm? HTTP. I need to check this. Configure server profile for
What you
forwarding
done?
logs. Hmm?
Okay.
Integrate with an HTTP based service that expose an API and modify the URL HTTP header parameters and payload in the HTTP request to meet your needs. HTTP again a forwarding log forwarding server, but the protocol we are using is HTTP instead of syslog.
Okay.
Generally, we use TechAx Radius, LDAP, SNMP Trap, and syslog. MFA is you will get one OTP, that kind of service. RSA type of service,
Okay.
that kind of
Secret
that.
token access.
Yes,
Okay.
you can do that. Schedule like log export. You can schedule, let's say, at midnight, 12 o'clock every day. Uh, the firewall will export the logs.
Okay. We need to give our description.
Yes.
Oh, traffic, entire traffic. Okay. SCP means what is that? Schedule report daily.
SCP is a protocol.
Okay. Schedule port state. Okay. Host name, port number, path, username, password. So every day, if we want a particular traffic, if you want to check means no need to done manually. If you schedule the traffic means daily basis, we can get the
Yes, log
logs,
report.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, okay. If suppose some project, some issue is facing means we can schedule the traffic. How many hours like that we can easily find out, correct?
Correct. Now there is
Okay.
one more tab called troubleshooting. Here it is. On troubleshooting tabs, you have few options. Let's say you want to match security policy, NAT policy, PF policy, DOS policy, routing, wildfire, threat vault. Let's say security policy, from which zone to which zone, from inside to outside. What is the source
Okay.
IP, destination IP, and destination port number 80. Okay.
Okay.
Then click on execute. After that, it in under test result, it will show you the policy which is matching this traffic. If it is deny, then deny. If it is allow, then allow. It will show you
Okay.
the
Okay.
test result here. This is important.
For
Yeah.
okay, like monitoring tab. Compare the monitoring tab, it shows particular rule exactly where it is blocked or allowed. We can easily find out, correct?
Yes.
Okay, bro. Thank you very much.
Mm, for user ID, let me. User ID seamlessly integrate Palo Alto Next-Generation Firewall with a wide range of user repository for AD server, right? And terminal service
Mhm.
environments. Depending on your network environment, there are a variety of ways you can map a user identity to an IP address. Okay. So we can integrate Microsoft Exchange Server, Nova Lead Directory, or Microsoft Active Directory Server.
Okay. Exchange server also we can do.
Yes.
Okay. We are doing the email means at that time it is using correct Exchange server.
Yes.
Okay.
So user ID overview. So instead of using IPs, we can simply block the traffic by usernames. But generally, we don't do that in environment. Yes.
User ID basis. Okay.
Yeah. User ID enable you to identify all users your network using a variety of techniques to ensure that you can identify users in all locations using a variety of access methods. Okay, bro, you can read it. If you have any question, you can ask me later. Basically,
Okay.
every policy we are creating on the basis of users. And if you go to monitor tab, you have user ID tab here in the logs. Now you will see the logs with the usernames. Simple.
Okay.
Instead of IP. But
Mm.
generally,
But
I
normal traffic logs itself we can easily find. Correct.
yes, we can go to traffic and we can do one thing. Go to
We
column.
need to add the column user ID.
Yes, user ID. If it is there. No, it is not there. That is why they have given this separate tab.
Oh, okay.
Right?
Okay, bro. Okay.
I think that's enough for the day because I'm also feeling tired.
Okay, bro. What happened? Any health issue?
Actually, Friday and Saturday is my night shift. Friday, Saturday, and I
Okay,
came
okay.
to
It is rotational means.
I came to my hometown on 24th, 25th.
Okay. I
Yes.
can understand. Okay. Okay, bro.
Okay. Right.
So today we covered the user ID concept and the policy using as user ID, correct?
Yes. Now next
So
we'll take wildfire or SSL or any other topic.
okay, bro. From next on class, once we see the SSL decryption overview using SSL outbound description, certificate management. After that, wildfire. Okay.
Yeah, we will cover this, complete this batch by Sunday. I'll try to
Okay, bro.
complete this by Sunday. Right.
Okay, bro. After complete the classes, if suppose any issue, any real time scenario, if any issue means, shall I call you?
Yes, no problem. You can
Okay,
call
bro.
me
Thank you very
anytime.
much. Okay, bro. Please upload the video in portal the same path. I will